I'm Alex Ramosi, and welcome to my $100 million Money Models book launch event. And we're going to try and break not one, but two world records together here live. So I've got the Guinness judges right here. Brittany, why don't you come on out? Brittany's going to make sure that we check boxes and do the things to make this legit. Thank you so much, Brittany. We all thank you. So it's going to be a wild ride. And you guys are going to want to buckle up because it's going to get exciting. Now, if you're anything like me, you know that businesses need money to grow. So I'm going to show you the art of getting more customers to spend more money in less time again and again. But I want to warn you, this isn't a promise you're going to become rich, fabulous, or fabulously rich, or get any other result. Everyone is different. Scaling your business, like everything else in life worth doing, involves risk. And most people do nothing at all, so your results will vary. So if you see text like this at the bottom of the screen, it's there to remind you of that fact. And that's why I make free content every day to help you, the entrepreneur, to scale your business and make your results as good as I reliably can. And in the spirit of that, this is the biggest free book launch event to help entrepreneurs and business owners I've ever put on, and maybe the biggest one in history. We'll see. But I'm no saint. I want to make money just like you, and I do all this so I can someday invest in your company and scale it. Because scaling companies like yours by installing new money models is how I make my money. Just to give you an idea, let me tell you something insane. I sold 3 companies I started as a kid, 2 of them at $46.2 million in an all-cash deal to American Pacific Group. And then I took that money and invested it in new companies, which I've since scaled under our holding company, acquisition.com. For context, the businesses in acquisition.com's portfolio did, in aggregate, over $250 million in revenue in 2024. To give you an idea, if acquisition.com were a publicly traded company today, it'd be in the top 15% of all 51,000 publicly traded companies when we use net income as a measuring stick. So me saying this may create envy in some, anger in others, skepticism in most, and confusion in old people, and inspire a select few. And you, the entrepreneur, the business owner, are who I made these money models for. It's also why my wife and I made it our mission to make real business education accessible for everyone. Cool? Great. Now you're all caught up. But you're not here for my story. You're here to take the next step in yours. So here's what I'll show you today. How good money models get more customers to spend more money in less time over and over again. And when that happens, your business scales as fast as you can handle. That said, money models work for marketing agencies, online businesses, real estate, financial services, insurance, home services, local business, consumer services, automotive, healthcare, software, e-learning, e-commerce, and anything that sells stuff to anyone. And I know they work because of 2 inarguable truths. One, I know they work because I use them in our portfolio companies today, which include financial services, business services, consumer services, local businesses, software, e-commerce, and more. And 2, no matter how complex a money model looks, there's only 4 types of stuff you can sell: software, information, services, and physical products. And money models work in all of them, which, if your business sells stuff, includes yours. So I've used money models my whole life. They got me to where I am. Everything I've accomplished, I have a money model to thank for it. So I know this works from experience and not theory. So I'm going to deliver for 2 types of people today. Number 1, the up-and-coming entrepreneurs. You need to put on your oxygen mask and take care of yourself and your family first. I promise you, I will help you get closer to that today for free, period. So you're going to want to stay until the end because I'm going to deliver on that big time. You have my word. And then second, the business owners, the players, the money makers. I'm going to make it in your best interest to help me help everyone else. And if you decide to join me, I'll show you how we can accomplish both our goals together. So here's what we're going to cover in our short time together today. Number 1, what you're going to get from being here. Number 2, what kills 82% of businesses. As much as I'd love to say it's lack of hard work, it's not that. Number 3, the one thing that makes a business impossible to kill. And number 4, how to apply it to your business today. So let's start with the first, what you're going to get for being here. So let's start by addressing the elephant in the room. Am I really going to give everyone here who's live a secret project I've been working on for 4 years that's better than an NFT and less than a Bitcoin? Yes. 1,000% yes. And every single person here live today will get one for free. But I can't tell you what it is yet. You'll have to stay and find out. But just so you know it's legit, this is something that I will sell. And at the end of this live stream, I'll tell you how to get it for free, so watch out for that. Now to the main event. I'd never expect you to take my word for how powerful money models are. I want to prove it to you. So without further ado, $100 million money models, how to make money. So let me explain. I'm a big believer in proof. Anyone can make promises. Very few people have proof. And every book I've written to this point, I kept proof front and center. To do that, I make sure each of my books walks their talk. So they not only tell you what to do, but they also prove what amazing things can happen if you do it. For offers, I posted and ghosted. No fanfare, no launch, no nothing. But the book answered the question, what do I sell? Answer, offer so good, people feel stupid saying no. It proved it could answer that question by demonstrating the concept it outlined, creating a Grand Slam offer. It had a rock bottom introductory price. It included a free course with higher quality stuff than most people's paid stuff, with no strings attached, not even an opt-in, truly available to anyone and everyone. It was high value. $100 million offers has what I describe as a high price to value discrepancy. In other words, you got way more than you paid for. So $100 million offers grew on word of mouth. Those are the actual sales. And 4 years later, it's still a bestseller across multiple categories. That's as of August 25. With 26,000 five-star reviews, which today millions have watched, read, or listened to. All of this undeniable proof that the ideas, principles, and tactics work. And so after releasing that book in July of 2021, I immediately got to work on my next book to answer the next question. Who do I sell my offer to? Answer, leads, aka the strangers who want to buy your stuff. But there was a problem. I'd successfully advertised my whole life, but I just didn't have enough proof in modern day social media. So I used the next 24 months for one thing, proof. Proof that the stuff that I show in $100 million leads actually works to get leads today in the real world, and it could work for you too. So I applied only the principles and tactics in $100 million leads to grow my audience from just a handful of customers and friends to over 5 million plus people. And so this is where I started on YouTube. This was 24 months later. This is where I started my podcast. This is 24 months later. But the point is this. This massive growth resulted in 463,167 registrations for the leads launch and breaking the internet. All through direct application of the $100 million leads principles, proving you can use them to advertise anything to anyone at scale. And 2 years later, thanks to $100 million leads, I've gone from 5 million person audience to a 13 plus person audience again. So I use all the principles in this book because they clearly still work. So not only did my own growth prove the book worked, but the mega launch made it undeniable. But something was still missing. Because even if you have the thing to sell, offers, and the people to sell it to, leads, you still have another question to answer. How do you get them to give you money? And ideally, as much as possible, as fast as possible, over and over again. Answer? A $100 million money model. But like the other two books, I still needed proof. A way to prove the concepts inside the book undeniably work. So here's my undeniable proof $100 million money models work. We've sold more books before this launch than we sold in the entire launch last time. And we haven't even released it yet. So now you know I won't publish a book until the book itself serves as its own undeniable proof. That way you don't have to guess if it's going to work, you can know. And if you wanted even more proof, Judge, Brittany, how many people do we peek at so far?
113,000.
113,000. Not bad. So if proof that installing a $100 million money model into a business can help it generate more cash flow is what you're going to get here today, the next thing to figure out is how to scale it. But instead of asking, how do we scale a business, to get the most efficient answer, we can use what Uncle Charlie taught us, inversion, and ask, how do we kill one? So that's what we'll cover next. What kills 82% of businesses? So when we ask, how do we kill a business, besides giving up, obviously, there's only one thing. You run out of money. According to a study by US Bank, a source I trust, given they have billions of dollars on the line, 82% of businesses fail due to poor cash flow. Said differently, if you've got no money, you've got no business. You can't even pay annual filing fees to keep your business open without money. So here's something you probably didn't know. What percent of businesses do you think lose money every year? 10%? 15%? 18%? Not even close. Try 3 times that. According to the Federal Reserve, 54% of businesses lose money or break even every year. That means you work 80-hour weeks year-round to miss restful weekends, holidays, school plays, family dinners, birthdays, nights out, all to take on more risk than any person reasonably should, and end up poorer than you started. And it shouldn't be that way. But then you might think, well, the other 46% must be balling. Guess again. Of the 46% that make any money at all, what do you think they're taking home? Well, if you listen to Instagram, you think everyone's a millionaire, obviously. Nope. What about 250 grand a year? 100 grand a year? 74,000 a year? Just the median income of a U.S. household? Nope. According to the 2024 Census Bureau data, the median income listed on tax returns for a business owner is, drumroll please, $48,000 a year. Just a fraction more than San Francisco's minimum wage. All to get sued, stolen from, and called the bad guy for trying to make it on your own. And that's a problem. And that's what I'm going to help solve today. And even if you're doing well, everything I'm about to share will just help you scale faster. All right? Now, all of this together tells us one thing. If you own a business, then at some point, no matter how hard you work, you'll likely have times where you lose money trying to get and serve new customers. In other words, you spend more money on customers than they spend on you. That's a big problem. Because if you do that long enough, your business will die. Which brings us to point 3. The one thing that makes a business impossible to kill. So you've hit a fork in the road. Either, option 1, be like most businesses and be limited by cash flow to grow. Or, option 2, get paid a lot, fast, on repeat, and grow as much as you darn well please. A $100 million money model is option 2. $100 million money models use a big fancy equation that looks like this, which says 30-day gross profit is greater than 2 times cost of acquiring a customer plus cost of goods sold, or CAC plus COGS. And that's big and fancy. But in the real world, it just starts with an offer. An offer is a problem you solve for customers in exchange for money. A money model is a sequence of offers. A $100 million money model is a sequence of offers that make customers spend twice as much on you as you do on them in 30 days or less. And when you do that, you remove cash as a limiter for growth. To do this, $100 million money models use 4 powerful mechanisms. Attraction offers, which get people to buy, which means more cash up front. Upsell offers, which get them to spend more, which means even more cash up front. Downsell offers, which get them to buy something if they say no, which results in more cash up front. Or continuity offers, which get them to buy repeatedly, which results in more cash over time. End result, more cash flow from more customers in less time. A $100 million money model. And cash flow is the key. It's the only thing that guarantees you can stay in business. So let me prove it to you. What do JP Morgan, GE, Ford, Amex, Coca-Cola, 3M all have in common? They're all over 100 years old, which they could only get to by surviving the hardest times and biggest economic shifts in modern history, things that killed most businesses. They survived World War I, World War II, the Great Depression, the advent of the radio, the advent of the television, the advent of the computer, the advent of the internet, the advent of social media, and they were only able to survive because they had cash flow, because they had a better money model. In other words, they kept making money. So if they could survive all that, then it shows us good money models make bad leads, bad customers, bad reviews, bad hires, bad lawsuits, bad economies, and everything else that kills businesses like yours and mine a walk in the park. Said differently, many business owners do everything right, except for the one thing that keeps businesses going and growing, making money. In other words, they've got broken money models, which makes all their focus on everything else in their business the same as obsessing over the aerodynamics of a car when in reality the engine doesn't even start. So if cash flow is the most important thing, and a money model is the most powerful way to increase it, how do we make a good one? Well, you build a $100 million money model. So here's what it looks like when it's right. If you make more offers and more people buy them, you make more money. If you make more money, you can use it to get more customers. If that money comes faster, the faster you can get even more customers. But what if you make your customers twice as valuable, you get twice as many of them, and they pay you at twice the speed? Answer: your business grows 8 times as fast. But what if you make your customers 3 times as valuable, get 3 times as many of them, and they pay you at 3 times the speed? Your business grows 27 times as fast. A $100 million money model is how my gym scaled from 0 to 6 locations in 3 years as a 22-year-old. It's how Jim launched my second company, scaled from $380,000 a month to $2.2 million a month in 12 months. It's how Prestige Labs, my third company, went from $270,000 a month to $1.6 million a month in 6 months. A $100 million money model is how Alan, my fourth company, went from $50,000 a month to $1.3 million a month in 6 months. And this was all before I had a personal brand. With a $100 million money model, you can get really big, really profitable, really fast, without starting with loads of money or followers, and all with just a few tweaks. And that's the concept I'll illustrate the rest of our time together. That being said, let me show you what happens to a normal business when you add in a $100 million money model. So that's what makes a business impossible to kill. Now we get into applying it to your business today. So the purpose of this section is to show you 2 things. Number 1, money model mechanisms work for any business because there's only 4 ways to sell, and they work in all of them. And then second, one money model mechanism is all you need to get amazing results. So before you think to yourself, I'm not sure this concept applies to my business, which I call special snowflake-itis, and you should get that looked at. All right? There's only 4 ways to sell stuff. You have in-person, you have online, you've got with the salesman, and you've got self-checkout, or on your own, which then give us salesman in person, salesman online, self-checkout in person, self-checkout online. So really quickly, identify which one you are, number 1, number 2, number 3, or number 4. Can you drop this in the chat? 1, 2, 3, or 4, which one you are right now? Drop it in. All right, great. 1s, 2s, 3s, 4s. There we go. All right. Which means that your business can scale using a money model. So that's number 1. Check. Now we move on to number 2. One money model mechanism is all you need to get amazing results. As a reminder, here are the 4. Attraction offers, which get people to buy. Upsell offers, which get them to buy more. Downsell offers, which get them to buy something if they say no. Or continuity offers, which get them to buy repeatedly. Now let me prove it to you in the real world. Let's break down a consumer service money model with a salesman in person. So if you sell in person, put a 1 in the chat. I saw a bunch of the 1s. This is for you guys. All right, in-person salespeople or in-person business owners, this is for you. Now let me tell you about my first good money model. My gym grew because I changed my attraction offer to get new customers. So here's most gyms' bad money model. So they do a free trial into a gym membership. So here's how that works. So they spend $100 to get 1 free trial. It takes 3 trials to get 1 $100 per month paying member, which means it costs $300 per paid member who pays $100 a month, which means it takes 3 months to break even. But many members quit in 4. So here's how a $100 million money model fixed it. This is my $100 million gym money model. Win your money back into gym membership. So I spend the same $100 to get a customer instead of a trial. The customer spends $500 up front with a win your money back offer, which works like this. You set a goal for the customer and tell them how to reach it. If they reach it, then they qualify to get their money back or get it back as store credit. After they win their money back as store credit, I make a special continuity offer to get them to buy again. Result, I make way more cash flow than the bad model within 30 days. The cash will let me scale to 6 locations in 3 years as a kid in my 20s. The money model worked so well, I could fill new locations with paying members before they opened. I went from sleeping on the floor to 6-pack locations and then eventually licensed the model to thousands of gyms. But here's the bottom line. Both gyms, the free trial gym or the win your money back gym, deliver the same service, use the same equipment, have access to the same trainers, sell the same types of memberships. But one makes way more. The one with the better money model. So there might not be anything wrong with your business. You might just have something wrong with your money model. So that was a consumer service money model with the salesman in person. This time we'll do a B2B service money model with the salesman online. So that includes DMs, DM selling, email selling, phone sales, Zoom sales, any other digital sales that you have a salesperson behind it, getting people to buy stuff. So let me tell you about my second $100 million money model. So if you do sell online or over the phone, put a 2 in the chat because this one's for you. All right? All right. Yeah, we got a lot of 2s. All right. Heard. So Gym Launch got customers easily because my attraction offer worked. But getting people to buy continuity was hard. They had no reason to buy my next thing once I'd already gotten them tons of leads. So here was my mediocre money model. I sold a $16,000 launch package. That's it. So I spent money to get them on the phone. It took 3 calls to sell a new customer, but then they wouldn't buy my next continuity offer. So they'd leave, and I would be sad. So every week, I had to start from 0 to make payroll. Stressful. And so here's how $100 million money model fixed it. On one sales call, I desperately needed a close, and so I unknowingly made a new offer that I now call a continuity bonus offer. So here's how it works. You give the customer an awesome thing for free if they join continuity. Typically, the bonus itself has more value than the first payment. And it crushed. So people started taking my continuity bonus offer, and instead of leaving, they bought something at 3 times the price. And so my continuity started stacking and stacking. You can see the exact moment I nail the money model right there. Like you can see it was kind of flat and then boom. And then we went from $380,000 a month to $1.76 million in 6 months. And this is how I filled up a room like this with people paying $42,000 a year. And then 12 weeks later, a room like this. And then a quarter or so later, a room like this. And then a quarter or so after that, a room like this. Look at the timeline between the pictures. December of 17, March of 18, August of 18, February of 19. We scaled big, fast, in a small niche and beat our competition and then sold to private equity. And the main reason is this. Just look at the numbers. The difference the continuity offer made to LTV was huge. You can see it in the purple at the bottom. Imagine changing your offer mechanism and seeing that kind of increase without it costing you any more to get customers. The key point is this. We sold the same stuff in both scenarios, the same core service, but a better money model changed the business. And once I nailed my continuity bonus mechanism, gyms bought and stuck. But they didn't have my entire money model down. That led me to my next $100 million money model. So that was a B2B service business with online sales. This time we'll do a business-to-consumer business with a self-checkout in person, right? So if you sell people where they check out in person, drop a 3 in the chat. This is especially for my retail folks. All right. So I had all these gyms relying on me. Ad costs were going up, and they needed more money to afford ads or they stopped getting customers. The kiss of death for them and me. So to cover my ad costs in my gyms, I upsold supplements. That's how I could outspend my competition. So I figured I'd teach gyms to upsell supplements. That makes sense. And I figured if I was going to do that, then they might as well be mine. And so Prestige Labs was born. So gyms bought in, but their customers weren't buying from them. A problem. So it was only after I taught my 4-part menu upsell mechanism, where you unsell what they don't need, prescribe what they do need, ask if they prefer A or B, then make it easy to pay, that it started working and customers started buying. Sales went from $270,000 a month, watch this one, to $1.6 million a month in 2 months, 8 weeks. You can see the moment when the menu upsell kicked in. And I'm not saying this is going to happen for you. That's not my point here. But I'm saying that when you can nail the money model, it can change everything. And so once they had a better money model, it all clicked. And the key point is this. They literally sold the same product, the same exact jars of protein and pre-workouts. They sold the same thing. But with a better money model, they made more money. And now with my menu upsell offer mechanism, gyms could afford leads again. And during COVID, having the supplement revenue line kept many lights on and households fed. we demonstrated that despite going through hard times, which COVID for gyms was very hard, a $100 million money model could still generate strong cash flow. And that's one of the only reasons I was able to sell a gym company to private equity during COVID. Think about that. So that was an in-person self-checkout money model. This time we'll do an online checkout money model. So if you sell through online checkout, drop a 4 in the chat. So that's, someone buys, whether it's software, information, physical product, whatever it is, they can click and then buy. All right, we got some 4s? We got some 4s? All right, sweet. So after I'd taken out distributions and gotten paid from the sale of both companies, I started making content to attract companies to ACQ and waited for my next big money model. And that's when School came along. School is a platform that helps anyone build monetizable communities online. You can live stream one-to-many, host client calls, have in-person meetups, have one-time sales, host competitions, have unlimited pricing tiers, create lifetime deals, free trials, free groups, paid groups, private groups, process payments, all in one place. But here was the money model when we started. 14 days free, then $99 a month. School grew with free trials, hit 1 million users, but it took 3 years. So we made a new attraction offer. We added the School games, which had competition, rewards, and fun. And users exploded. We went from 1 million users to 15+ million users in 18 months. That's 83,000 users a month to 775,000 new users a month. That's 3.5 times faster growth. Just look at the difference between these two graphs. And here's the best part. This new money model made School cash flow positive, completely unheard of for a platform at this scale growing this fast. It freed up cash to invest even more into the product and make School 10 times better. So that takes us up to present day and shows that money models work in all 4 ways to sell, including the way you sell. And shows us one of each attraction, upsell, downsell, and continuity offer mechanisms. And normally, that would be enough. But we're all here. So that brings me to my last $100 million money model. The book launch event itself, which is one of these, number 4, self-checkout online. A free book launch like this costs millions to put on. And let everyone know so they can show up also costs millions. But instead of losing millions, I built a money model that used pre-orders with various money model mechanisms to both make this event free and have the funds to let everyone know about it. So let me show you what we did to demonstrate the ideas of the book with the book. So instead of just releasing a book, we offered a free event, y'all are here now, plus for anyone who registered, we offered VIP status if you pre-ordered, by offering you more value for the same price than if you waited. Way more value. Lots and lots more value. This is called a pay less now or pay more later mechanism. After that, I offer 2 hard copies of my ACQ handbooks free if you bought 15 more copies, which is a buy X, get Y free offer, which I use in at least 7 different ways. More on that later. So here's what happened. Day 1, I spent $22,000 and got $34,000 back. Day 2, I spent $26,000 and got $38,000 back. Day 3, I spent $21,000 and got $49,000 back. But here's the important part. On top of that, we got 13,184 folks to find out about this event for free. So we just kept doubling down, using house money to scale this all the way up. And so the bottom line is this. We spent $4 million plus on advertising and got 6.5 million back. So even though this cost millions to do, I didn't need millions to do it. And this is the key point here. Look at the beginning spend. I didn't drop $4 million day 1. As long as you can make more back and keep recycling it through, that's what makes this magical. All I needed was a $100 million money model. After that, the launch funds itself. Once a money model works, it's kind of like playing with house money at the casino. Right? This is how I scaled my gyms fast, even though I started at 22 with very little. And this is how, when I lost everything twice, I was able to get it back so fast. You just need enough to get that first customer, and then after that, you double down. You set up a $100 million money model to create cash flow to grow and then get out of the way. Because there's only 4 ways to sell stuff, and money models work in all 4. And when you build a business with a $100 million money model, you can spend as much as you want to get people to find out about your stuff because you have the cash flow to do it. If you do it well, of course, it takes skill and time. My results are from both. Yours will differ. All right, but given the size of this event, now you know it works at any scale, in any industry, at any price. So as long as a business sells something, there's a money model that scales it. That's how powerful it is. Yes, including your business, you who are here with me right now. These are the skills that have been most valuable in my life. So if you're anything like me, they're definitely skills worth learning. And I want to transfer them to you to the best of my ability. So here's what we covered so far. Cash flow is the only thing a business needs to survive. If each customer pays for 2 more, you remove cash as a limiter for growth. A $100 million money model is a sequence of offers engineered to get customers to pay for 2 more. The 4 money model mechanisms are attraction, upsell, downsell, and continuity. There's only 4 ways to sell stuff: online self-checkout, online with salesperson, in-person with self-checkout, in-person with a salesperson. $100 million money models work for all businesses: brick and mortar, B2B, consumer services, online businesses, SaaS, and physical products. And $100 million money models made its own launch profitable using its own concepts before it was even released. Can you see how a better money model, getting more customers to spend more money in less time over and over again, can unlock the growth you want? Can you see how having a better money model helps you grow on your own without taking on bad debts, lame investors, or terrible partners? Can you see how a stronger money model can help you weather the bad storms, bad hires, and inevitable bad economies to come? Can you see how mastering money models could change your entire business or life without changing your product or delivery? Can you see how your business, big or small, online or in person, with salespeople or without, can use $100 million money model to scale? In short, can you see why building the best money model possible is a skill worth having? And this skill may just be the bridge between where you are and wherever you want to go. At least it has been for me. So let me ask you a question. Who here would like to master this skill? If so, drop a rocket in the chat. It's a rocket emoji, if you will. Thank you for spelling rocket out. Yes, we're dropping rocket in the chat. Great. Now to be clear, people don't fly out to my headquarters or ask us to invest in their business because they think I understand HVAC, plumbing, insurance, lawn care, coding, hair saloning, legaling, or their business in any way better than them. They come because I understand the mechanisms of making money and how to combine them in the right order. In other words, they come because I know how to build money models. So, the result of implementing these skills every day for more than 13 years, the best of what I know about generating hundreds of millions a year through acquisition.com, what took me from gym floor to doing very cool stuff like this. It's with great pride that I introduce to you the $100 million money model system. With this system, you have the opportunity to wield, chain, stack, and combine all 15 money model mechanisms with devastating effect. With the $100 million money model system, you can learn to master monetization. You'll have access to the tools that I personally use to transform businesses like yours and mine into cash flow machines. To have the cash flows to buy yourself the time, the talent, and the advertising to scale. $100 million money models is the most how-to system I've ever made. And judging by the world record we just unofficially broke in the beginning, possibly ever made. So here's the first thing you get in the $100 million money model system. Convert strangers into first-time buyers with a traction accelerator. If you're someone who doesn't get enough replies or opt-ins, or your web pages don't convert, or people don't trust you enough to buy from your content, or your leads just cost too much, then pay attention, this is for you. So remember how I scaled to 6 locations? I was able to do that with just one attraction offer mechanism. So here's what they are. An attraction offer is something free or discounted that gets a customer in the door but makes money by getting them to buy something better at a higher price. So here's why they matter. Without attraction offers, you're stuck competing on price or hoping people randomly find you, which keeps you struggling to grow and scrambling to find customers. So here's why doing them right is important. Done wrong, you lose money on every customer and go out of business. Done right, customers pay you more than it costs to get them on day one, giving you unlimited growth potential. So here's what's inside. My 5 most unique and increasingly powerful attraction mechanisms. Number 1, win your money back. With this reverse psychology method, customers pay you full price and then work like maniacs to win their money back. This backwards approach gets insane results, reviews, and referrals. Attraction mechanism number 2, giveaways. It's a 7-day formula that puts strangers into buy mode within a week. And using grand prizes the specific way I'll show you, floods your business with people who already want your most expensive stuff and are pre-qualified to buy it. Number 3, a dummy offer that gets customers to ignore cheap stuff because they like your expensive stuff even more, even though it costs way more than expected. This attraction mechanism makes expensive feel cheap and turns browsers into buyers. Number 4, buy X, get Y free. A quantity multiplier that gets customers to buy way more than they planned and thank you for it. This attraction mechanism turns discount offers into irresistible free offers that get people to buy higher quantities of stuff or months of service on the spot. Number 5, pay less now or pay more later. A speed bonus strategy that uses delays to get customers to pay you faster to get a better deal. This early bird strategy gets people to choose your higher value offers right now because the longer they wait, the more they miss out on. Now, even a single attraction mechanism can change your business overnight. Because when you chain, stack, and combine them, you get endless ways to make whatever you sell more attractive without changing what you sell. So picture this. Tomorrow, without changing anything about what you sell, you wrap your current offer in an attraction mechanism. And suddenly, way more people come out of the woodwork asking to find out more who normally ignore what you have. And when done right, sometimes an attraction mechanism is just one tweak from feeding a business for life. So think about your current leads. Could you get more and make more money from them by nailing just one of these attraction offer mechanisms? So here's why I was forced to learn this. So the first time I started letting people know about my stuff, I did not have a flood of interest. If anything, people barely cared. It took me years to figure out how to transform something boring to exciting and turn strangers into buyers. That's what attraction offers do. But Attraction Accelerator came at a high cost. The cost of wasting millions in stupid mistakes, enduring an endless stream of painful failures, making thousands of little tweaks that I had to figure out on my own. But above all else, it cost me a decade of my life that you'd have to go through trying to figure out how to perfect each of these mechanisms. Attraction Accelerator helps you skip all of that. And so the bottom line is this. A correctly installed attraction offer is so valuable, you could literally ignore everything I show you and get more paying customers tomorrow. If you do this, it'd be the cheapest thing you ever invest in. And given that I charge $15,999 for licensing just one attraction mechanism to business owners, I think it's reasonable to value Attraction Accelerator. That includes not one, but all 5 attraction mechanisms for $15,999. So that's the first thing you get. Now, if you're someone who doesn't get leads to buy enough, at high enough prices, or they take multiple conversations to close, or they delay until they never do, then pay attention, this is for you. Turn every sale into an even bigger sale with epic upsells. So here's why this matters. Attraction mechanisms get customers to make their first purchase. But if you want to maximize cash flow, you need to get them to buy more. So what's the answer? Epic upsells. So here's what they are. Upsells are whatever you offer next. Upsell mechanisms involve more, better, or newer versions of whatever they just bought. And they either solve a problem the earlier purchase reveals, or they enhance value. So here's why doing them right is important. When done wrong, people feel pressured, oversold, and taken advantage of. When done right, people love them and give you more money. Great. So here's what you're going to get inside. Epic upsells give you my 4 most used mechanisms to turn first-time buyers into bigger spenders. Upsell mechanism number 1, classic upsells. A problem reveal method where customers sell themselves on your next offer without you needing to mention it. This upsell mechanism gets customers to realize they need your next thing right after they buy your first thing. Number 2, menu upsells. I talked about this briefly earlier. A helpful consultant process that gets customers to realize you're not selling them stuff they don't need. Once you earn this trust, they'll take that next thing that you offer, usually buying way more expensive stuff faster and feeling grateful for it. This thing slays. You have to use it ethically. Number 3, anchor upsells. A sticker shock strategy that gets customers to happily spend way more than planned. After using it myself, I find customers are relieved to pay way more than they planned because your main thing looks like an incredible deal by comparison, and it is. Number 4, rollover upsells. A pay-it-forward system that turns new customers into your highest paying repeat buyers and gets old customers more excited about your next offer. By getting customers to see a great deal right now, this upsell mechanism gets them to spend more money overall and faster. So here's why I was forced to figure this out. So early on, I got rejected a lot. Person after person told me they didn't want what I had. So I got nervous asking for sales, and then I'd freeze up. And I was right to be nervous because my approach sucked and I turned people off. And so instead, I figured out mechanisms to make upsells not only natural, but make it obvious the next offer is worth getting. And I want to save you the 100 of blown sales and millions in trial and error. They work without any real sales skills. You just present them. And so there's a right and a wrong way to do these, and I'll show you the best way. So I sold my supplement sales system for Prestige Labs, which included just one of these mechanisms, for $6,000. It helped gyms generate over $23.6 million in verified earnings. That's not revenue. That was their earnings. And so Epic Upsells gives you all four, which is why I value it conservatively at $5,999. And given these mechanisms work for thousands of businesses, do you think you can get even one more person a month to take an upsell? So here's what you get. You get a Traction Accelerator valued at $15,999. You get Epic Upsells valued at $5,999. Total value, $21,998. Now, I want to talk to somebody else in the audience. If you're someone who constantly hears no when you're selling, or you do payment plans and you get ghosted, or you push too hard and then sometimes you regret it, or you give out panic discounts to close the sale, or sometimes you just give up altogether when you hear no, this is for you. Turn every no into cash flow with Dealmaker downsells. So here's why it matters. Attraction mechanisms are for getting the first purchase. Upsell mechanisms are designed to get the next one. But what if people say no? Answer, Dealmaker downsells. Downsell mechanisms activate when customers say no. They're usually a change in payment structure, quality or quantity, or offer different conditions. Here's why doing them right is important. A proper downsell mechanism doesn't try to get customers to say yes to something they don't want. It's about getting them to say yes to something else they do. When done wrong, customers don't finish paying, they start haggling, or they don't buy and hate you. Here's what you get inside. Dealmaker downsells give you my 3 simplest, most used, and highest converting mechanisms to turn a no into a yes. And the best part is you can use all 3 to boost cash flow without any sales skills. I use them in every business I own. And so here's how you use them. Anywhere someone can say no, you can and should install a downsell mechanism and turn it into a yes. Downsell mechanism number 1, payment plan downsells. A cash flow algorithm that steps down customers from I can't afford it to when can I start without lowering your prices. I'll show you proven payment chunking that maximizes purchases and cash flow. Plus, I'll show you my seesaw technique that makes customers choose between huge cash savings now or tiny payments later. It's sick. Number 2, trial downsells. So this is a skin in the game strategy that turns no's into yeses by letting customers prove to themselves that when they use your stuff as directed, it's worth paying for with a catch. The catch stops you from wasting money or time on free tire kickers. This downsell mechanism gets people to use your product right away, see real results, and then pay for it. This is awesome for beginners. Number 3, feature downsell. So this is a custom fitting formula that turns no's into yeses by giving customers exactly what they want at a price they can afford. And with my lock and key process, you just change qualities, quantities, or other product options to maximize what they pay for the value they get. So I'll show you how to balance price versus value to get the most from every deal. I'll give you a hint, it's not a one-to-one. So here's why this exists. Dealmaker downsells are cash flow maximizers you've always needed but didn't know existed. They're the real sales secrets you always look for but can never find. And you've probably heard of some or all of these, right? You might have even tried them. The magic isn't in the concept. It's in the details. It's in the execution. And I'll show you how I've sharpened these after years of testing and combining iterations from different businesses and industries from all over the world. So this is also crazy to me because these mechanisms are huge for maximizing cash flow. Yet no one teaches the right time to use them, how to price them, or how to structure them to turn no's into cash flow. That's the difference. Dealmaker downsell mechanisms work everywhere. Checkout pages, calls, presentations, or in person. If you sell to humans, they work. I know because I use them in all sales formats, at all scales, across physical products, services, and digital businesses. So picture this. A prospect says, I can't afford $6,000. Instead of losing the sale, you say, okay, what if we did $250 a month for 24 months? And you knew they'd pay. If they actually want your thing, then they'd say, yeah, no brainer. And if every week you turn one no into cash flow, it makes a massive difference at the end of the year. Now turn the tables. Imagine someone offers you something for $6,000 and you really want it, but cash flow's tight this month. Then they say, no worries. Why don't you do 24 payments of $249? If you wanted it, that would probably make it a no-brainer. So you do it. The key is knowing when to offer it and how to make sure you get paid. Given we spent $6.5 million of research for school to master just one of these, number two, at 1/1000th the cost, this is a steal, at $6,499. And given these mechanisms, do you think you can get even one more person per month to take a downsell? So here's what you get. You get a Traction Accelerator valued at $15,999. You get Epic Upsells to get people to spend more, valued at $5,999. You get Dealmaker Downsells to turn those no's into cash flow, valued at $6,499. Total value, $28,497. Now this next one is for those of you who are living sale to sale, week to week, on the cash flow roller coaster, and want to make consistent sales. I made this for you. Continuity Blueprint, the holy grail of business. So here's what it is. A continuity mechanism to get customers to keep making payments as long as you keep providing value. When done right, it stacks stable and predictable cash flow that grows automatically. When done wrong, it leads to rapid cancellations that burn your reputation and make you a sitting duck in hard times. To truly maximize your cash flow, you have to stop chasing sales and build a customer base that gets bigger every month. But there's a problem. No one wants another monthly bill. So here's what you're going to get inside. I'll give you my 3 favorite continuity mechanisms designed to get people to want to opt into continuity and want to keep paying for continuity over time. So continuity mechanism number 1, bonus continuity. So this is a gift wrapping strategy where you give customers something awesome, but only if they sign up today. So this continuity mechanism dangles a bonus valuable enough to make customers' first month feel better than free. This is how I stacked recurring revenue at Gym Launch. And the way I do it, something I call the sliding scale, you can balance how much cash you collect up front versus how much you push into subscriptions. And this is ideal for low cash flow industries. Number 2, discount continuity. My free but when method that turns discounts into long-term commitments that boost cash flow. The mechanism has 5 sub-mechanisms, depending on the type of thing you sell, engineered to get customers to commit for an entire year up front and stay while making them feel like they're getting a steal. And they are. Number 3, waive fee continuity. So this is a penalty avoidance mechanism that incentivizes customers to avoid a big fee by committing long term. Get people to choose commitments over flexibility by making flexibility cost more. The best part, you get to pick the price of flexibility. This works particularly well in any business that takes time and resources to onboard new customers or get customers' results. So I've built my fortune on continuity. Gyms, supplements, software subscriptions. Breaking even getting recurrent customers is the holy grail for making a company sellable and valuable. Continuity allowed us to sell all 3 brands in 2021 at a $46.2 million valuation. And every business wants recurring revenue, but customers don't want another subscription. These 3 mechanisms bridge that gap. So learn from my mistakes. It took me 13 years of trial and error to get recurring revenue stacking month over month. The errors I made cost me millions in profits. Every day you keep making them costs you too. And the worst part, with continuity, these costs compound. So here's what it looks like when it's right. So picture this. You advertise, and instead of losing money getting people in the door and waiting months to recoup it, you break even or better. And each month you invest the extra cash flow of your recurring base into growth. Next month, it's more. The month after that, even more. That stacking is the power of continuity done right. For context, I sold a continuity system for gyms at $41,458 per year. And it only used one of these mechanisms. Inside the continuity blueprint, you'll get all 3. So it's reasonable to value this at least the same price of $41,458. So here's what you get. You get a Traction Accelerator, which includes my 5 favorite and most powerful attraction mechanisms, valued at $15,999. You get Epic Upsells, with 4 of the most powerful upsell mechanisms that I know in existence to get people to spend more money, valued at $5,999. Then if the person says no, don't worry. You've got 3 different trapdoors that you can use that I use to turn no's into cash flow, which I value at $6,499. And then finally, if you want to have that growth every month and build that base, is the continuity blueprint, valued at $41,458. Total value, $69,955. Result? You get more customers to spend more money in less time over and over again, resulting in each customer paying for themselves and the next customer, removing your limiter for growth, making your own $100 million money model. Once you learn how, you'll chain, stack, combine, layer, and sequence every money model mechanism like a monetization engineer. At the core, you do something simple. You find every problem customers have and offer to solve them at the right time, the right place, the right way. Do this, and you become a master of monetization. You can instantly make any product more compelling to more people and change nothing about what you deliver, just how they buy and how much they spend when they do. Correctly installing even one of these can literally change your life. You don't need to do anything else. Because if business feels hard, you may think the same thing that I did, that you need to change industries or switch businesses. But you really just need to change your money model. Listen, these systems are more valuable than the masterminds that sell for $25,000, $50,000, even $100,000 from goobers who've never even done it. And will give you hilariously more value than a 4-year degree. But to put this in perspective, if you paid my hourly rate for 101 money model strategy, it would cost you $1 million a day. And that's not marketer math, that's what I get paid right now. So if I price this at what it's worth, $69,955, it would be beyond reasonable for the entire system. And before I tell you the price, let me ask you a question. How much is double your lead flow worth to you? How much is double your cash flow worth to you? How much is double your growth worth to you? Actually think about it. Like, how much is that actually worth to you? Hold that number in your head. If you knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that it would happen, which of course you can't because all business involves risk, my results aren't typical, and your results will vary. But if you did, wouldn't it be worth at least that much? Because after $100 million offers, when $100 million leads came out, I got zillions of messages of people's lives and businesses being changed. And for all those guys, it would have been worth it at any price. And that's why the $100 million money model system is a bargain at not $69,955, but $29,997. And consider this. If all this did was allow you to start your first business like it did for me, or scale your businesses without followers or cash, or break through your multi-year plateau finally, or save your business from closing like it did for me during COVID. If all this did was in 24 months, give you the skills to launch an event like this, even 100th the size, using only what's inside, wouldn't it be worth it? I think so too. Which is why it's an even bigger bargain at not $29,997, but $9,997. Because if every week, all it does is get you one more customer at twice the value, at twice the speed, it'd be more than worth it. And the best part is, you only invest once, but you can monetize these skills for the rest of your life, which is why skills are always the best investment. Look, if I put my last $1,000 in the S&P 500 in 2016, which returns 9% a year, I'd have $2,400 today. But instead, I invested my last $1,000 in the S&P 500, skills, and turned that $1,000 into the business we have now. So which would you rather have? $9,997 or the business you want? Right, me too. Which is why this may be the best offer I've ever given at not $9,997, but $5,997. And because I want each of you to 2x, 5x, 10x your growth and business over the next 12 months. And to be clear, I want that for you, but in no way guarantee it because most people do nothing, so results will vary. But I know how life-changing this system has been for my family. And I want this to be affordable for everyone, but still an investment. I'm not going to ask for $69,955, even though it would be totally reasonable and a bargain. I'm not going to ask for $29,997. I'm not going to ask for $9,997. I'm not even going to ask for $5,997. And given each book demonstrates the concept inside, it only makes sense that money models be about making money, that I charge something for the system. And I feel a duty to demonstrate how to make offers properly so people don't feel bad about making exceptional products available for purchase. Which is why I'm going to give you access to everything I talked about today. The Attraction Accelerator, Epic Upsells, Dealmaker Downsells, Continuity Blueprint. that will show you how to harness all 15 money model mechanisms in your business for 3 payments of 3 interest-free payments of $0. Yes. It's 100% free. It's all yours. It's my way of saying thank you for being a part of this movement. I almost forgot. On top of that, you'll also get the Money Models audiobook, 100% free. So you get both the Money Model system and the Money Models audiobook, all free. And for those of you who are here for my promise at the beginning, to get something that's better than an NFT and less than a Bitcoin, I've got something else for you here live. Did I say that I wrote just 1 book since last time? Well, I didn't. I wrote another book in secret. And so it's with great pride that I'd like to present to you The Lost Chapters. This thing is beautiful. This tome contains 24 chapters that I couldn't fit in offers, leads, or money models. It includes concepts like this, and this, and this, and a zillion more. And this will be for sale for $29.99 after this event. But for everyone here, you can get a free digital copy just for being here live now. So you get the Money Model system, you get the Money Models audiobook, and the Lost Chapters, all free. That's enough value, right? Yeah? Or is there even more? Because to not just read this stuff, but to actually use it, you're going to need the tools. So to make sure everyone who wants to start a business can use money models, one of my investment stipulations for school was that when the time was right, we could do 3 things. Number 1, add everything needed to make money models work into the platform itself, which with the features launching this month, we did. So that's number 1. Number 2, I wanted to give you enough free time to get going. So instead of 14 days free, you with me here today get not 14 days free, not 30 days free, not 45 days free, not even 60 days free, but 90 days free. And number 3, since inception, school's price has been $99 a month. It hasn't changed. But since you're here with me live today, for anyone who stays after the 90 days free, that gives you the time to get going to use this stuff, we drove down the price from $99 a month to only $9 a month. For life. But it's only for this book launch. So I'm proud to say, and maybe you'll agree with me, that we accomplished all 3. You can install the full money model stack into the platform. You have 7 times the free time to actually get going. 11 times cheaper price afterwards. So if you're an up-and-coming entrepreneur, this is your free tech starter kit. This is the best head start I can give you. I get it. I was broke. This is the head start I can give you. So you get the Money Model system, the Money Models audiobook, the Lost Chapters, and school, all free, and a lifetime lower rate after 90 days for $9. And so all those will be available Tuesday morning after the launch. So now at the beginning, I said I was going to help 2 types of people today. Up-and-coming entrepreneurs. I promised you I would help you get closer to that today for free, period. And I just delivered the Money Model system, free. The Money Models audiobook, free. The Lost Chapters, free. 90 days of school, free. And then 11 times lower price after that. Do you feel like I kept my promise? Hey guys, would you mind taking the slides down for a second? So when I started this, like thinking of this idea for this book and how I was going to present it to the world, the first thing that I wrote down was kind of just something that I wanted to say, and I tried to weave it into the presentation, and I couldn't get it to work the way I wanted to. And so I figured maybe I would just read it to you. So I hope you guys are cool with that. So I could only make this promise because I have a business, and I live in a country that allows me to do business. So I could give this stuff away that costs me money for free. And I want to tell you why now. So there's a mission I have here today. I want to show the world that one of us can start from nothing and achieve anything we put our hearts and minds to. So what do I mean by one of us? I mean the small business, the entrepreneur, entrepreneurs like you, like me, like all of us here together in this moment. We're the ones who, together, provide the jobs, create and innovate, and fuel the economy, no matter what country we're in. But we also take the most risk. We pay the most taxes. We work the longest hours. We miss more baseball games and dance recitals than any other group in the world. And all over the world, there are entrepreneurs, one of us, who are overworked. They're stressed out. They're worried about making payroll, about paying rent. And it shouldn't be like that. Because you, the entrepreneur, you're the ones who, along with your fellow entrepreneurs who sit with you here today, you're the ones who make the world go round. And not a single one of us should have to experience that stress, that overwhelm, that struggle, which is why I need your help. So sure, let's scale together, but let's do something more. To quote J.R.R. Tolkien in The Two Towers, there's some good in this world. It's worth fighting for. As you know, our mission has always been to make real business education accessible to everyone. But there's a deeper reason behind that mission, and I want to share it with you now. I think that if we can help our fellow entrepreneurs grow their business by even a tiny fraction of % each, the net effect could literally change the world. And that is the impact I want us to have together. As usual, I don't have a course to sell you. I just gave you all that stuff and more away for free. But I am so committed to helping our people change the world for the better that I do have an amazing gift I'd like to give you when you help me with this. So we can all agree that the stuff in this book works. Otherwise, we wouldn't be sitting here today. And if we accept that to be true, then we can also agree that the more businesses there are that have this book, the more we can help. The more we, this community of entrepreneurs, the very backbone of the world, the more we can work together to get this book into the hands of the people who need it. The more good we'll be doing for everyone. Which is why I'd like to invite you to do something big. So before I tell you what it is, to the beginners who just got all that free stuff, are you going to complain if I incentivize the business people to donate a ton of books? Great. Can you guys bring the slides back up? $100 million men, please bring out my table. Let's do this. All right. Well, then let's rock and roll. Oh, I need my clicker. There we go. Thank you. Are these guys great? Now, business owners, players, moneymakers, if you're in the game, I made this for you. I said I'd show you how it's in your best interest to help me, help everyone else, and how we can accomplish both our goals together. So I'm going to ask you to donate 200 books. That's $5,998 in book donations. Then I'm going to spend the next few minutes explaining why donating 200 books will be the best business decision that you make this year easily. Because 2 years ago, I'd already written the Money Models book. This is a picture of me at the last launch with the book when I showed it at the end. I'd already recorded the Money Models audio. I'd already assembled the Money Model system, the whole thing. And then I asked myself, if I wanted business owners to help me get these books in the hands of every entrepreneur in America, that's 32.5 million people, what would be the most valuable thing I could do to incentivize business owners to have them help me make it happen? My answer, working one-on-one with you to implement everything I know into your specific business today. So I did something crazy, or at least a little unorthodox. Only weeks after my last book launch, I started inviting business owners out to my headquarters for small, private, in-person workshops. And hearing that, you might be thinking, for a guy with an international 13 million plus person audience, offering small, private, in-person workshops using his actual portfolio team might be the dumbest, least scalable model imaginable. And you'd be right. If you didn't know why I did it. You see, I started these workshops weeks after the last launch to prepare for this one. And over the last 18 months, we met in person with over 1,026 plus small businesses across all these industries, a lot. And across all these different revenue brackets, also a lot. And I didn't do all these meetings, all these workshops, all these consultations because I thought they were scalable. They're not. I did it all for this moment, to get one thing, data. I wanted to know once and for all the problems you're dealing with right now, what's limiting your growth today, your bottlenecks at this moment, everything that's keeping you up at night, everything that's holding you back, everything that's keeping you stuck. And after meeting with 1,026 plus businesses in person, we codified everything. And every business's growth was constrained by one of four things. Leads, you can't get enough qualified prospects. Sales, you can't convert the prospects you got into customers. Delivery, you can't retain the customers you got long enough. Or you're doing the first three, but your bank account doesn't show it. So we developed complete systems to fully solve every constraint. 4 systems in total. The leads constraint, we solved the lead system. The sales constraint, created the sales system. The delivery constraint, created the delivery system. And the profit constraint, created the profit system. No small task. But here's what makes these systems different from everything else out there. These aren't theories. They're tested solutions, each developed by working with 1,026 plus real businesses directly. Every system contains the exact processes, scripts, and literal checklists we give our $35,000 plus advisory clients to break through their biggest constraints. And these aren't digital downloads or PDFs, and they never will be. They're just too valuable. And there's not some login that you'll never use or some file that you'll scroll through and then forget. This had to be a physical implementation system. You're getting something that you can hold, reference, and display on your shelf and implement from. Something with hard cost and real value. All bound together, organized by system in one premium binder. Each system contains its own set of playbooks. So let me show you what's inside. Don't worry, I'll make it nice and pretty for you. Here we go. There we go. Boom. All right. So, for the lead system, there's 4 playbooks. 1, 2, 3, 4. For the sales system, there's 3 playbooks. For the delivery system, there's 2 playbooks. And for the profit system, there's 3 playbooks. To solve all codified constraints. And given 1,026 plus business owners just paid $35,000 for just part of one playbook, just part of one of these, just part of one, that unlocks their specific business constraint. All 12 is $420,000 of real and true have charged for it value. And today, right now, I want to put all 12 in your hands when you help me put 200 books in the hands of the entrepreneurs who need them. That's $5,998 in book donations. And you're going to want to get them right now at go.acq.com. Now, I've got good news and I've got bad news. The good news is I secured a partnership through a firm to make it affordable to anyone who wants to donate. So even more of you who want to get the playbooks can. And if you qualify through a firm, you can donate books to get everything in your hands for as little as $249 a month, interest-free. And if you aren't seeing a firm, you can hit the little 3 dots on the top and then check out as guest. It's also on the bottom. That's if you're already logged into Shopify. Anyways, at $249 a month, it comes out to donating 2 books a week. That's it. And I made donating super easy by hiring and training 300 plus phone reps to help anyone out who has issues checking out. You'll see their number on any field checkout. Just call and they'll help you. But on top of that, when you support the other entrepreneurs by donating books, you won't have to wait until Tuesday for the free stuff. you'll get access to everything now. Now for the bad news. I only assembled 25,000 of these implementation systems. It's likely we'll sell 25,000 of these implementation systems. Just to put this in perspective, there are 113,000 of you here live. I also plan on emailing my 1.4 million person list with this offer. We also have 21,990 affiliates. And to be clear, that's not 21,990 people. That's 21,990 audiences, a mountain of people, which is already way more than the number of systems I assembled. And with 3 million plus people, we need less than 1% of businesses to donate. But historically, less than 1% is fairly low for a live book launch like this. For context, about 2% is a normal lead conversion rate for a live launch. My last launch, for example, we converted 56,506 out of 463,000, so 12.2%, significantly higher. Now, this is a different offer, but also way more people. So it's reasonable that we'll be at what I think between 3 and 5%, which would move all 25,000 quickly. Now, if you're wondering why I did this, it's for 2 reasons. 1, scarcity changes behavior, and I wanted to give the business owners who cared the most a good reason to act the fastest in the best ways I know how. And 2, I just didn't order enough. So if you want to guarantee yours, grab them now, because it's mathematically probable that we will sell the 25,000. And the donation deal will only get better, as you'll soon see. And for the ultra business owners who always ask, do you have anything more if we donate even more? For the first time ever, the answer is yes, and you will like it. It's the #1 request I've had from business owners for 4 years. It's a one-time thing I'm only doing for this launch. It includes access to me for 6 months, along with some serious goodies you'd only appreciate as a serious business owner, if you donate even more books. But you got to grab the 200 books to see that. You'll see that ultra business owner bonus on the 200 purchase confirmation page. Anyways, quick logistics. The 200 books you donate get sent to entrepreneurs who need them. You don't have to worry about physically storing or shipping the donated books. That was the #1 request from last year. If you want any copies for yourself, you'll get a code to get as many as you want, up to $199. Just pay shipping and handling whenever you redeem it. The code is good for a year. Any books that you don't use or give away, we will. And yes, this entire donation is a 100% dollar-for-dollar tax deduction for businesses. And to use a firm, remember, just check out as guest. Now, for all my international folks, I'm very proud to say the team worked so hard to do this. We're live in 50 countries, which is absolutely absurd. Last year, I think we had 8. All right, international shipping, by the way, super expensive because books are heavy and because physics is real. And to fly a book over an ocean, it costs money. So blame your governments for taxes and physics for existing. All right, that being said, I put on the screen quickly what countries we're going to right now. Basically, I had the option of expensive shipping or not shipping there at all. So we went with that. So while you guys check out, here's what you're getting. You're donating 200 books. You're getting 200 books of real value. And the first system that you're going to get is the Leads implementation system. These playbooks give you the tools to unlock unlimited leads for yourself, like how to scale ads with the Go to Ads playbook, how to write hooks that sell, not just get views with the hooks playbook, how to build a reputation that gets the right people to buy with the branding playbook, and build the operational flows to remove yourself from marketing entirely with the marketing machine playbook. So let's take a look inside. So, there we go. The first is the Go to Ads playbook. So if you ever hit a ceiling on your ad spend, your CPAs go crazy, CAC goes really high, can't scale past a certain point, this playbook gives you the exact process we follow to break through ad spend ceilings and keep scaling. So here's just a fraction of what's inside. The ad assembly process, which shows how to turn 5 ads into 600 ads per month using Hook Meet CTA. Our ad scaling strategy, which shows you how to target every customer segment from completely aware to most aware. This is how you actually scale creative and hooks to break into new markets and new customer segments. And the 70-20-10 framework, so you can juice winning campaigns way longer and duplicate them more easily. So that's the first playbook that you get inside of the Leads implementation system. The second is the Hooks playbook. If you create any content, ads, social media, emails, anything, this contains the 80-20 of hook writing from 35,000 plus pieces of content. Like, I didn't wake up with a viral video, right, and have people just appear. I had to will this. I had to force this. I had to do a lot of volume. And so here's a fraction of what's inside of what I'll show you. Proven formulas that work across every content type. Best performing hooks across all platforms, email, social, ads, everything. Simple checklists to create winning hooks every time. And so that's the second playbook that you get inside of the Leads implementation system. The third playbook you get is the brand playbook. And some of you guys may have noticed that direct response isn't working like it used to. This shows you how to build a premium brand that commands way higher prices and gets cheaper leads who buy more often. Cracking this enabled me to break through my $30 million plus revenue ceiling that I was stuck at for over 3 years. And so here's just a preview of what's inside. The exact topics and associations to pick and build the brand that gets you the customers and sales you want. The brand flywheel, how to reinforce, broaden, narrow, scale, or pivot a brand. The perfect positioning process to turn views into sales instead of just vanity metrics. So that's the third playbook that you're going to get inside of the Leads implementation system. The fourth is the marketing machine. So let's face it, making ads and content can be tiring. This is how you remove yourself as the face of your marketing. It took me 18 months to remove my face completely from Gym Launch while growing sales. So here's just a fraction of what's inside. 9 perpetual ad flows that generate fresh marketing content weekly. These are so sexy. A one-time setup that captures testimonials and ads from everything you already do. And the complete system to exit your face from marketing without losing sales. Without this, I would have never been able to sell Gym Launch. So if I were you, I'd be like, well, is there any proof? Glad you asked. Here's some proof this works. This is what we spent advertising this event to get you here. Up to $500,000 a day. You can't reach this scale without systems that scale with you. That was just August 13th. 280,000, 229,000, all right? And the result was 584,000 registrations and selling more books before this launch than we sold at the last launch. And using these playbooks and checklists, I grew from 0 to 13 plus million person audience across all platforms in 5 years. This is how you can will your brand and not luck it into existence. And using the tactics contained in the marketing machine, this puppy, is how we created 1,452 ads for this launch for just our first round of ads. We actually got a warning from Facebook because we neared our ad limit. I don't know if you've ever gotten that before, but if you have a system that can scale, that's what scale looks like. And these don't just work for me. This is Chris Howell. He's a commercial architect. He was able to scale his deal pipeline from a few deals a month to tripling his business's growth. And using these principles, Jorge was able to scale his ads and lead flow for his local pharmacy. He said, after launching the strategy your team gave us, business exploded, traffic surged by over 30%. We had to grow the team just to keep up the first month. And Ava, who's 19 years old, was able to take her content agency from 10 to 15 new deals a month to 40 to 60 new deals a month. And these were B2B high-ticket recurring sales. So that's your Leads implementation system. 4 playbooks that solve the biggest leads constraints we found in 1,026 plus businesses. So when you donate the $200, you're going to get all 4 playbooks, the Go to Ads playbook, the Hooks playbook, the Branding playbook, the Marketing Machine playbook, all free. You just go to go.acq.com. Now, there's more. The second system you get is the sales implementation system. Whether you can't get leads to show, can't close them when they do, or it's taking forever to get a yes, these playbooks show what we've done to solve these problems for good. So the first is the Lead Nurture playbook. At Allen, we analyzed every variable that increases shows across 100,000 appointments. The findings in this playbook contain the most data-driven show system that I'm aware of. So here's just a fraction of what you'll get. The 4 pillars of Lead Nurture, tactics to maximize speed, volume, personalization, and medium to get more schedules. The 16 actions we take to turn schedules into shows and achieve an 89% show rate that takes 0 skill. You just follow the checklist. And what's crazy is that most entrepreneurs waste time just obsessing over close rates. And there's nothing wrong with obsessing over close rates. But if you just follow a process, you can increase sales way more than any team training or new skills by just checking the list. So that's the first playbook you're going to get in the sales implementation system. The second is the closing playbook. So when I was living in motels at $100,000 in debt, my sales team couldn't close. I actually had to fly out. This playbook contains the exact closes I drilled them on to save my business. So here's a preview of what's inside. The 7 universal closes. They work no matter what a prospect says. They're the first 7 every salesman must memorize. And I've never seen these identified, and I've never included them in my content. because I was saving it for this. The reframe framework turns every question into a buying statement and gets avoiders to decide while real no's reveal their true concerns. And the urgency creation system, the words to say to make prospects buy now instead of thinking about it even when you have no deadline. So that's the second playbook that you get inside of the sales implementation system. The third is the proof playbook. Sales take too long because you don't have enough of the right kind of proof at the right times. This playbook solves that. So here's just a fraction of its contents. The belief continuum, how to move prospects from consideration to buying. The system that I use to capture volume of proof, so testimonials happen automatically and overwhelm competitors. So think proof over promise. It works in person and online. And the 13-point proof checklist that instantly diagnoses why your emails, ads, and calls aren't converting. So here's some proof this actually works. Here are my actual show rates for ACQ for this year using the Lead Nurture Playbook. Those are actual show rates. These are our close rates from this year. And I used over 213 examples of proof during this presentation following this 13-point proof checklist. And to prove this works for any business, not just ours, we actually used all three playbooks when working with a portfolio company, IBC Global, which is insurance. So here's a direct quote from the founder, Steve. We went from 20% to 61% conversion of all appointments. 3x our total appointments converted using the ACQ Nurture, closing, and proof process. Numbers are up and to the right big time. Think about what a different 20 to 61. And this is not a small business. And here's another portfolio company we used all three playbooks in. So this year, well-oiled operations took their close rates from 27% to 45%, a massive difference for the business, just following the process. So that's your sales implementation system. 3 playbooks to solve the biggest sales-related constraints we found in 1,026 plus businesses. So here's what you're getting. You're getting 200 books right off the bat, right, which you're donating. You're getting the lead system, which includes the Go-To Ads playbooks, which will show you how to break through the limitations for your ad scaling, which is one of the biggest issues that people can't scale on the front end. You're getting the hooks playbook. You're getting the branding playbook. You're getting the marketing machine playbook, all free. And then you're getting the sales system. You have Lead Nurture playbook to turn clicks into schedules and schedules into shows. At the end of the day, you can't sell people if they don't show up. Then you've got closing. So once they do show up, you can get them to buy. And we've got the proof checklist to make the whole thing happen faster. All 3 of those free. But we're not done. So next up you get, let's see if I put this without making it all fall over. And we stuck the landing. Did we stick the landing? There we go. All right. So the next is the delivery implementation system. This solves the 2 biggest constraints that kill profitability. Customers not paying enough and customers not staying long enough. The first is the lifetime value playbook. So if leads cost too much, it's common that they don't really cost too much, but that you make too little. The customer value multiplication framework helps solve this. So here's just a fraction of what's inside. The 8 ways customers can transact with your business, leverage all 8, and never worry about rising CAC again. Most businesses only use 1 or 2. That's what's crazy. 9 real, like actually work, cost-cutting frameworks that drop every saved dollar straight to your bottom line. And the customer value map, which shows how to maximize revenue per customer interaction ethically. So that's the first of the 2 delivery playbooks that you're going to get. The second is the retention playbook. So I've been in the recurring revenue business my entire life. Understanding churn has been a scientific process for me. Like show rates, it's not one thing. It's 100 small things, and you got to do them all. The good news, the hard part is figuring out what they are. The easy part is actually doing them. So here's a preview of what's inside. Real retention data from millions of memberships showing how to reverse engineer churn from engagement activation. Remember, I'm a co-owner of school. I see a lot of revenue that's recurring. I see a lot of memberships, and I have the data because it's all in one platform. The updated 5 horsemen retention for service-based businesses, and the complete 9-step churn elimination protocol with activation points and onboarding frameworks. So that's the second playbook you're going to get. But here's proof this works. So we use these in WeWhiten, a portfolio company of ours. They whiten teeth, if you didn't get that. And 2x'd how much customers were worth and how fast they paid. with the extra cash dropping straight to the bottom line. Want to guess how big of an impact it made? Which 7.5x profit per location. That's not a typo. Imagine that for a second. 7.5x per location across all 17 stores in 2 years without changing anything about their core services. They still whiten teeth. And only changing the money model. And to give you another example, here's our month 12 retention on school. This retention curve is how we have 15 plus million users on school, which means that we retain so well that we net more than one user per user, which makes school grow even faster. So here's proof this works, not just for my business, but any business. So this is what Eric and Amanda Eck, who own a digital art marketplace, said. AOV more than doubled. Result, better customers who pay faster, pay more, thank us for it. We've maintained revenue, improved margins, and we can breathe. Here's another. This is Paul Law, founder of Multiverse Beans, had to say. I attribute a lot of the growth to what you said to me at the workshop. Customer journey is what matters most. Overall, 66% growth for 7.5 months. So that's your delivery implementation system. 2 playbooks that solve the biggest delivery-related constraints we found in 1,026 plus businesses. So here's what you're getting. When you donate 200 bucks, you're getting the lead system, which includes go-to ads, hooks, branding, and marketing. And if you just use the hooks alone, like if you think about the front end of a business, the hook is how every single person actually starts going from cold to warm. If you were just able to increase the amount of people that just take that first step, everything else down funnel increases just from that one thing. And this is just one of the 4 playbooks that you get inside a lead system for free. On top of that, inside of the sales system, you have lead nurture, closing, and proof. If people are taking way too long to buy, it's because you don't have the right kind and enough at the right times of proof. And the checklist shows you how to do that. You'll get all 3 of those playbooks for free. On top of that, you'll get the delivery system, which shows you how to juice the hell out of LTV and retain customers once they start paying. Free. Next up, you get, but wait, there's more. The profit implementation system. This is the last constraint that kills businesses. You work all day, every day for the small percentage of cash left over at the end of the month. With a few tweaks, that number can be much bigger. These playbook contains the 3 lowest operational effort systems you can implement into a business to prove its cash position. So the first is the fast cash playbook. How to inject cash into a business using only what you've already got. Every business needs a way to generate cash quickly. Taxes, emergencies, extra payroll months, funding and expansion, or my personal favorite, just to give yourself a raise. So here's just a fraction of what's inside. Ready to send 7-day countdown email text promotion sequences tested on thousands of businesses. A quarterly cash calendar system with 90-day rotations so you can just set these and run them on a cadence. The fast cash checklist to help you pick and assemble your list, pick your offer, price it, and send it. This thing is awesome. So that's the first playbook that you get inside of the profit implementation system. The second is the pricing playbook. This contains my top 10 most used instant pricing-based profit optimizations. These are the first strategies that I would use to cover this donation. If I zapped into your position right now and I was just jumping into the business, this is the first thing I would use. So here's a preview of what's inside. 10 instant pricing optimizations. For example, going monthly to 28-day cycles, that's an 8.3% increase in billing. That's just one of 10 different optimizations that are in here. And that's bullet 1. The next is 17 pricing algorithms. They explain if this, then that. If at full capacity and need help, do X. If at full capacity and don't, do Y. And just to put this in perspective, if you were to implement all of these, assuming you had none and you didn't change sales, it would represent a gigantic increase in profit. And I have yet to meet a business that has every one of these installed. The third is the price raise playbook. This is the last of the 3 profit implementation playbooks. If you raise prices, you make more doing the same or less work. This is the highest leverage thing you can send tomorrow. So here's just a fraction of what you'll get inside. How to find your pricing sweet spot without losing customers or needing fancy analytics. The price raise method with trap doors to keep select customers without playing favorites. And the price raise letter. Tested by hundreds of businesses, fill in the blanks, and send. This thing is gold. It's amazing. I've tested this with so many different types of businesses. Like, this is awesome. So here's proof this works. Part of how Gym Launch sold $16,000 packages in a market with a $32,000 median income was fast cash plays. We gave them the skills to make the money to afford the help they needed. And the result of these pricing levers, when used together, were gym launches' actual gross margins. And so here's proof this works, not just for my business, but any business. So here's Corey. He owns ProShine HVAC duct cleaners. This is what he said. These principles were super easy to implement in my business, almost like finding $100 bills everywhere I went. After sitting down with my business, I'm fairly confident to say this brought 15 to 20% back on my business that was just sitting there. Think about your business. If you drop 15 to 20% more to the bottom line, would that be a big deal? Probably. Just from doing things that were already there, just repositioning. And here's what Tuzaint said, who owns a marketing agency that sells to stem cell clinics. The pricing playbook alone, this guy, paid for my VAM workshop. Before using it, I had a lot of friction increasing LTV for my clients due to selling a high-ticket offer. I read the book on my flight home, implemented Alex's tactics, and not only did we triple LTV, we also tripled the amount of clients who were signing up, all due to the positioning tactics in the playbook. And I don't know about you, tripling LTV, tripling the amount of customers you sign up, good. And so here's more proof the pricing playbook works for any business. So James Patrick, he's a health consultant. If you guys are looking for feedback on $100 pricing, this stuff is gold. An easy read on our flight to have clarity on how to make X, Y, Z. Frank LaRosa, Elite Recruiting. You can tell Alex's pricing playbook is one of the best books ever I've ever read in terms of having immediate impact when I roll these out. Roof Leopard. We get no's due to our pricing and are closing at 42% close rate this season while increasing our average ticket from last year by $5,500. That's per sale increased by $5,500. Not bad. Now, these are businesses that used the price raise playbook, this puppy. So Danielle Thompson, we took our price from $115 per month to $196 every 4 weeks. We were super scared to send the letter, but it ended up being the single best decision we made as a business. And here's Steven. I rolled out this price increase letter to 32 clients. Honestly, I wasn't sure it would land. Raising memberships by $226 a month, added $226, right? It ended up being the single fastest revenue lever I've ever pulled in business, ever. Stephanie took my price from $200 to $396 and $516 a month. It was the best decision we have made for our business, and we have not looked back since. And Leander implemented a 78% membership price hike across 700 subscriptions. It was a bold move, but it allowed me to significantly boost revenue, reinvest the member experience, and elevate the perceived value of the brand. Looking back, it was one of the best decisions we made for long-term growth. So that's your profit implementation system. 3 playbooks to solve the biggest profit-related constraints we've found in 1,026 plus businesses. So here's what you get in the $100 million Money Models implementation system. Ooh, doesn't that look nice? There we go. Oops. Ooh, that could have been bad. There we go. Okay. So here's what you're getting. When you donate $200 to entrepreneurs who need them, you're getting the entire lead system, all 4 playbooks, go-to ads, hooks, branding, and the marketing machine so you can remove your face from making content or ads if you so desire, free. You're getting the sales system, which includes lead nurture, closing, and proof, so you can accelerate your sales and accelerate your cash flow cycle over and over by just installing these checklists, free. You're also getting the delivery system, which includes increasing LTV and retaining customers longer through one of which, the churn elimination protocol, free. And the profit system, which includes fast cash, pricing, and the price raise letter that you can immediately send. That's the lowest operational drag thing. If I were to jump into your business tomorrow, I would start with the profit implementation playbook, and boom. All solving the real constraints of 1,026 plus real businesses like yours. So this isn't theory. These are the solutions we charge $35,000 for, to be clear, plus obviously 1 day of in-person delivery. So think of these as your treasure map for scaling from where you are to where you want to go. And today you get all 12 playbooks free when you donate 200 books to entrepreneurs who need them. There we go. So if you want all 12 implementation playbooks, go to go.acq.com right now. And if you qualify through a firm, you can donate the books and get everything in your hands for as little as $249. Again, interest-free if you qualify. And if you're not seeing it, just make sure you check out as a guest. All right? There's one at the top and the bottom you can click. And if you have trouble checking out, we have 300 phone reps who are there to help you get support. All right? And while you're checking out, let me show you how we're going to make sure you implement the right solution at the right time for you. So imagine you're about to begin on this quest. But what happens when you hit a roadblock specific to your exact business situation? Most people get stuck and give up. I couldn't personally consult with everyone, but I had an idea that changed everything. So I told you that we met with 1,026 plus businesses who paid over $35,000 each. That's $35 million in advisory work. But one thing I left out is I also personally met with 226 plus businesses that paid $135,000 or more each for me to one-on-one break down their business. Now, look at this behemoth. I compiled all my notes on each of the 226 businesses that I worked with one-on-one. If I spaced out working with all those businesses with no weekends, it would be one business every other day, end to end, for 2 years. And look, I took pictures of all of them. A truly backbreaking amount of work. And I definitely didn't do it because one-on-one consulting in person scales, but because the biggest issue I continue to have is people asking, hey, Alex, what should I do to grow my business? And I really desperately want to answer that question for you. But there's only so many hours in the day, and I still have my main job at ACQ. So I personally documented the exact problems and solutions for 226 plus businesses. I did this monstrous amount of work that can't scale for a very particular reason: to build something that can. So here's what I did. For every business I met with, we had intake calls, we took down their stats, their industry. I took extensive notes, we did a constraint analysis, I personally delivered the recommendations in person, I documented their exact problems and solutions, exactly what they would need to act on and in what order, and organized follow-up to give them their next steps. Now, to all my folks who paid $135,000, don't worry, your data is protected, your data is safe. But again, I personally consulted every business, recorded every intake call, every constraint analysis, every recommendation, every follow-up call, all my actual notes. I recorded all of it, all in preparation for this very moment. Violent, obscene, ruthless, wise. ACQ AI, custom trained on everything. So I trained a custom AI on everything. My end-to-end analysis of each of the 226 plus businesses, every constraint, every solution, every implementation step, plus all 3 books, offers, leads, and money models. Then I trained it on all the implementation playbooks that you just got, the leads implementation playbooks, the sales implementation playbooks, the profit implementation playbooks, the delivery implementation playbooks, and I plugged it into this AI so we have consistent inputs and outputs. Now, I worked with a lot of businesses over the last 2 years. Here's just a few of them. We had pest control, carpet cleaning, restaurants, waste management, logistics, cannabis, lighting, legal, accounting, wealth, tax, financial advisors, marketing agencies, content creators, influencers, media companies, roofing, construction, remodelers, real estate brokerages, lenders, real estate agents, real estate investors, fund managers, crypto funds, web design, IT services, content ads, branding agencies, design shops, online coaches, gyms, nail salon, hair salon, massage therapy, med spas, auto repair, coaching courses, community owners, online businesses, e-commerce, car dealerships, logging, franchisers, meal prep, e-commerce brands, virtual assistant agencies, recruiters, insurance, physical therapy, B2B SaaS, B2B services, B2C SaaS, B2C services, cash practice, general practitioners, dentists, surgeons, urgent cares, pharmacies, HVAC, plumbing, lawn care, and residential and commercial cleaning. So if you're wondering, but will it be able to help with my specific business? Yes, for 3 reasons. First, that was 60 of them. I did more than 4 times that. Second, because I probably helped a business exactly like yours, not once, but multiple times. Some bigger, some smaller, some exactly the same size. And third, even if I hadn't found or worked with one exactly like yours, you should want insights from outside your industry. That's how you get ahead. Result, you get answers in minutes that would take you years of trial and error to discover on your own. And the best part, you'll never have to wonder, what would Alex do in my specific situation again? And so if the playbooks are your map, then ACQ AI is your vehicle to getting there. This is the first time this data has ever been made available to anyone, and at no small cost. And if this sounds absurdly valuable, it's because it is. Normally, a fraction of this intelligence would cost $135,000 per consultation. It's literally the most valuable thing I can give you. In fact, many of the faces that you see behind me paid at least that. And after spending $135,000 on that work, the average business rated a 9.54 out of 10. It was a lot of work. And to be clear, these are experienced business owners. But numbers on a page can get overwhelming. So why don't we just ask them if they thought it was worth it? So if you guys could use the incredibly scientific method of holding your fingers up from 1 to 10, 1 being bad, 10 being great, could you tell everyone who's watching whether it was worth it? Can I get some fingers? So don't believe me, believe them. So why would I give away such an unstoppable machine? Well, let's not pretend that I'm just giving this away, because I'm not. There's a catch. But before I tell you, books, experiences, tutors changed my life more than anything, which is why I want to get these books in the hands of every entrepreneur in America and eventually the world. And if you're already donating 200 bucks and see how this AI tool is more valuable than any one-off consulting that people even pay $135,000 for, and will give you hilariously more value than hiring another mid-level employee or vendor with a fraction of the experience, and is way faster than trying to figure out everything for yourself through years of trial and error. And again, to put this in perspective, not even counting that this AI is trained on all 3 of my books, all 12 of the implementation playbooks, the leads playbooks, the sales playbooks, the profit playbooks, the delivery playbooks, and $31 million of real cash value advisory work alone. And more than 2 years of my life meeting with businesses one-on-one, day in and day out. And before I tell you the additional books you need to donate to get this free, let me ask you a question. How much is knowing exactly what to do with your business worth to you? How much is getting the right strategy without years of trial and error worth to you? How much is having the answer to your biggest business problem in minutes to your exact specifications worth to you? How much is unlimited access to intelligence that never sleeps worth to you? Donating an extra 1,000 books, 2,000 books, 5,000 books, 30,000 books? Hold that number in your head, for real. Actually think about the number. Like, what amount of books would you be willing to donate for that? If you knew beyond a shadow of a doubt this custom-trained AI would help you solve your biggest constraint, which you can't because all business involves risk and your execution will vary. But if it did, wouldn't it be worth at least that much? So if I price this with 2,500 more books on top of the 200, I think it would be beyond reasonable. 2,500 more books to get $31 million of consulting value at your fingertips. And that's why the ACQ AI is definitely a bargain at not 2,500, but 1,000 more books. And consider this. If all this did was give you the one solution to the problem that's been holding your business back for years, or allow you to see an opportunity from the outside of your industry that lets you leapfrog all your competition, or save your business from one catastrophic mistake. If all this did was give you the confidence to make your next big move, knowing it's built on a foundation of hundreds of real-world businesses like yours, wouldn't it be worth it? I think so too. Which is why it's an even bigger bargain at not 1,000 books, but 400 more books. Because even if only one single time you get one actionable answer to your exact specification with 10 times the clarity at 100 times the speed, it's the same thing these high-level, amazing business owners paid $135,000 for. And they did that because you only get to that level by understanding the value of risk and speed. And the best part is you only invest once, but get to leverage it to your exact specifications as many times as you want. Which is why leverage, like skills, is one of the best investments. Look, if I had taken that $31 million from consulting and just parked it somewhere, it'd just be a pile of money. Who cares? But instead, I took 2 years of my life and the fruits of all that labor and put it into an AI tool that you can use. So which would you rather have? 400 books worth of cash, or the help you need to get to where you want to go with the custom ACQ AI trained on everything, 24/7 on demand? Right, me too. Which is why this may really be the best offer I've ever given at not 400 extra books, but only 200 extra. And because I want each and every one of you, truly serious ultra ballers, to have an unfair advantage, to 2x, 5x, or 10x your business over time. And I know how game-changing having the right answer at the right time has been for me. And I want this to be within your financial means, but still a serious decision. I'm not going to ask you to donate 400 more bucks. I'm not even going to ask you to donate 200 more bucks. And given this tool adds clarity, structure, speed, volume, and wisdom, it only makes sense that this has a real cost. And it only makes sense to do right by everyone who's ever invested in the development of this project. All these amazing people behind me. Which is why I'm going to give you access to the ACQ AI, custom trained on everything, for an extra donation of, an extra one-time book donation of, free, with the original 200 book donation. So yes, it's all included when you donate 200 books. As my way of saying thank you to all the players for putting books in the hands of entrepreneurs who need them. You guys are all amazing. So, let me quickly recap what you're getting when you donate 200 books at go.acq.com. And if you're like, should I go now? You should go now. Here's what you're getting. You donate 200 books to entrepreneurs who need them. That's $5,998 in absolute, clear, unquestionable value. On top of that, you're getting the lead system to solve your leads constraints. If you're not getting as many qualified prospects as you need, we created these literal checklists and scripts to follow to solve the constraint. Free. The hooks, the go-to ads, branding, and the marketing machine. Next, you get the sales system, which includes lead nurture, closing, and the proof checklist. So if right now you're not converting as many people and they're not converting as fast as you want, this is what it's for. Free. All of it. Next, you have the delivery system. If delivery is your constraint, you're not making enough profit per customer, LTV needs to expand, or people are just churning out the back end. These checklists help you solve that problem. Both of these, free. And you get the profit system, fast cash pricing, and the price raise letter, things that you can immediately do in your business tomorrow to improve how sales are perceived and how you can price that can ultimately drive the most profit. Not a promise, just saying that's how it works. All four of those systems free. Plus, the ACQ AI trained on $31 million of consulting that took me 2 years to build and put together so that I could train this AI on the best first-party data I possibly could. Free. When you help me, help other entrepreneurs by donating 200 bucks. But I've got one more free gift for you guys when you do. The ACQ Virtual Implementation Workshop. And you're like, does Alex have a prop for this? Hell yeah, I have a prop for this. Boom, look at that. Doesn't that look nice? Looks nice, doesn't it? All right, there we go. To make sure you use the AI to the best of its ability, I want to walk you through the same process that people pay $35,000 or even $135,000 for and love it. So when you donate 200 books, you'll also get the ACQ Implementation Virtual Workshop. So I'll be personally leading you through the entire implementation process to find the playbook that will give you the highest return today, which one you'll need next, and how to best use ACQ AI to implement it. At the virtual workshop, you'll identify which constraint gives you the maximum return on effort using our most effective frameworks to help you use ACQ AI to find and create leverage. You'll pinpoint whether your bottleneck is demand or supply, and then install what I call quad promotional funnels that allow you to scale across both sides of the business. You'll leave with a clear roadmap showing which playbook to start with for maximum impact, personalized by the ACQ AI for your exact business. The result? You'll get clear on what's holding you back, then know which playbooks to use to solve the issue and unlock what I call leverage growth, and use ACQ AI to maximize it. So if the playbook's your map, think of the ACQ AI as your vehicle, and think of the workshops as your guide. Now, to put this in context, an in-person version of this is $35,000 run by my team, all right? So I'm not involved. $35,000 run by my team in person one day. This experience is virtual and it's led by me. Now, here's just a few happy stories of the in-person one run by my team. Joshua Tomlinson, I followed Alex's content for a long time. Expectations super high. Needless to say, absolutely delivered. Happy Bay Construction. We've never been to an event packed with so much value in 2 days. No fluff, straight business, worth every penny. Sarah, been to Vegas twice now, can say without hesitation, helped my business tremendously. Mike Lynch, one of the best high-level business events I've ever been to, highly recommend for every business owner. Julie, nearly instant ROI every time I come here. They go above and beyond to make sure you get exceptional value. And there's just, honestly, the best things we've ever done. You can keep going. Left with clarity, bunch of great notes, some solid connections, great follow-up, right? I could definitely do it again, recommend a friend. Like, I can keep going. There's just a lot of these, a lot of these. And you get access to the ACQ virtual event for free when you support 200 entrepreneurs by donating books. So here's what you're getting. You get the 200 books. You get the lead system, free. You get the sales system, free. You get the delivery system in both playbooks, free. The profit system in all 3 playbooks, free. Again, these are hard copies inside of a premium bound binder. On top of that, ACQ AI, training on 226 plus businesses, probably 1 or 2 that are just like yours, maybe 1 bigger, 1 smaller, that you can immediately ask questions to about your specific business and the next thing you need to do. And the virtual workshop to make sure that you know how to maximize all of this material so you can unbottleneck your business and grow without restraint. All free when you donate 200 books. So just go to go.acq.com. Now, if you want my competitive advantage to be yours for less than the cost of a Chipotle burrito every day, which is $8.33 with Affirm, just go to go.acq.com right now. Now, I've seen many of you already donating books during this presentation, and it makes me incredibly grateful, so thank you. But I also know that some of you still have a question or two. So before I bring out our 5 mystery headliners, let me address some of the questions I expect people to have. So let me just be upfront. This is a significant commitment, right? So let me just be direct here. If you've gotten value from my free nuggets, my free YouTube videos, my free podcast, my free scaling roadmap, my free audiobooks, my free keynotes, my free newsletter, Mosey Minute, my free courses, my free events, please donate some books. Which you can do here, now, at go.acq.com. And if you haven't gotten value, then please don't. I really mean that. With that said, while you guys check out, I want to share something cool with you. Over the last year, I've been studying risk-reward decision-making frameworks of the wealthiest people in history. People like Rockefeller, Paul Getty, Bezos, Musk. And what amazed me was a common theme. These guys had to make huge bets and go all in multiple times, and those moments are the inflection points in their lives and wealth. For example, Elon, age 26, exits first business, Zip2, gets $22 million in cash. Most people retire here, but then he goes all in on his next thing, a payment platform. 31, exits PayPal, $175 million in cash to him. Most people for sure retire here, but he then goes all in again on his next thing, rocket cars and solar. Then, age 37, SpaceX almost runs out of money, puts everything he has on the line on his 4th launch, makes it happen, and SpaceX is saved. But wait, there's more. At age 46, Tesla's 1 month from running out of money. He risks his entire net worth again to borrow money to float the company and eventually turns the corner with the Model S. And today, 54, now the richest man in the world with 3 of the most valuable companies ever and positioned for more growth. And all of the others have the same wild stories because they have a different and superior understanding of risk and reward. Bezos actually has 2 of my favorite quotes on risk and reward of all time. The first was the opener of my $100 million offers book. Outsized returns often come from betting against conventional wisdom. And conventional wisdom is usually right. Given a 10% chance of 100 times payoff, you should take that bet every time. But you're still going to be wrong 9 times out of 10. We all know that if you swing for the fences, you're going to strike out a lot. But you're also going to hit some home runs. The difference between baseball and business, however, is that baseball has a truncated outcome distribution. When you swing, no matter how well you connect with the ball, the most runs you can get is 4. In business, every once in a while, when you step up to the plate, you can score 1,000 runs. This long-tail distribution of returns is why it's important to be bold. Big winners pay for so many experiments. He also has my second favorite quote of his. It's short and sweet, but it's one that I think of a lot, partially because I don't read paragraphs to myself. Humans tend to overestimate risk and underestimate opportunity, which led to one conclusion. History rewards us for being bold. Because I know some of you guys are stuck trying to figure out your next move, scaling like crazy, trying to keep the wheels on the bus, and some of you guys are just trying to stop the bleeding. And I've noticed this common theme for myself in business, is that at every sticking point I reach, there's usually some big bet I have to make to get to the next level. And so I like to remind myself of this when I don't feel courageous. And so each of these figures had moments where they had to make high-stakes decisions multiple times, not just once, multiple times, and go all in to get to the next level. And since decisions are the highest leverage actions that we can take, I thought sharing some of the decision frameworks and bets that shaped my career might be some of the highest leverage value that I can give you. Is that okay? I think they're cool. Sweet. 10 decisions and frameworks that changed my life. So big decision number one was quitting my job to become an entrepreneur. So I'm on the phone with a close friend, Victor. He was my first free client, by the way, pacing around my apartment, probably for the 50th time, debating if I should quit my job and start a business or not. And so I'm saying things like, what if it doesn't work? What if I run out of money? I'm doing okay. Why should I change anything? I've got a lot going on already. Things are super busy right now. And like a good friend, he listened, and he waited for me to list all my reasons, and then he said something I'll never forget. He said, dude, the only thing that's guaranteed is that if you risk nothing, get nothing. It sounds like all your reasons not to do it are the reasons you should do it. And what's crazy is we actually both quit our jobs after that conversation within the next few weeks. And I drove across the country to become an entrepreneur. And I can safely say that was the best decision I ever made, and my friend Victor helped me. Which led me to big decision number two, learning the gym business. So I drive across the country. This is the actual picture when I got to California, when I actually showed up. So I find this gym expert on the internet, drive across the country straight to his gym, and I took this picture. I actually found it. Anyways, I think it's kind of cool. And so anyways, after driving 36 hours, I didn't know what to expect. And so as soon as I sit down, he offers me to join his gym owner group for $10,000. So I froze. I'm 22 years old, right? And I tell him, I'm not sure if I'm at the point in my business career to make an investment like this. But Sam says to me, have you ever made a decision like this before? I say, no. He says, you only have to answer 3 questions. And if you answer no to any of them, then don't do it. Deal? I said, sure. He said, will this get you closer or further from your goals? I said, yes. He said, great. He said, does it increase your chances versus doing it on your own? Yes or no? I said, yes. And he said, do you have access to the money to get started? Yes or no? I said, yes. He said, well, since you said yes to all 3, it's a logical decision, so I don't think you'll regret it. And so I did it. I invested in me. And it ended up being one of the best decisions, the best investments I've ever made. It was the first big domino that moved me in this direction. And to be clear, that one group isn't why I'm here today. But the decision to invest in learning skills is. It was the first big investment I made, so I always frame these decisions directionally rather than absolutely. So instead of asking, will this thing scale, save XYZ my business? Answer, it certainly won't. Only you can do that. But instead I ask, does this get me closer or further from my goals? And for me, when the answer is yes, I move forward knowing I'll figure the rest out along the way, which you can do by going to the link below at go.acq.com. And despite being terrified to spend that kind of money, I did. And that decision ended up being one of the largest factors to why I'm here today. So here's what happened next. I go to my first gym owners meeting. Remember, I don't own a gym, okay? And so big decision number 3, what kind of gym model should I start? Bodybuilding, powerlifting, fitness. I was into all these different things. And so I show up at the meeting. I wasn't even sure if I was ready to be in a room like this. And my turn to talk comes up. So I say, I want to start a 10,000 square foot gym. And immediately all the gym owners jump on me. And they're like, never go over 5,000 square feet for a training studio. And I was like, oh, okay, got it. Write it down. And then I mentioned some specific equipment I wanted to get. And they said, no, you don't need that. You can get most of that stuff for 10 cents on the dollar at auctions. I was like, oh, didn't know that. Great. And then I said, okay, well, I want to rent retail space. $5 a foot is what I'm thinking. They're like, no, you can never go above 150. I was like, oh, got it. And so in 30 minutes, they saved me probably 5 years and $250,000. Like I couldn't have gotten a higher ROI if I tried. And that's when I realized just how steep the price of ignorance is. It's a tax we all pay in time or money, and we pay with whatever we value least. But we pay the ignorance tax either way. These decisions, to be clear, I made before I was ready, but I think of them now like a rocket ship. A small directional change in the beginning can create huge changes down the line, good or bad. So sometimes starting before you're ready is exactly when you benefit the most. It's also why I secured financing through a firm which works out to $249 a month for anyone who qualifies and wants to donate books. Just remember, check out his guest if you want to use financing. To be clear, don't be dumb. I've tried to make it so anyone who's motivated to donate can and can get it. Just hit the link at the bottom now and you can walk through the steps. All right, anyways, the decisions that Sam and that group helped me make set me on this better path, which led me to big decision number 4, starting with my first gym and my partner who never was. So Sam connects with another gym owner in the area and says, we should partner up and start a bigger gym together. So 2 weeks before the gym opens, my 2B partner says, hey, we should go to this workshop. It's $3,000. They promise if you don't make $10,000 at the end of the workshop, you can get your money back. I was like, okay. So $3,000 was still a lot to me at the time, but it sounded like stuff I needed to learn. So I paid, and I went with him to Las Vegas. So I'm going to give you a spoiler here. I didn't make 10 grand. I didn't even make $1 from the workshop. But I did learn a little skill called Facebook ads in 2012. So this is totally crazy. But that arrow that's pointing to that picture, so a friend of mine was actually there. He sent me this picture, I want to say, within the last 6 months. And this is from 2012, so 13 years ago. So he was there, and this is actually at the workshop. Anyways, I think that for me it's cool. I mean, maybe when you get older, you like pictures of little moments. So anyways, my 2B partner didn't make $10,000 either, all right? But here's the difference. He got upset and he asked for a refund. But I didn't because I saw how I could use this to get people into my gym. Now, the night before we had to sign the lease, my 2B partner, who never was, backed out. So I had to come up with his half and my half, which is why I didn't have enough for 2 rents and slept on the floor. For those of you who know that story, that's why. But learning to run ads in exchange for my $3,000 investment, yeah, you could say it worked out for me in the long run. And so the bottom line is this. For the right person, ROIing should be the least of their concerns. Because to winners, learning skills is always worth it. And winners only become winners by taking action before they are. And that's how they win. But if you just need to take a bet on yourself, then do it. You're the only asset you can ever lose, and so investing in you is the best long-term move you can make, with this or anything. And I made it easy for you at go.acq.com. Now that takes me to big decision number 5, find a way or make a way. So I open my gym, and I get a chairs and table from a dealership down the street for free. So they put these out on their lawn. You can see a picture there. I just only bought equipment, and then I realized that no one had anywhere to sit, and I had nowhere to sign anyone up. And so I was like, oh, God. And so I saw this out front of this car dealership, and they're like, you want it? And so they actually helped me bring it back. Anyways, little story. So I pull these things from across the street for free. I run my first ads, and I sign up 22 members. And this sounds silly now, but like that table with 22 signups was actually a huge accomplishment to me. For years when I would look at that picture, I used to get really choked up about it. Now I feel nothing. I'm kidding. But I actually remember it was a huge, I went to a new city I'd never been to, and I signed up 22 people. It was like a huge deal. And so what's interesting is that one of those members totally changed my perspective. Her name was Jamie. And so she was a single mom, 4 kids, 1 job, comes in, says she wants to lose weight. I told her the price. She said she couldn't afford it. And so I paused, as you should. And then she finally said, you know what? I'm going to do it anyways. I'll figure it out. And so she ended up crushing it and doing an awesome job. And so later I asked her, I said, hey, what'd you end up doing to pay for this so that I could tell other people, right, who said they can't afford it? She said, I drove Uber 1 day a week when the kids were at their dad's. I was just resourceful. And so in that moment, she taught me the difference between resources and resourcefulness. Everyone thinks you need the first, but you only need the second. And as a single mom with 4 kids, you can imagine she could have easily said she didn't have the money. But it just came down to priorities. She just decided that this was more important than the least important thing she was doing and spending money on, and made the trade. And so sometimes I have to remind myself of that, where I'm like, do I want this thing? Yes. What else am I spending time and money on? What is the least important thing that I'm spending time and money on? Am I willing to trade that for this other thing that I want more? If the answer is yes, I make the trade. And so whenever I like to think of my situation, if I think it's hard, right, I think about Jamie, and I'm reminded that there's always someone who's had it worse and done better. And I actually found one of her first progress pictures, and she actually ended up losing over, I think, close to 100 pounds. This isn't her full before and after, but I just thought it was kind of cool. Little history. And she did that by focusing on her resourcefulness, not her resources. And the best way to increase resourcefulness is to learn new skills. It's why I distilled all the practices into playbooks and checklists so you can just follow them. Each playbook you can get through in 1 sitting. That's how I designed them. This is not the time of more information. This is time of how do I just have the checklist that I can follow, that I can implement to immediately see a change. And it took me time that you don't have to pay to figure out the 100 ways to do it wrong. With these playbooks, you can just start with what works so you stop wasting time on what doesn't by donating 200 books at the link below. Which led me to big decision number 6, learning high-ticket sales and services. So my gym's growing, but not fast enough. So I reached back out to the guy who ran the workshop. He had like 10 gyms at the time, and I asked him, can you help me grow my gyms faster? He said, sure, and then told me the largest price I'd ever heard. And of course, my initial reaction was, I'm not so sure. So he says to me, I'm not here to convince you to spend money you don't have. My goal is to help you save time you haven't spent. You're going to have to figure this out to get to where you want to go. So you're going to buy these lessons either way. And everything you're telling me is that your business isn't growing fast enough. So you're already paying for this with time. So the question is that how you want to still pay? Because you can pay with time or money, but only one of them you can get back. Which is why I made this to save you time and money. If you're ready to avoid the ignorance tax, the only kind of legal tax, by the way, that you can avoid, you can go to go.acq.com. So anyways, I do it. I make the investment, I fly across the world, and I learned about semi-privates and how to sell higher ticket services. And you could say that investment worked out pretty good. And by the way, I actually went there. He was super busy. And he had his secretary, he said, hey, can you just take this guy out for the day? So I have 57 pictures of me in Australia in random places, just me alone, where they took pictures, and then I met up with him later that evening so he could teach me all this stuff. So just a fun story. So that led me to big decision number 7, going all in on the skills needed for gym launch. So at this point, I only know how to run ads locally. I need to learn how to run them globally. And I reached out to a bunch of ad agencies, but I couldn't afford their services. And so finally I get on the phone with one guy and I ask if he'll just tutor me. He says no. But I was so desperate. I was like, well, what would it take? Which, by the way, a way better question to ask yourself and others if you truly want something. But anyways, he says way more than I was prepared for. So I hesitated. And so he says, think about it like this. Over the next 12 months, you're going to spend this money either way. That money's already gone. So it's not about spending it. It's about where it goes. So you're going to keep spending it on stuff that doesn't move the needle, ads that flop, leads you waste, sales you don't close, hires that don't deliver. Or you're going to exchange it for something that builds your business. Because money only has value when it's exchanged for something better. And what's a better trade than the skills you need to build the business you want? So I did it. And I became the best student I possibly could and learned what I needed to advertise B2B and start launching gyms, which ended up being one of the best investments I ever made. And my hope is to provide the same opportunity for you and 200 other entrepreneurs, which you can support by donating books at the link below. Again, your life will be different from mine, so will your results. I share this to explain how I made my decisions that changed my life and make big bets when I wasn't sure what to do, not to guarantee an outcome for yours. Which led to big decision number 8, my next big bet on skills. So fast forward, gym launch works, but we've plateaued. For 3 years, I'm stuck at 30 million plus-ish a year. And I get on this podcast, and I start, to talk about a company I'm a huge fan of. And the host of the podcast says that the founder is a personal friend of his, and he can make an intro. So I asked him to, and he did. And at the time, the founder said his company was doing $1 billion a year in sales. This guy was the richest person I ever spoken to at the time. So we talked for a while, and I asked him what he thought I should do to get unstuck. So he tells me, it sounds like you just need a different way to advertise. So I immediately counter with him, like, hey, well, I've tried some stuff in the past before, and it didn't work out. So I'm not sure if that'll work. Let me just see how my current initiatives are shaking out. I got some coals in the fire. Let me see how those work out. Now, this guy doesn't need to help me, but he just drops this bomb on me instead. He says, if you've done something like this in the past and it didn't work, the only thing worse than making one bad investment is letting a bad investment prevent you from making a good one. And if you do, you let it burn you twice. He says, listen, imagine you could go back in time and talk to your younger self opening your first gym. I say, yeah, okay. So he continues, would you have things to tell him about what to do differently? I was like, yeah, of course. He said, right. But now imagine younger you doesn't listen and says, I'm super busy right now. I've got some initiatives I want to take care of. I've got some coals in the fire. It's not a priority. I'll get to it later. You get it? He said, that's what I'm trying to do for you right now. You're only hesitant because you can quantify what you have to lose, but not what you stand to gain. And that's why making big bets is so hard and why so few people make them. So I made the investment of time and money into content. It's been one of the best investments I've ever made. And so if you're feeling any of the same hesitations, that might be your business telling you exactly what it needs. Because it isn't about the timing being perfect. It's about solving what's making the timing feel imperfect. And if that sounds logical, go donate some books. If it doesn't, that's cool too. which led me to big decision number 9. So there are moments in your life where everything branches, right? You can probably think of some of these now. If I hadn't gone to that coffee shop or signed up for the XYZ class, this thing wouldn't have happened. For me, one happened 8.5 years ago when I was swiping on my phone during lunch. So I saw this fit Persian chick and figured, why not? But what's crazy is that if I had swiped the other way, I wouldn't have met her. And I shudder to think what my life would be without Layla in it. And I think about this a lot because without her, I wouldn't be where I am today. And the thing is there's a version of you 6 months or 6 years from now, looking back on this moment, wondering, what if I hadn't taken that step? What if I hadn't gotten what I needed? What if I hadn't learned that one thing that completely unlocked the business growth for me? What if I hadn't repositioned my offer in a way that allowed more people to want to buy it, more people to be interested, my salespeople to sell all of a sudden? All of a sudden, way more people are showing up. I'm getting more clicks in. Again, not a promise, but imagine if these things could happen. If you went back to this moment, you're like, man, I can't imagine what would happen if I hadn't done that. Which is why it's worth taking the leap and being bold. So if you feel like taking a leap and being bold, go donate books, help 200 other entrepreneurs, and you can get all of this that you can see. Which brings me to one of the biggest leaps we made together. Decision number 10, buying this building, which I'm actually in right now. So we weren't sure if it made sense for us to get a building, and definitely not this big given the nature of the business at the time, right? We just, it was a holding company. And when we were considering the decision, we came down to this framework. When we're old, will this matter? Well, if it doesn't work out, it changes nothing. But if it does, it changes everything. So imagine you're old, you're looking back on your life, you're like, well, is me buying this building or not buying this building, is it really going to change it? Probably not. But if we do, and then all of a sudden all of these things flourish, it changes everything. And so the downside is limited. We can sell the building, not a huge deal. We can sell the books, not a huge deal. But the upside is unlimited. We can turn this into a campus for talent, culture, team, clients, and build the life we want. Which is a framework that we use a lot when thinking about big bets. What if it goes wrong, and what if it works? And no matter what, we figured we'd do what we always do if something bad happened. We'd figure it out. So we let the investment be something that motivated us rather than made us hesitant. Because buying this building, and now our second building, have been some of the best investments we've made despite being unsure about it at the time. Turned out better than expected. And if you have questions about your business, that's why I made ACQ AI, and why we're going to have a whole day dedicated to making sure you have exactly what you need at the ACQ virtual workshop. And so those are 10 decisions and frames that helped me make some of the biggest decisions in my life that paid off. Was that helpful for you? Was that helpful for you guys? Because I know some of you guys are stuck trying to figure out your next move, scaling like crazy, trying to keep the wheels on the bus. Some of you guys are just trying to stop the bleeding. And going all in, taking the leap, may be the best thing you do, at least it has been for Rockefeller, Paul Getty, Bezos, Musk, and it certainly has been for me. To be clear, I'm not saying what happened for me will happen for you. You can't make the same decisions as me. My life is unique, so is yours, and your results will be too. But to requote Bezos, humans tend to overestimate risk and underestimate opportunity. This long-tail distribution of returns, it's why it's important to be bold. Big winners pay for so many experiments. We're rewarded for being bold. That said, for those of you who are motivated to be bold and take action right now, I've got one more surprise gift for you for helping me help 200 other entrepreneurs. But it disappears the moment this live stream ends. The $100 million Launch Black Book. It's available now only while this live stream is on. So while the red light is on, this is available. The moment the red light is off, it's gone. Most business owners are terrible at launching things. They post once on social media, they send a single email, nobody cares, and they wonder why. Then they watch their competitors with inferior products destroy them simply because they know how to create demand. I spent the last 14 years mastering the art of launches. From flying city to city, launching gyms out of extended stays when I was dead broke, to launching supplements that did $74 million in sales with almost 400,000 orders, to launching software that hit 15 million users, to launching books that shattered records, both topping the all of Amazon charts. Launching is how I built what I have. this launch that you're watching right now. I invested $4 million in ads alone to execute it. Just ads. And maybe just broke a world record. We'll see. Every email, every ad, every piece of content was strategically designed to create maximum engagement and maximum impact. And so here's everything I spent 14 years learning, 2 years assembling, and millions to create for this record-breaking launch. So here's what you get inside the Launch Black Book. You have the email and SMS sequences that drove hundreds of thousands of registrations. I checked this morning. I think our number right before I got up here was 620,000. Video sales letters, 6 different VSL scripts that converted cold traffic. There's all sorts of different ones, and we'll give you the scripts for all of them. The affiliate recruitment, the complete Black Book and email and text sequences we used, and the prizes, the whole breakdown for how we had affiliates also promote this. Paid ads, 1,000+ paid ads that profitably scaled this launch. This complete webinar, this is 1,700 slides. Transcript and the production notes to make this happen. The launch timeline, day by day, blueprint for recreating this exact launch. And something that I don't know if you'll appreciate unless you really get this, launch memos. So what is a launch memo? So we practice the same thing that Bezos did at his company, which is that we do all of our big decisions via memos. That's how we do it at acquisition.com. And so all argumentation, all structure, all big decisions are always done through memos. So we have to crystallize our thoughts and just crystallize our decision-making process. And so you'll get the launch memos, our internal documents that explain the strategy and the thinking behind the launch, and the 2 book bundles, the 200 and the 800. The 800 you see after the 200. That's the big ultra business owner bonus. So once you get 200, you can see the 800 one. Now, here's the reality. From launching a lemonade stand to launching the iPhone, every business of every size needs to launch stuff. You need to make your offers available. From new products to new locations, new services, to new features, to new events. The difference between businesses that explode and businesses that die is their ability to channel demand into buying behavior. These assets work. The same psychology works whether you're launching 100 to 100 people or to 1,000 people. Let me see if I can get that. There we go. Or to 100,000 people. You're getting the exact multi-million-dollar assets that just shattered, hopefully, unofficially, a world record, but only if you donate while the live stream is on. The moment this live stream ends, it will no longer be available. So this is your final chance to get the Launch Black Book, worth more to me than just about anything. So if you want to master a core skill that built my material wealth and get everything we use to break records, go to go.acq.com right now before it's gone. Now, a special note. The live-only bonus launch collateral is digital, and the main reason is this. We couldn't print it ahead because we're still doing the launch, all right? So this offer won't be for sale after the launch, so if you want it, you need to check out at the link below now. The implementation mega system, everything you can see here is first come, first serve. And so when you help me on this mission, my hope is that I not only help you achieve yours, that we together can help 200 other entrepreneurs save their businesses, save the world. And so that's why I'm trying so hard and spent countless hours doing the unscalable, the sheer volume of work over 2 years. It's been insane to make this for you so that we could give this to them. So let me tell you everything you're getting when you support 200 entrepreneurs at go.acq.com. So when you donate $200, which is a true $5,998 value, you're going to get the lead system, which includes the Go to Dads playbook, the Hooks playbook, the branding playbook, the marketing machine playbook so you can replace your face, the branding playbook so you can actually build the brand that gets the clicks, that gets the sales at the premium prices that you want. You're also going to get the sales system, which includes lead nurture, closing, and the proof checklist. All 3 free. If people aren't buying fast enough, or your sales team isn't closing, or you're the only sales team, this is the solution for that problem. Next, we have the delivery system, which is we got to make them worth more. We got to get them to keep paying. And so how do you do that? We have more analytics and more data on retaining customers than I think just about anyone because of the nature of the companies that I own. And so I put everything that we've learned from millions of dollars in research into here and organized into literal checklists. You can just follow them. Free when you donate $200. On top of that, you get the fast cash playbook, the pricing playbook, and the price raise playbook. These are the fastest, lowest operational drag things you can immediately implement in the business. to try and cover this donation. Not a promise that's going to happen. I'm just saying that these would be the things that I would start with if I was like, what do I do tomorrow that's the least change that I can make in the business to try and generate cash flow? That's what I would do. So you get all four of those systems free when you donate 200 books. Plus, the HCQ AI trained on $31 million of consulting work. Every one of the faces you see behind me. $31 million of consulting work with 226 plus businesses, probably multiple just like yours. So you're like, what should I do? Ask. That's why I did it for 2 years. And the ACQ virtual workshop, that'll show you which playbook to start with, how to personalize it, and we'll show you how to use the tools to get to where you want to go. And while we're still live, we have the Launch Black Book, which contains everything that I spent millions of dollars on, literally, to put this together so that you can model it in whatever you want to launch, whether it's new products, new locations, new services, new features, whatever. You can launch it using this. Free when you donate 200 books to other entrepreneurs at go.acq.com. And if you qualify through a firm, you can donate books to get everything in your hands for as low as $249 a month, interest-free. All right, this is if you qualify. And if you aren't seeing a firm, hit the little dots at the top right, and you can check out as a guest. You can also check out as a guest at the bottom. And if you have any issues checking out, I hired and trained 300 phone reps. I kind of skipped over this earlier. We hired and trained 300 phone reps to make sure that anyone who wanted them could get them. So you'll see their number on any failed checkout. Just call them, and they will help you. So let's talk about best case scenario. I think this one's pretty short because I think I've covered it pretty well. So you change your life forever, your business scales faster than you thought possible, save the world, right? I think we're pretty straightforward on that one. But let's talk about worst case scenario. Right off the bat, you get a 100% dollar for dollar tax write-off as a business, period. First thing. Next, instead of just giving them away, if you wanted to, you could just resell all 200 for yourself and keep the bonuses free for life. This is, again, worst case scenario. That's the second thing. And to give you context here, we've sold 1.3 million copies of my book, and we sell thousands every day. So if you wanted to, there's demand for these books. So they retain their value. You could also use these books as lead magnets to get more leads. Actually, I had a business owner this morning saying, yeah, I'm just giving them as a lead magnet for my next event. I was like, great. Or as a gift to new customers, or as a bonus for joining a community. You have an online community, want to give it as a gift for people joining, or coming to an event, want to have books for people? Or if you want a customer, just leave a testimonial, leave a review. You give a book as a bonus. Or, and this is actually one of the most common ones that I was not expecting, an onboarding gift for new employees to get them up to speed faster. One of the biggest reasons we get bulk orders, actually, is companies buying the books to onboard all their new employees. I didn't know that one. I didn't expect that one. And mind you, all of those things, those are all the worst case scenario before you even use a single tactic from all four of the system, the lead system, the sales system, the delivery system, the profit system. And that's before asking even a single question to get the ACQ AI advisor to do anything. That's before the value multiplication you get from the ACQ workshop. And that's before deploying even a single artifact from the Launch Black Book. I feel like it's a pretty amazing worst case scenario. 100% tax deduction for businesses. You sell the books to recoup some or all the costs. Give it as a gift to new customers. You can use it as a lead magnet. Use it as a gift to join a community like school. Use it as onboarding training or for a new employee gift. Give it as a gift bonus at your next event or meetup. Plus, you can also just feel good about helping 199 other entrepreneurs grow their businesses. As a reminder, for those of you who just want to do good but don't want to take the time to give them away, I will gladly handle the distribution of the books. So if you want to use just some of them, just use the code that you get in your email to get free books. And whatever you don't use, I'll donate the rest for you. Keep it simple. Again, that was the number one request you had from last year. So here's what happens next. Go to the link at the bottom of the screen, go.acq.com, hit this button, check out. And if you have issues checking out, call the number there. They will help you. And the larger business owners, which is about 15% of you here, there's a short video on the next page showing how you can get access to me for 6 months, meet each other, some other cool stuff if you choose to donate even more books. It's a one-time thing I'm only doing for this launch. There are more details on why I'm doing in the video. And I purposely did it this way to create a barrier so only someone who could spend that without needing a sales call or some sort of convincing would be in. to increase the overall quality. And you can upgrade your order with a click and then check out. But you got to donate 200 books first to get that one. So do this first. But the launch bonus disappears the moment this live stream ends. So go to go.acq.com. Now is the time.
Actually.
Okay.
We are interrupting.
Okay.
Because I brought some friends.
Oh.
To give you something.
No shit.
You
there we go.
You broke the record. You broke the record.
Hi, Alex.
Well, shit. Oh, sorry, I'm not supposed to cuss. My bad. Well, shoot. So I'll tell you guys. So I set this record. I set this goal because I wanted to. The idea of putting a book in every entrepreneur's hands in America was something that was really dear to me because this was like everything I have is because of things I've learned and because of other people who decided to write it down. And I thought, man, if I built a brand that was like everything instead of trying to hide it, just put everything out there. All the details. Like, it would have been amazing if Bezos and Musk, and like I've had to glean all these things from their tiny interviews, but I was like, how could I just put this out there and just build a brand based on that? And so what was really crazy is that when I looked at the nonfiction book sales records, so this is kind of crazy, but of the top 10, 9 of them are politicians. And I thought to myself, I was like, and of both parties, so it's both parties. And I was like, how is it that the top 10 nonfiction, books are all written by people who basically had state sponsoring, and the people who are paying those bills is us. We're the entrepreneurs. We're the ones doing it. And so I was like, man, one of us should get that. And so part of the reason that I did this was for that. I was like, one of us should have, like, it's all of ours. I take this as all of ours. This is not mine. Like, I couldn't have done this without you, which is why I said that to begin with. It's like, how could I have you help me make this happen for everyone? So this is really a reward for you guys. Thank you guys so much. You guys are awesome. And thank you guys so much.
Of course. As you know, this record is continuing for 24 hours.
Oh, we're still going.
So it is quite an officially amazing achievement to have surpassed the record already so soon into the 24-hour launch. So we will get that final number tomorrow morning and see where your final number is. But we can confirm, the three of us, that you are the official new record holder. So, Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So, thanks, guys. So just so you guys know, I think the record was 1.44, something like that?
1.43.
Yeah, 1.43 million copies sold. We're serious. We want to hit that record. We want to get that books into the hands of as many entrepreneurs in America as we can, and we're not stopping. So let's keep powering through. I got more stuff to show you, and I can't wait. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. I think we should probably transition to prizes.
Yeah.
All right. So, without further ado, $100 Million Men, please remove the table from the premises. And we're going to transition to one more promise that I need to deliver on. And I have a thing on my shoe. There we go. All right. You're good. All right. So we're going to close down this live stream with a moment that many of you guys have been waiting for. Prizes. So some of you guys pre-ordered or referred friends or both for a shot to win prizes. And first off, I want to say thank you. I think we both want to say thank you for that. And so as soon as I finish calling the names, this live stream will be over and the launch bonus will be gone forever. So if you've been on the fence about, like, should I donate books? When should I do it? Now is the time. Oh, thank you. Good call for that. Yes. Put this right here. Of course. What did you get? All right, I'll deal with that later.
I don't know
what All right. And so if you choose to donate 200 plus other books to other entrepreneurs and help me on my mission to get these books in everyone's hands, here's what you guys are going to get. So when you donate the 200, you're going to get the lead system and all 3 playbooks for free. You're going to get the sales system, all 4 playbooks to help you convert more prospects for free. The delivery system for free. The profit system for free and all 4 playbooks. So whether you're struggling to get leads, struggling to convert them, struggling to deliver to them, or you're doing the first 3 and you're just not making enough every month, we've created multiple playbooks because we had to encounter these with so many different businesses across different industries, and we had to solve these problems. And so we created these playlists to solve the problems. You get all 12 for free. On top of that, you get the ACQ-AI, which was trained with over $31 million of consulting, which took over 2 years of my life. Layla also sacrificed a little bit of our marriage in order to to let me do this, because it was a huge commitment. It was a huge commitment, and I mean, you could see it. Like, this was so much work, and it was because we wanted to deliver something amazing. We wanted to get books in the hands of everyone, and I was like, I had to create the craziest incentive of all time. And beyond that, to make sure that you have an amazing experience with the ACQ-AI, trained on everything, the notes that I have on the books that were never published, the notes I have on the playbooks that were never published, and these notes themselves, you'll also get the ACQ virtual workshop where we'll basically train you on how to use the tools the way we use the tools. Because this is not like, oh, this is just use it like GPT. That is not how you use it. That's not how you use these types of tools. It's going to be more specific, and we'll show you how to get the most out of it so you can get the most leverage. These are tools, and you need skills to wield them. And beyond that, this launch just broke the world record for the fastest-selling nonfiction book in history, beating. I don't want to drop names because I don't want to get blacklisted by the government. But George Bush's book was number 5 at 220,000 books. Bill Clinton was number 4 at 400,000 books. Michelle Obama had 750,000 books. I think Barack Obama had 887,000 that he had. And Prince Harry of the UK had 1.43 million copies that he sold in 24 hours. And this collection, this community of entrepreneurs, we just beat them all. So thank you guys so much. And so the way that was able to happen, all the assets that actually broke the record of the largest launch of all time are in here, in this Launch Black Book, and you will only get them right now, while we are live. The moment the live stream is done, it will go away. And all of that is free when you donate 200 books. All right? And the donation is $5,998. And for everyone who's in the U.S. and qualifies through a firm, it's $249 a month, interest-free. Obviously, if you don't qualify, I might have more interest. That's between you and a firm. All right. With that being said, quick reminder, the live-only launch, right, goes away the moment this ends. It contains the emails, video sales letters, recruitment for affiliates, paid ads, this complete webinar, all 1,700 slides, the internal launch memos. So go to the link at the bottom of the screen if you want to get yours now, because it disappears the moment this live stream ends. All right? So as also a friendly reminder, everyone here gets all the free stuff that I gave at the beginning. On Tuesday, that's when this will drop. So stay tuned for that. Again, everyone who is here live will get a separate email with the lost chapters. It'll be separate because you guys are here live. So just check your email for that. Now, let's get to the first round of big prizes. We have my exclusive 70 one-minute business tactics audiobook. So I recorded a separate book for the affiliates to give y'all a reason to refer 10 friends. Just like the amount of stuff. That just took a long time. And so for everyone who referred 10 plus people to the event here today, you'll be getting this in your email. It's all automated. I would love to say your names. I just can't out of just respect for everybody else. But thank you guys so much for referring. You'll get that audiobook for free. It'll be in your email. Check spam if for whatever reason you don't get it. I have no reason to hold it back from you. I want you to get it. Now, for the grand prizes, we have 90 winners. And what you're going to win is full day in Vegas, where we'll have 10 fireside chats and open mic Q&A. All right. Now, the first 50 referral winners. So this is from people who referred over 10. All right. If you referred over 10 people, this is you. So if your name is called, we'll email with you dates and details. So you'll have a spot in the room should you choose to take it. So listen closely. I'm going to say each name twice. So, the 50 referral one-day Vegas winners are, this is from the VIPs who pre-ordered, excuse me. What I said the first time, 10 plus referrals, excuse me. Congratulations to Lisa Cruz, maybe I won't say these twice, Lisa Cruz, Renee G, Brett Smith, Pablo Sanchez, Areola, Pablo Sanchez, I'm not even going to touch that one. All right, Sam Smith, Dr. Amy Horniman, Oscar Mangana, Lenny Lopez, Thomas Palick, Justin. I'm going to mess this up, and I'm really sorry. Justin Freilich. You want to say the next ones?
Yeah.
All right.
Matt Burke, Sean Casey, Tammy Ritchie, Spectacular Team, Michael Neely, Brandon Bornishin, Benjamin Kuhn, Austin Southern, Mikey Ahut.
I think it's Adut.
Dude, how do you... My last name is Nagshine, okay? My maiden name.
Mika Osai.
Mika Osai. Braden Lee, Chris Duff, Israel Roca,
Nice.
Christian Stubbs, Alec Overett,
I'll get this one. Tad Talbot, John Stojan, Kendrick Starr, Josh Carmichael, Armin Ananian, Eduardo Liu, Adrian Brambila, Carlos Urego, Paul Thompson, Jonathan Hogwood, Johan Menard, Mark Del Rosario, Liam Davis, E.G. Oren, Jeremy Spann,
Michael Smith, Alex Sawyer, Daniel Reffenberger, Ryan Mitchell, Lee Mosler, Kevin Rosato, Danny Menaki, Ryan Owai, Margot Duke,
don't mess it up.
Kalak, love you guys, Derek Guardo.
Yeah, we really do appreciate you guys for referring. I'm very sorry if we messed up your last name. Genuinely, I know how hard some of you guys did to refer people.
Yeah.
And it's like something that bugs the hell out of me.
We talked about it ahead of time. We were
Yeah.
like, it's going to be really rough.
If I knew how to say if I could know who was going to win ahead of time, I would practice the names. I just don't know who's going to win because it was random. All right, now, so that was the 50. You guys won a spot here in Vegas for referring 10 friends. So thank you.
We will have you pronunciate. Give us the pronunciation when you were here in Vegas.
Yeah, you can tell us exactly how to pronounce it.
Say it.
Now, the first 40 winners comes from the number 50 to number 11 affiliates. All right, so if your name was called, we'll email you with dates and details. All right? So listen closely because I'm only going to say each name twice. All right, I'm going to say it once. Whatever. So this list is also on the referral leaderboard, so you can always look there if you're not sure. So you can look there. If you're an affiliate and you're one of the top guys, you should know already. So the top 40 one-day affiliate winners, so this is number 50 through number 11. Sean Osborne, Artie Bridge, Maddox Ritter, Vadim Ramiel, Jonathan Mast, Jack Ballner, Wesley Fisher, Victor Damasio, Joaquin Lopez, Evan Seach, Ramesh Yadav, Andres Lanka, Abhishek Joshi, Danielle Leslie, Doug Bodden, Marcos Rossetti, Dennis Sullivan, Allison Prince, Amy, okay, Marcus Albert. Every Amy who's been referring is like, this is it. Promoters Alliance, William McMacken, Rob Haddingham, Sean Ferris, Zigabaz, Veriz Rever, Daniel Giordano, Aman Nada, Valentin Molina, Jackson Yu. You want to get these ones?
Yeah.
All right.
Rafael Mayal, Eric Simon, George Ramos, Dawson Helmling, Jack Doms, Krista Mayshore, Arlen Hamilton, Rodrigo Camacho, Austin Armstrong, Jonathan Montoya.
So again, if your name was called, we'll email you with dates and details and all that kind of stuff. Check your spam. We have no reason to try and not send you the stuff. All right. Now, the moment many have been waiting for, our grand prize winners. The top 10 referrers win the day in Vegas plus one-on-one fireside chat with your audience, plus a private dinner with Layla and I and the other 9 top referrers. So these are for the top 10. So listen closely, only saying this once. So the top 10 affiliates who won grand prizes are, congratulations, Brian Adam, Sahil Segal, Tyler Clark, nice man, Frank Bernardo, Eugene Vandermeer, whoa.
Enzo Carasso, Basil Alzubir,
Nice. Matt
Matt
Lucero.
Lucero, Matt Smith, no,
You got this one.
Nipun Sayal,
All you.
Stop. Shahid
Kari.
Shahid Kari. How are you so good?
Crushing this. All right, and finally, drum roll, please. The top 10 VIP winners, randomly selected from pre-orders. So about 82,000 of you pre-ordered the book. So 10 of you are getting selected at random from that list. What you get is the full day in Vegas plus 1-on-10 time to go over your business and help you scale. Kind of like I did with these people, except I'm doing it with you. All right? Now, listen closely. Like I said, I'm only saying each name once. So our first of 10 VIP winners is Troy Gaito. Our second of our 10 VIP winners is Meggie Patucci. Our third, Jonathan Ruiz. Fourth, Andres Quiroz. Fifth, Daniel English. I could have crushed that one. You want this one?
Our sixth, Faromisa Ali.
Yeah, that was a medium.
Ava Trawicki. Caleb Simpson. Stephen Evans.
Well, that was an easy one. Stephen Evans.
I was just so used to it being hard.
All right, now before I announce our last VIP winner, thanks, sweetie.
I'm staying up.
Are you staying up? All right, well then.
We have something after.
Oh, we have something after. Jeez. All right. So quick reminder for everyone here. All the free stuff comes on Tuesday. You'll get the Money Model System free, Lost Chapters free, Money Model's audiobook free, 90 days of school for free, and a lifetime lower rate of $9 a month. This was one of the big reasons we put money into the school, so we could fix the money model, so we could increase cash flow in the business, so we could do this kind of thing. This has been the goal since Sam and I talked about this, almost 2 years ago. When we first, actually it's been over 2 years, when we first started talking about doing this. It was like, how can we get this to the point? How can we keep driving the price down so we can just get more people who want to start businesses about things they're passionate about so they can? How they can build communities, connect people together. I'm a huge believer, like a lot of the big breakthroughs I had in my life came from, like I said, books, experiences, and tutors, and school allows people to share the things that they're good about or learn the things they want to learn. So like all of that is for free and already has all of the money model stuff trained into it. And so it's yours for free, 90 days, and then it's $9 a month after that. Okay. That's all going to be in your email. And if you choose to donate 200 other books to other entrepreneurs while we're here, bringing it home, while you check out, here's what you're going to get. When you donate 200 bucks, you'll get the lead system, which includes go-to ads, hooks, branding, and marketing machine, absolutely free. You're going to get the sales safe, which has lead nurture, closing, and the proof checklist, absolutely free. You're going to have the delivery system, which includes lifetime value enhancement and retention. So if you got holes in the bucket, this will help you fill it for free. You've got the profit implementation system, which includes fast cash, pricing, and price raise letter. These things are things you could immediately use tomorrow, low operational drag to help you even pay for this donation. Not a promise it's going to happen. Your results will be different, all right? But these are the things that I would do first if I had to, all right? You get all 12 of these playbooks, all 4 systems, absolutely free when you donate 200 bucks. And I spent 2 years training this AI on 226 individual businesses, probably including not just one, but multiple just like yours, of what we would do to scale the business, increase the value of the assets itself, make it so that the entrepreneur can ultimately exit the company, make it as valuable as possibly can, and ultimately scale it. And we trained on $31 million of consulting, 2 years, so many late nights of putting these notes together, reviewing them, the full days that I would do with all of these different companies, and we trained it so that we could create something that could scale, that could help more people. And to make sure that you can use the tools like a master, so you actually can use them in a way that provides the most value to the business, right out of the box, it takes time to learn skills that use tools that are more complex. We'll show you how to use the tools. And for those of you who have constraints in the business that are on supply side of like, how do I get more people in the business? How do I attract some of the better talent? Layla's going to be going over this stuff at the ACQ virtual workshop so we can help you deconstrain the business, use the tools, and make sure that we help you get that business over the hump that you're currently at. And the live-only bonus, the Launch Black Book that just broke the Guinness World Record, goes away the moment this live stream ends. All right, the email and SMS sequences that drove hundreds of thousands of registrations, every video sales letter, the affiliate recruitment, the paid ads that we ran, 1,000+ paid ads that scaled this launch, this complete webinar, 1,700 slides that just broke the record all time, the internal launch memos that explain the strategy behind every single big decision we had to make. It's all free, but it goes away the moment this live stream ends, which is momentarily. So you're getting all of that live only, for free, and you can You can donate the books for $249 a month with Affirm if you qualify in the U.S. Now, to the Super Ballers, you can grab my extra goodies on the next page by donating more books. Like I said earlier, you can donate $800, but I think it's only 3,000 more today. Now, our 10th of 10 VIP winners, so our final winner, you want to announce it?
Yeah.
Maybe who says it faster? We'll see who reads faster.
You read faster. Luke Walton.
That was an easy one.
So
Luke, congratulations. Okay, so as I close the live stream down, Launch Black Book goes away forever. Okay, so if you're mid-checkout, let me know. I'll keep the live stream going. Can I get the chat turned on so that I can see the other one? Because we have multiple chats going. I just want to make sure I see them all. So if you're mid-checkout, let me know. I'll keep the live stream open just to make sure that you get your bonus. So while you check out, that's everything that you get. And so this is closing down momentarily. Now, I do have one more promise that I have to keep, but you said you want to do something, right? I'm about to do something crazy, so what do you want to do?
Go ahead. I'll do it after.
Okay. All right. So this is that is my shoe. This is for my Aussies. I promised I would do a shoey for you guys, since you guys are showing up at like 2 o'clock in the morning. Did you guys really give me a tall boy? Jesus. I don't even know if I could fit all the beer in there. How am I going to fit all the beer in? So this has been walked around in since 3 o'clock in the morning. I've been sweating. Yep, that's how a shoey works. And so, yeah, so to everyone, I promised I would do it. And so you guys have been fucking awesome. Oh, man, I can see dirt in there. Oh, yeah. All right, here we go. I'm going to do a beer's worth because this is a tall boy and I don't think it can fit inside of my shoe. Aussies, this is for you. You guys are awesome.
Like a fucking champ.
Thank you, guys. Get every last bit. All right. What did you want to do?
We were just gonna stay on for a couple minutes, answer a couple questions, and then show you a couple things.
Oh, show me a couple things. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Not that though, and probably not kissing.
All right. What are we doing? 2.4. Holy cow! You guys rock.
2.4 million copies.
You guys are insane.
We wanted to show you.
Oh, thank you guys. Thank you guys. I mean, honestly, like this is all you guys. You guys are awesome. I really wanted to. I meant what I said. Like I saw the top list, and 9 out of the 10 were politicians, and I was like, how can these guys own the list for all nonfiction books when they're just memoirs that are ghostwritten? I was like, the books aren't even written by that. And I have no offense to those very powerful people. Please don't, kill me. But like I was just like, come on. And so I thought it would be awesome to give an incentive to allow business owners to donate to help other people out. Like you can reach back in time and help your younger self by donating books. We'll handle all the distribution, all that stuff to make it easy. And so, yeah, let's do some F and A's and Q's.
Yeah, so we got some A's and some Q's and some A's. So we have Jackson Higler. His business is Mr. T's Pizza.
Okay.
It's a fast casual restaurant selling pizza and ice cream.
Okay.
One location generates $2.4 million in revenue, $850,000 in profit.
Congrats.
Freaking sick. Second location opening soon. Here's his question. At 22 years old, with a working model and strong cash flow, should I keep doubling down on opening restaurants or pivot cash flow to a higher multiple vehicle, acquisitions, a scalable business, to reach a $30 million net worth by age 30?
How old is he again? 22?
22.
You know, man, I think the monetary goals are, it's a good thing, but I wouldn't make it, letting the monetary goal be your decision for how you run the business, I don't think is the right long-term perspective.
That's what I was going to say, too.
Yeah, I think it makes it less likely that you achieve your ironically, it makes you less likely to achieve your ultimate goal. I think you have to decide what kind of business you want to run. I will say that you decrease the likelihood that you accomplish the objective with the increased number of risk and variables you introduce to the system. And so if you have a working model right now that's doing 2.4 million with 30% margins, then you're going to want to like keep doing that as much as you possibly can. You want to add something?
Yeah, I was just going to say, it was interesting. I was studying why most startups fail, and I was, did a deep research with all of my AI, and it was talking about how it was like something like 70% of startups pivot too soon because they believe their model's unscalable. And because of that, when they pivot, they actually end up making less profit. And so I think a lot of times what happens is that we do something and it's unscalable, and then we think, well, gosh, that was so hard. I don't want to do that again. I should pivot and try and do something more scalable and easy, and that has more levers to pull. But the reality is that you get better with each time you do it. And we've actually seen this a lot with physical locations, because a lot of people come in here and they're like, oh, gosh, I've heard like I should go online, I should do this, I should do that. And I tell my team, for example, like with acquisition.com, I'm like, great, let them all do that. And like we will keep doing what we're doing in our space. We will do what seems unscalable, and we will make everything work from there. Because a lot of times what happens is that people pivot too soon because it seems too hard. And so I would say to you, one, if you just keep doing what you're doing, you're going to have a $30 million net worth by the age of 26. So like that's going to happen regardless. You're going to have the net worth. How do you want to get there and how do you want it to feel? I think a lot of the times the biggest risk to an entrepreneur is not that you fail, it's that you quit. And you will quit if you hate the model, you hate the vehicle, and you hate the people you're doing it with.
It's also very normal to always want things to go faster, and to then immediately assume that because it's not going faster, you're in the wrong vehicle. And it could be a money model issue. It could also just be a patience issue. And this isn't me trying to say, like, oh, you're 22, like, you're impatient, but, like, I'm impatient, and I'm 36. So.
Yeah. I would also say, a lot of young entrepreneurs, when I talk with them, they're like, well, my friends are out there, and they're making X amount of money doing this or this, and it's always a fad. And, what I tell people is, like, do you want a business or do you want to make money? There is a difference. You could go make more money than this right now with the skills you have. Does that mean that same thing that you go make money with is going to be around in 12 months? Probably not, because you're just grabbing a fad, essentially, like everybody else. And so I think sometimes it feels really disheartening because when you're doing the really hard work that's going to result in achieving your long-term goals, it feels like, well, gosh, but if I did this, it would go faster right now. And so people pivot because they see that it would be faster now, but it'd be slower later. So we always like to say, harder now, easier later. Easier now, harder later.
There's actually a lot of what we were talking about with Tom Bilyeu in here, is like, you want to seek the hard because whatever that hard thing is the thing that other people are unwilling to do. And so like, why do you think Elon's companies are worth so much? Because no one else could be like, oh, we're just going to create a rocket launching system to put 1,000 satellites in space. But if we do that, then we could just have internet all over the world. It's like, yeah, well, if you do that, then yeah, you can just own the internet of the world. And like, there's probably more than one hard thing in order to do that.
Just a few.
Yeah. So, okay, that was 22. Just keep on the path.
Yep.
And you probably will get there faster than you think. I do think that if you want from an opening strategy perspective, if you want to take over old ice cream parlors, which I think would be my way of doing it, because it'll cost you way less from a capital expansion perspective to open it up, because they're already going to have the freezers and all the equipment. And so when I expanded the gyms, I think one or two of the gyms were two of the gyms that I opened were existing gyms prior. And so I was able to just assume them already with the conditional use permits in place, already with a bunch of the equipment in place. And so it cost me almost nothing. And then I was able to basically recoup my original investment. Again, not a promise, just like, it's just something that helped. Okay, go ahead.
Civil Productions, Kenny Cox. Okay, so he sells Madden and college football gaming courses.
Cool.
Okay, $30 a month or $240 a year. They have 3,500 base members. Their higher tier is $97 a month and has a little more than 20 members, and it's failing. How should we structure the offer and funnel to drive upgrades to the higher tier? So $30 a month, 3,500 members, $97 a month, less than 20 members.
So I would have to know more about what the offer is. That's the high ticket one. Yeah. But fun, like that's super odd because the price discrepancy isn't even like
big.
It's not even that big of a difference. So
it has to be the offer.
Yeah, 100% is the offer. So the best way that I can describe the difference between like the core offer and the upsell is that the core offer should be the thing that they expect to get. The upsell should be the thing they hope they get. And so when someone buys it, they like buy this thing, and they're like, man, I hope this thing happens. I hope it's a great day. Now, if I were the chief, god of weather, then I'd be like, well, great day is an upsell. Like, I'll make it not rain, you know what I mean? But it's not going to be a great day. You get sun as an upsell. So it's like, what is that thing that everyone hopes for? That's what I think about in terms of creating those upsell, which is typically going to be a version of some sort of access, some sort of training, some sort of personalization. So this is what I would encourage you to do, because I want to give you like actual tactics right now. I basically do unscalable services up front for those people so I could better understand what the problems they really have are. So then I could do more of these types of services, if you will, that are less scalable, and then templatize a solution around that so that we could then make something that is more scalable long term. But you'll actually have spoken to them, you'll speak their language, you'll know what their true pains are, and that's probably how I'd approach it. And honestly, if your base is $30 a month, your upsell might be like $300. Not 97. Yeah. So if you think about, again, we think about money models, right? So if you're at $30 a month, if you want it to be meaningful in terms of the impact for the business, then let's say we get 20% of people to upsell to the second tier, right? Now, if the second tier is twice the price, right? Yours was 3 times the price, right? Then we get 20% times, 0.2 times $100. So $20 added to the average ticket of 30. So that's a 60% increase-ish to the business. Not bad. But there's probably a 10 or 20% that might buy 300. And then now we've got something that's significantly more interesting.
Super cool. That was good.
Thanks.
All right, we've got Allie Shaper with Super Mush Gummies.
Okay.
Mushroom superfood gummies for sex, sleep, and energy.
All of them at the same time. Hopefully not.
Sold D2C, Amazon, and retail. So her question is, what's your take, Alex, on TikTok Shop Wave and the shift of e-commerce spend from Meta to TikTok?
I think a lot of people are still spending on Meta, though, to be fair. But yeah, TikTok Shop's doing super well. I would say, what's my take on it?
Yeah, would you allocate more money to Meta, to TikTok Shop? How would you go about
it? Okay, so I'll be first and foremost, I am platform agnostic. Do not care. Whether it's Meta, YouTube, search, Taboola, whatever, wherever you can get clicks, where your avatar is, you care about the customer. The platforms are just a vehicle for reaching them. So who cares? All that matters is that you're getting less than it costs you to get them to buy your stuff. Ideally, in 30 days or less.
That's good. Okay. We've got Kyle and Ariel Tresch.
Okay.
Their business is Couplepreneurs. They sell a 12-month strategic advisory and mastermind for entrepreneurial couples. Okay. Currently, they sell a $30,000 offer directly from a free live Zoom masterclass, and it's working well. Their question is, would a shorter, lower-priced version, 90 days, sold from the masterclass, create more upfront sales to later upsell into the full program? So should they do a stair step down? Because currently it's Zoom to 30K.
I would say it depends on payment terms. So if you're collecting 30 up front, I would say, no, keep doing it. If 30 is $2,500 a month, then you'd probably be better served doing a shorter duration and being able to collect more up front. You'll actually increase your cash conversion cycle. Now, more realistically, what will happen is, so let's say it's $30,000, $2,500. What's interesting is that when you sell at a $30,000 price point, people will address the $30,000 and make a decision on that, but then cancel 2 or 3 months later because of whatever, right? Whereas if you say this is 90 days, this is 6 weeks, whatever, you can benefit from a much lower ticket and then make the upsell later. So I'll show you behind the curtains for me right now. So we have the 200 book offer, right? Which is you donate 200 books, you get all this. And then there's the 800 book offer, okay? And so thinking through this, it was okay, I could just say, hey, only do an 800 book offer, or I could say only do a 400 book offer. There's a lot of different permutations here, right? But doing a 200 book offer and then an 800 book offer will increase the likelihood that people, and we have a ton of data on this, by the way, if someone makes a purchase, which, by the way, the reason that the pre-order was a $29 VIP was because it would increase the likelihood that people had a card on file. And so by increasing the likelihood that they had a card on file, it made the purchasing today much easier because you already had it. And so the idea was if we can maximize the likelihood that people make an easier purchase at $6,000, and especially with payment plans and Affirm and things like that, then the next purchase, which is then the quote continuity that's slightly higher ticket, would be easier to make. And so, I mean, Gym Launch was a $16K for 16 weeks and then sold year plus. My gyms were 6 weeks more expensive than it would be for that same period of time, and then period of time. So here's what I would encourage you to do. I would try and shorten the front end thing as much as you possibly can, and I'll explain why. It actually will make it more attractive because duration is not a selling point. Like, really think about this. Duration is not a selling point. If I told you that I could pull your tooth out in an hour, I can do it in 60 seconds, you'd rather the 60 seconds. And so if I can fix your marriage for entrepreneurs or your main thing, if I can do that in 2 weeks, then it gets into believability. So it's really, we want the absolute shortest time possible that someone believes that you could deliver the service. And so maybe that's 6 weeks, maybe that's 8 weeks. But at that point, then you're selling the solution, and you might be able to charge half, a third of what you were charging for the 30. So maybe you can get away with, $10,000 or $12,000 for that much shorter period. And then you'll be able to pool cash forward, get way more prepays, paid in fulls, where with the 30, you're probably not getting that. And so if all of a sudden you can collect 8 or 10 or 12 upfront per person rather than 2,500, which is what you're getting with 30, and then they cancel and the average LTV is like $8,000, here you're actually making more, and then you still get the second bite of the apple, even if 30% or 40% are only the ones who are going to renew. So hopefully that gives you a little bit more how I'd answer.
It's a fantastic answer.
Thank you, Layla. I appreciate that.
I get to live with this, too.
Yeah. What's
like
it
an
like?
Encyclopedia. Nothing like after a long day, I come home and I'm like, tell me what the upsell is. Okay, I got one last question for you, and then I'll have the team give us a final count. So we have Ryan Rice. His business is Buy RIC. We buy and flip houses, selling directly to other investors. Revenue depends on acquisition and resale timing. Paid marketing usually takes 90+ days to pay back. His question is, for businesses built on buying and reselling out assets, like house flipping, what's the best money model beyond just shortening the buy-to-sell cycle? Should we consider an education play like many large flippers?
Well, honestly, it's a really good question. So when I think about businesses like this, I don't think that on my first try with no additional context to the business, I'm going to get it better than somebody who's done it for a very long time. So my first look would then be like, okay, we buy ugly houses. They have some sort of real estate business because I see their stuff everywhere and they're national. So I would look at the biggest players and be like, what is their business model? What is their money model? And I would see, is there any element of what they're currently doing that I can do in a different or better way in modern day media? Because one of the big things is some of these old companies get the advantage of infrastructure and brand, but what they don't have is the advantage of innovation, agility, and kind of creativity that a smaller brand can have. And so you can always beat them in the edges, or you can always beat them in the tactical stuff because you're not competing against that founder anymore. That guy's 80, he already sold, whatever, right? You're basically competing against account rep number 6 who got hired 4 years out of college and is doing some, quote, marketing for this company. So it's a lot easier to beat big business than you think it is, unless they have incredible network effects that make it impossible, which is a separate discussion. But they don't. So, yeah, they're beatable. Those companies are mostly marketing companies.
Yeah. Thanks for answering those questions.
Oh, you're welcome, Layla.
Team, I know that the screen is stuck because I know it's higher than that. How many copies have we sold? Can someone give me the live count?
Is it? It seems like it's fun.
It's higher.
Oh, nice. All right. Great.
Anybody? Bueller?
It looks like it's updating.
Nope. It's behind.
Okay. I trust you. I believe you. Do you want to put my shoe on and see what it feels like?
2.5 million.
Yeah, there we go. We're there. Yeah, it's accurate.
Sweet.
All right.
Appreciate it, guys.
So we closing. We closing this down. As a reminder, when we close it down, the live launch bonus goes away. So
how about you chug it and we close it down once you chug?
Well, let me see. Anybody else checking out? Because I'll answer a couple questions if somebody's checking out and needs to get it. All right. We good?
Chug it.
Okay. You want to just like chug it. Chug it. All right.
You didn't drink any water.
Just beer.
I want to see Alex the Legend Hormozy come out.
Oh, God. What does that mean?
You guys know in college, Alex was quite the legend. I got to hear about that.
Okay. So, you guys are awesome. If you have a normal-sized beer, I'll shotgun it, but photo op. Yeah. Let's do a photo op. All the green guys?
What are we doing?
I don't know. I'll have my beer here. Thank you, guys. All right. And I will chug this for y'all. You guys rock. The record has been completely obliterated. Yeah, so guys, the record was 1.43. And I really wanted to break it, so I kind of pulled out all the stops, and it looks like we broke it by a million. So that's chill. And we still have I don't know, 20 or 18 hours, something like that, to keep going. So
yeah,
we're gonna keep raging. As a reminder, if you are on the fence right now, the live launch bonus is gonna go away, which now is the Guinness World Record launch bonus. Oh, hey. Which is now the Guinness World Record launch, which is, great. Pretty badass, I think. Now, that being said, you guys were awesome. I can't even begin to tell you how much work went into this stuff. A lot. A lot of work. So much work. So, are we holding this now?
We're doing more photos.
More
we're
photos?
Keep doing. We're going to do
All
photos.
right. Well, you guys are great. Thank you guys for being champs. I guess you only have. I'll put the beer down because I'm sure Layla will be upset that there's a beer in it. There you go.
I'm so upset.
Got it. All right. Great. Thank you guys. So before we yeah. So again, live stream ends. That bonus goes away. That's the Guinness World Record, launch, collateral. I want to say special thanks to everyone that is not on this screen right now. There is so much that went into making this happen. We have redundancies. I don't know what's happened behind the scenes, but we have 3 redundancies for Wi-Fi to make sure that the live stream would keep going. We have 2 redundancies for power outside of the 3 redundancies. We have 2 generators and a battery pack in addition to the power that's going to the actual, all the screens, all the stuff that's powering the cameras. We hired and trained 300 phone reps to help anybody who needed to check out. We have 90 support reps who are handling support right now in full time. We also have 30 of my internal team that are not actively manning stuff, that are on the phones also helping out. So I guess it's 330 plus that are just helping people check out if they have issues. Beyond that, we have. Go ahead. You want to say more?
Oh, no, I can talk, though.
Yeah, go for it.
Oh, okay. No, I was just going to say, I think for everybody watching, you're all here inspired by what you've seen today and what Alex has presented to you and what we've just presented to you guys. But, I want you guys to know, you can't do it without a team. This doesn't happen without so many people so dedicated. And we're just really lucky that we have an amazing team that was willing to wear green suits for the last month, drink energy drinks, and be here every day. And we couldn't have done it without them.
No, special thanks to Maggie for just managing a ton of stuff and putting it all together. I shouldn't have probably said names because now I have to say everybody. So I will. So everybody else, I'm not going to say that. So Maggie, you just got a special shout out. Special thanks to Trevor for all book related activities. You know who you are. Beyond that, honestly, just thanks to you guys. Thank you guys for being here since 2021, making little YouTube videos. Couldn't have done it without you. I can say with a lot of earnestness that we are not going to stop. So we're going to keep going. We're going to keep making stuff. We're going to keep doing the best we can, and we will mess up, but we will do our absolute best. I also want to say thank you for donating so many books. There's a ton of entrepreneurs. The amount of story, I can't even. It borders. So the reason you guys might have noticed that there's not a single income claim in this presentation, which would be very easy to make with a book called Money Models. The reason that there is no income claim is just for FTC stuff, but the amount of messages and videos and long letters of my business went from X to Y and Z to W, and I can I could feed my family now. We moved into a new neighborhood because we can afford it, and we finally bought our first home, or I bought the building my business was in, or I finally quit my job and I started my own thing, and now I'm doing tour advisor stuff, or I learned how to do rank and rent, and now all of a sudden I've got 10 clients paying me $2,000 a month. Everything's changed, right? You guys are the reason we do this. And these goals are motivating for us, but at the same time, just putting more books in the hands of entrepreneurs. That's why I take the time to write these books, because my life was changed through those. And so I just try and model the things that changed my life.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thank you guys so much. And I guess I'll kill this.
How long is everything going to be up?
How long is everything going to be up? Okay, so here's your. Are we saying it? We saying it?
Oh, I don't know. I'm just rolling. I wasn't even going to be up here.
Okay, we're just rolling. Yeah, we're beyond we've stayed beyond our welcome here. This will end. I will say that. This will end very soon. And if you want to make a decision, you should do so now. And that launch bonus, which got this certificate that has literally never been done by any human in the nonfiction space. As also a side note, we also crossed the number 5, which is, I don't want to say anything, but
we also crossed the nonfiction.
Yeah, so we're number 5 in all time of all books
ever.
Of all books ever, as of right now, which just crossed
nonfiction.
Yeah, as a nonfiction book.
Little old us over here.
So I'll give you guys a hint. The number 1 through 5 is all owned by the same person, the absolute GOAT. So I have no goal to beat the GOAT.
Harry Potter.
It's Harry Potter. And so
I love.
We're huge fans. And so we just crossed Cursed Child, the script, which she released, I think has 2 million. It sold 2 million copies in the first 24 hours.
You're a wizard.
Yeah. And so right now, the only books that are ahead this book, we still have 18 hours left. The only books that are ahead this book are Goblet of Fire, Order of the Phoenix. What's the 6th one? Why am I losing my? No, Order of the Phoenix.
Half-Blood Prince.
Oh, Half-Blood Prince. Yeah, and then the Deathly Hallows.
So good.
And so those are the only 4 books in history that have sold more books than this book in the first 24 hours.
Maybe she'll want to have coffee.
Sure, what?
Maybe I'd like to meet her.
Yeah, I love JK.
Anyone else?
I'll have a beer with JK.
I'm a Harry Potter
butter
fan.
beer, if you will.
A butter beer.
Yeah, maybe a jelly.
doing
What are those?
beer now.
Every berry bots, every flavored beans. I'd have them all. Anywho's, so anyways, that just happened. So that's kind of cool. But anyways, this launch bonus, which created this, all the marketing behind this, all of the internal memos, all of the strategy that created this, it goes away as soon as we turn this off, which is happening momentarily. So grab it if you want it. What's nice is that the launch one is digital, so you can use it to train AI to help retrofit some of those assets for your own business.
And the school group's already popping off.
Oh, is it? Oh, fantastic. Great. So also for the ultra ballers, the super business owners, the H100 book thank you page offer, you just make the first payment today and then you're in. And so, just because again, it's I don't have unlimited phone people, and I'm sure I don't know, but I'm sure they're hammered, and it's probably a bloodbath.
It's actually going great.
Oh, is it? Mm-hmm. Great. Well, we prepared for a long time. We did a lot of training.
We took it in-house, and look, nothing broke.
I know. So I know you guys know, but last time the internet broke, and so hopefully you guys are cool. Just going a little behind the scenes, just hanging out. Is that all right with you guys? Is that cool? Just giving you a little behind the scenes. Okay. What?
Ask them for our gum, your gum, and my gum.
What, my gum spelled? Oh, I had a beer, I guess. I'll hold this for now. Okay, I'm going to put this away because it's already over here. This is great. Okay, fantastic. We break the record. Yay, it happened. And now, you know what that means? That emptiness that you feel inside of you, now it's the next milestone. It was a good 3 minutes. Glad we spent 3 years, 2 years building to that moment. But first off, thank you to all the Australians and the New Zealanders who I know have stayed up for an absurd amount of time to do this launch. You guys are awesome. The least I could do is drink a beer out of my shoe, which is soaked in sweat, literally soaked in sweat. My shoes are squishy anyways from how wet they are. But beyond that, what, are you getting gum? Is that the? Not really. Oh, nicotine gum. I'll do that. Yeah. I'm not going to go natty gum. What do you think I am, a savage? But anyways, the thought process behind this was I knew some of you guys wanted to have. I wanted to have a school community for some of the business owners. I wanted to have a little bit of a gate, and so if you donate more books, you can join it. It's on the thank you page. But obviously, it's for the super business owners, and so we put it there. But that being said, all these raw materials are for everybody. If you donate 200 books, we'll be giving them away, and you have a whole year to use them. All right, so it's like if you want to use these to incentivize people to join a community, if you want to use them to train your employees, the number one request we had from last year was like, can you just give me a code because I don't want to have to deal with holding the books. And so there's two big decisions that we had to make when we were making this that were kind of like one-way doors. One of them was international. One of the big downsides of international is like either you have to pay a lot for shipping or we just say we don't sell to your country. Those are literally the only two options. And both of them, huh?
We don't control shipping.
Yeah, we don't control shipping. And so it's like you hate me either way. And so I just figured that, at least giving the option to people who wanted to buy it and were willing to spend whatever the extra in shipping is was better than just not having the option. So that was the decision there. The other decision was, I can't remember. Probably the beers went straight to the head. Who knows?
No, it's fine. Maybe the green guys. You want to come out?
Yeah, special
Take a
thanks.
bow?
Yeah, to the $100 million men. So what you guys don't know is that, like, you guys probably saw a little bit of content the last week or two that came from the $100 million men. So kudos, give them a little shout. Guys, come on.
They're coming.
Come on out. Yeah. Take a bow. Take a bow. We only have one? We have only one $100 million man? Everybody else is like manning phones and stuff. I got it. Yeah. Okay, got it. So, all right. Well, as a representative of all of them, thank you. We all thank you.
There was lots.
So there's a bunch of them. But beyond that, the only reason they took that over so they could give me the space to keep working on this presentation, training team, making like bigger decisions around this launch to make sure that it could actually happen. And so they actually, like all those posts, like they literally just, I didn't even consult for any of that. They just 100% did it themselves. And so that's like a special kudos to them for just being awesome.
Yeah, special kudos to them. Special kudos to Sharon.
Yeah, S-Dog.
Sharon, S-Dog, you want to come out?
S-Dog Millionaire.
Knew you were back there.
Oh, man. Yeah. Hey. So we did it.
They couldn't have done it.
Yeah, couldn't have done it without you. Yeah. Do you want to drink a beer out of my show?
No.
No? I'll drink a beer out of whatever you want.
Jesus. I'm a lady. My whole team watching. What am I supposed to say?
Well, I wasn't going to break that silence. I was just going to let you break that one.
Later.
Anyways,
No, super exciting.
Layla, do you want to give a little bit of context in terms of like, so Layla basically took over a huge amount of the responsibilities that I have inside of ACQ almost for like the last like 9 months so that I could put all this stuff together. Like, it was a lot.
I mean, you started working on this.
Yeah.
I want to say the first conversations about this launch were 2 years ago.
Yeah. No, for sure.
And, I think as businesses grow, you kind of have to figure out at some point. I think we used to overlap a lot more.
Yeah.
And then at some point you have to kind of decide like where you're going to spend your time. And I think we said, you writing these materials, putting these things together, it's the highest leverage thing that you can do to help everybody. And so that's kind of how I think we split it. Like probably 2 years ago we made that decision. It's like that's you creating things like that, me being the person handling the business side, like that's how we can do it,
Yeah. I wasn't even including all the 1 day consultation. I wasn't even including that, which definitely has happened this whole time.
Yeah. So I think, just in general, it's a lot of, I think it's a season though, and I think for everyone that's, asks and you talk about the sacrifice you make and everything, you made so much sacrifice in terms of time, in terms of sleep, health, our marriage. No, but what I tell everybody is like, it's a decision. And me and Alex talk and we have seasons where we get to be really close and it's comfortable and things are a lot more chill. And then we have seasons where we say we're going to gas it. And it was definitely a season that I think we gassed the last 18 months, I want to say.
For sure.
And the next season will not be as much gas for a minute because you got to recuperate and you got to restore yourself. But we did it because we wanted to do something epic. And I think that the thing that we always default to and is like, what's going to make the best story? And I remember, it's funny because when you were about to go up here, I just remembered, I don't know if you remember this, when we were in Arizona doing our launch in Phoenix.
I remember. In
the extended stay. And we were in the parking lot of Walmart. And I remember we were walking and we were like, we had $1,000 and we're like, what are we doing wrong? And I remember,
Why do I suck so much?
yeah, and I remember us walking in the parking lot to go into the Walmart, and we were like looking up at the sky, and I was like, I swear, like, I just remember, I just thought to myself, I was like, if we just keep going, it's going to make it all worth it, and like, we're going to get there one day.
Yeah.
And I saw you like going up here. It's like, it's funny because, you know, you see the numbers and the records and all that, but it's like, damn, like that was 10 years ago, you know?
Yeah,
and
it was 10 years.
we were in the extended stay, had $1,000, and, you know, like the reason that this stuff is important to us is because, you know, I think people see success and fame and money and they're like, oh, you must not, like, I have never not felt, like I probably still feel very much insecure, like that person in many ways. Now, doesn't mean that completely, but I still very much think about that and think about, gosh, it's so cool to come this far. It's so cool to have a team that can help put this together. It's so cool to have such an impact. And so for all of you watching and thinking like, gosh, I hope if you can one day, like you can do the same one day. And I hope somebody that's watching this, I hope you break the record next. Because this now, it's like the 4-minute mile. Like the 4-minute mile for books has been run, right? Like now we are #1 in nonfiction. But like who's next? It can be one of you. And like it doesn't have to take as long as you think it does. And I think if there's anything about our journey that I hope inspires you guys today, yes, there's the business and the money, all this, but it's like just what's possible. And there's nothing different about either of us than there is of you. 10 years ago, we were in the audience. We would have been in the audience with all of you. And it's just the reps, it's the work, and it's literally just not quitting. You know, and I think we're lucky because we have each other. So anytime one of us feels down, we pull the other up. You know, if you're in a partnership, you got to do that. Like when one is down, you pull the other up. But just like anything is possible if you just don't quit. And you just got to give yourself that shot. It's like I always tell myself, I'm like, you got to make it worth it. Like if you're in pain right now and you're listening to this and you've watched this and you're like, gosh, I want to be where Alec, like we were in deep pain 10 years ago. And it's still painful. Don't get me wrong. Business is not easy. And achieving goals and doing things that are challenging is not easy. But man, like make it worth it. You know, that's like what I think to myself. Like I'm having a really freaking bad day. I'm like, if you stop now, the pain will have been worth nothing. You got to keep going to make it worth it to find what's on the other side. And I think a lot of this, that's what I think about like this morning going into this launch. And while I'm behind the scenes, like watching, I'm just like, man, I remember, you know, that night in the parking lot and then going into that Walmart saying, it looks like all the other Walmarts in the country. This extended stay looks like all the other extended stays. And then thinking like, you know, I mean, I really like thinking about you and how much I believed in you. And I was like, we're gonna get out of this. It's not going to be the same. I was like, we can do this.
This guy's going to make more than $1,000. I know it.
No,
penny
I mean,
stocks,
it's just like,
baby. Penny stocks.
penny stocks. No, I mean, like, so I feel for everybody that's watching this right now and is just feeling the pain because there's so much uncertainty. There's so much. And like, at the end of the day, the reason I like making content, I like doing things like this is I don't want people to have to go through the same pain. If you're going through pain right now, the whole point of this, the whole point of teaching. I want everyone to go through the
same pain, you know?
No, I want to save a little bit of it.
You know? But like a little, you know, like a little bit.
I'm too nurturing. I default to protecting. And that's where we differ. Like, if we can just save you a little bit of the
10%.
pain.
10% less
20%.
8% less pain.
Then
What kind of people do they want to become? You know?
I do that too.
No, thank you guys. Yeah, thank you guys so much. And thank you guys, thank you from me, and thank you from the 2.5 million entrepreneurs who are going to get, well, minus however many books get, you know, redeemed directly. Thank you from all the other entrepreneurs who are going to get this. This is, I mean, it's beyond what I expected. So thank you again so much. We're going to do everything in our power to uphold that and continue to just give more stuff and continue to reinvest in educating entrepreneurs and writing more books. Oh, God, more books. I wrote a lot of books lately. This was 2 years of my life. But it was for you guys.
Record.
Yeah, to the next record. Yeah.
Maybe it'll be one of you guys.
Yeah. Hopefully it is. And use all the stuff in the books. Seriously, take action with it. All right. So the marketer in me wouldn't let me end this without doing this. So you want to, I mean, you're welcome to stay if you want. All right. So one last time as I close this out. I can't. I don't think I could do it. I don't think I could do it without doing it. So one last time. For anyone, so the live stream is going to end. So if you've been on the fence, do it now. So go to go.acq.com, go check out. There is shipping for international, and if this was $7,000, you probably would be fine with it too. So just change your mind about how you think about the price. Anyways, you donate 200 books to other entrepreneurs, and when you do that, you get the last 2 years of my life, basically, consolidated into the most checklist format I can possibly give. And so each one of these, I tried to always take the perspective of what will this change about their behavior? What actions will they take as a result of reading this book or this playbook so that they can have an increased likelihood of getting this outcome? How can I increase the likelihood that their ads will continue to scale and do so profitably? These are the behaviors that we took in order to increase that to happen in the highest percentage of businesses. That is what's contained in GoDadAds. All right, like you saw in there. People weren't like, oh, it took me years to read these things. So many of them were like, I read it in one sitting, I did it, it worked. I'm not promising it's going to work for you. Your results will be different, right? Everyone's a special snowflake, all right? But these have the most consolidated ways that I've had to consolidate. Like, how do I just get someone to have ads that are profitable? That's what's included in the GoDadAds playbook, which is the first thing you get for free. Inside of the Hooks playbook, like, man, content was tough for me. As much as like people were like, oh, it took off overnight. It's like, well, I mean, I started making content in 2020, and so besides that, yeah, overnight. No, that's not true. Sorry, 2017. Jeez. 2017 is when I started making content. And so it took me a very long time to figure this out, and I don't think I have like the natural, I have content from like 2013, 2012, and I didn't have, like, I needed that to see how bad I was. And so it's just taking me a lot of reps. And so this basically is like, here's my best of, here's the slivers of like, if I only had 20 minutes, an hour and a half to just be like, this is everything you need to know. This is what this is. So that's the Hooks playbook. All right. And you get that free when you donate 200 bucks. Now, on top of donating that and getting it for free, you'll also get the branding playbook, which I suspect for many of you might be the one that unlocks what you need. And I kept it simple. It's not this big amorphous topic. It's like, associate this with this. Here's how you broaden it. Here's how you narrow it. Here's how you pivot it. Because many of you are in different positions. Some of you are like, hey, I want to go from car sales to sales. Some of you guys are in a position where you're like, you know what, I want to go to general business. Or, you know what, I was in general business, but I think I need to niche down. This will show you how to make the directional change within your brand to actually get what you want in terms of the associations that will drive sales, command premium prices, and ultimately get cheaper leads. And in a world where no one trusts anyone, brand is going to be the moat. I'm telling you guys right now, like, this is me calling it, right? Brand is going to be the moat. And the difference between small business owners and big business owners is their understanding of branding. So that's the third. We're only 3 playbooks in. You get all those for free, all right, with the 200 bucks. Now, the marketing machine, and I didn't actually really get a chance because I had to like keep up the momentum of doing this, but since we're all hanging out, let's hang out. The marketing machine. So this is what enabled me to sell Gym Launch. Like, I wouldn't have been able to sell Gym Launch had I not had this. And I had to figure this out because basically we had to take the perspective of like, okay, if we are going to sell it, they won't let us be, like, I can't be the face of this thing if somebody else is going to be the owner, right? And so I then had to ask the question, like, how can I generate as many leads, as many sales with nothing I already do? And so it turns out, when I was looking through this, when I was trying to figure this out for myself, that there's basically 9 different places in a business that occur within the normal course of business that if you just set up these one-time setups, you can create these endless flows of creative. So think about this like as an internal UGC system. So obviously many people have heard of UGC, user-generated content. Like, how do you create an affiliate network that creates content? Like, that's what TikTok Shop's all about, and that's super valuable. Don't get me wrong. But like, you do business every day. And so if there's a way that you can control it without the outreach, without the management of groups and all the other stuff that goes into that, if you could just have a machine that you install once and then every week you get delivered fresh creative from what you already do, and this is something that can work for businesses that are in person, right, for brick and mortar, for services. Obviously, UGC works great for, physical products that are e-commerce and things like that. But many other businesses that are service-based, like, that's like, a lot of people aren't like, oh my God, I'm going to make this great UGC video about my lawn getting cut. It doesn't happen as much, right? And so having the internal flows to create the advertising you need to scale the business, this system, this playbook shows you exactly how I did it and how you can do it too, and it works for any business, all right? So you get all 4 of those free when you donate 200 bucks. Beyond that, I just putting gum. Hold on, I'll take my gum off there. Oh, there you go. Okay, on top of that, lead nurture. So I don't want to feel, I don't want to be self-aggrandizing here. I would say this is ridiculous to say, lead nurture is one of my core skills, both from a long-term branding perspective, but even from the short-term perspective. How do we maximize the likelihood that someone shows? And so Alan, which was a mistake for me to do from a business perspective long-term, I founded Alan, which was a company that only did automated lead nurture. So that's where it started, for automated lead nurture, something, I don't even remember what it stood for. Alan. And so anyways, when I founded Alan and we built it, I got this great machine scientist, which is what, the precursors of AI, right? He's a big data guy, and he came in, he won the Google Olympics for machine learning in Russia. Barely spoke English, but the guy knew what he was doing. And so I said, I need you to do independent variable analysis. And we had 1,200 different variables that we kept inside of the system to figure out what increased the likelihood of shows. And by analyzing all 1,200, we were able to isolate basically the core activities that must be taken by the software and or a person to maximize the likelihood that someone schedules and shows. And by isolating those things, we're able to turn them into behaviors that someone could follow. And that's what this is about. And so that's what this entire lead nurture playbook is. Like, I'm so bullish on lead nurture. Like, I told you about IBC, the insurance company, earlier. Like, if you're somebody who has less than 70% show rates, it is fixable with process. That's why this one is so powerful. Like, there's so few things that you can just say, like, oh, you can go from 50 to... And this is not a promise that's going to happen for you. That's not my point here. I'm just saying, hypothetically speaking, if you go from 40 to 80%, simple math for me, it's a double. That's doable. Doubling your close rate, not always doable, right? Like, so if you're at 35%, like, you're probably not going to go to 70% close rates unless you dramatically change your offer or price. But like, you can double your show rates, and you can for sure get a 20%, 30%, 50% lift in show rates. I'm not saying that's going to happen for you. I'm just saying it can happen. And so I'm super bullish on this. The lead nurture playbook, like I told you, I almost started a fund on just trying to find businesses that had bad nurture and just getting doubles and triples from that. Thank you for this cookie. Appreciate that. I'm guessing people think that I have low blood sugar. We'll find out. So that's the first of the sales system. This is all free. On top of that, you have the closing playbook. I could talk about sales, but I just want to talk about the sexiest thing that's inside of here, which is the 7 universal closes. So I've spent a very long time studying sales, right? And what's been really interesting about my study of sales is that I have a more simplistic view of it now than I did at the beginning. And maybe it's the midwit meme, right? In the beginning, it was like, just ask people what they want, see if you can do it, and then solve the problem, right? Ask them to buy. And then in the middle, it's like tonality and shifts and pacing and cadence and blah, 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 and NLP and all these other things, right? And the end, it's just like, hey, just be clear, speak loudly, like ask them multiple times and find a way to ask them in such a way that doesn't offend them, right? And so having the universal closes is something that's so important because you can teach them, you can memorize all 7, right? Very easily. And this has now become, I'm changing how we're even doing sales stuff with this because of this big aha. And you will be able to ask more times without having the person have to go through a decision tree. And so if you're really good at sales, like some of you guys are founder-led, you're like, man, I close at 80%, but my team closes at 30, right? It's because you sell with a consultative frame. Right? And I can sell with a consultative frame because I'm an expert at these things. And so as soon as someone perceives you as an expert, then you gain status, you gain leverage, and you gain influence, right? But you have to create a sales system or a sales script that allows someone who doesn't have that influence, doesn't have that leverage, and can still close deals. That's what this will help you build. So that's the closing playbook. That's the second playbook inside of the sales system. The proof checklist, man, this thing's a monster. What's really cool about proof is that it was basically a deep dive that I did on proof to try and figure out, like, okay, what makes a piece of proof not compelling versus another piece of proof that's very compelling. Like, there was a reason I asked everyone on the screens to hold up their hands in real time. And I did that because it was real time. It was not, fakeable. Like, somebody could have held up a 1 or a 2 or who knows, right? And so, see, they're real people. There you go. Right? We got some hands, right? And so how do I demonstrate proof in as many different ways and at the right times to increase the likelihood that someone is going to make a purchasing decision? And so this proof checklist is like, so good, so good. And you can set it up once inside of the business and benefit from it. And so you'll get the lead system, which includes all 4 playbooks, free. You'll get the sales system, which includes all 4 playbooks, free. When you donate $200, just donate some to other entrepreneurs. All right, that's my ask. Now, the delivery system, so lifetime value. I didn't expect that because honestly, like I spent a lot of my time prepping for the first half of today. And like making sure school was ready for the volume and all the other things that went into today. All of the conversations that I had with friends of mine was basically completely uncanned. I just had like, what money model we're going to go over, and that's pretty much all I prepared. But beyond that, lifetime value was probably, you noticed that was a big theme. And so in some ways, the better you get at marketing, the more I see at acquiring customers to be almost a commodity, right? Like once you learn how to advertise, you learn how to sell, you learn these core components, right? The thing that differentiates one business from another is their ability to increase lifetime value. And the nice thing is that there are repeatable frameworks that I had to learn across different industries that I could put in one place so that, I mean, honestly, I write this stuff down so I don't have to remember it, right? I write these artifacts down so I can be like, okay, team, this is how I train you. Right? We need to apply this to that business so that I don't have to repeat myself over and over and over again. But this has the checklist of like, okay, we have a business, it's profit, it's making some money, it's got some acquisition system, but if we could just double LTV, it would change everything for this business. We'd be able to 5x the amount that we can spend on advertising. And so I'll tell you a story. So one of the companies that we have in the portfolio, they were doing, I think they had done, I think they had done 2-ish million the year before, and then they shot out of a gun, and then they were doing, call it, 10-ish million. Now, at that point, we figured out a way to increase LTV to the customer, and we more or less doubled it. But what's crazy is that doubling resulted in that business in, I think, 24, 36 months, let's just say 36, so I'm not over-promising here, resulted in 9 figures in sales in a year. It was 120 million, 36 months later. Because what happened was because we were able to unlock LTV, we could outspend everyone. And so basically there's 2 big mega ways to create a monopoly, okay? So way one is that your cost of acquiring a customer is lower than everyone else's. It's 0. This is the whole viral quotient idea. This is what social media platforms are built on. This is how school works, right? Well, school works, we have both, but like I won't get into that, okay? So how can we get customers for as little as humanly possible? On the other extreme, it's how can we make more from customers than anyone else possibly can? And as a result, be able to outspend our competition to acquire. So one of them is like, we're not going to play the same game. We're just going to get customers for very cheap. The other is, how do we spend as much as humanly possible? And so by doing that, basically, this playbook will show you the frameworks that I think through when we're trying to fix this within a business so we can increase LTV. Now, in a very tactical level, like I could have probably just left it at that, but some of you just have pure churn issues. Like it's very tactical, like I just need churn to go down. And so with school, and obviously being friends with PC and seeing all the numbers that he has access to, we have a tremendous amount of data that we sit on. And so putting together the churn playbook, I keep messing this up because I used to call this the churn checklist because it sounded so sexy. But I was like, you know what? I should name it as a benefit, so it's retention. Maybe I should have called it the churn checklist. Anyways, so inside of here, you'll get basically the churn elimination protocol, the things that we do to reduce churn reliably across service businesses and obviously software because that's where you come from. All right, so if you have a recurring or some sort of subscription-related business, like if all this does is just decrease the churn that you have, this thing is just going to it'll be worth it for you. Again, not a promise that's going to happen for you. Your results will vary. All right, but just it's great. Now, beyond that, so you're going to get the lead system free, you'll get the sales system free, you'll get the delivery system free, but on top of that, you'll get the profit system. Now, fast cash, now I'll give you a little bit more context. The reason that this works so well, the reason this was a pivotal, Gym Launch wouldn't have been Gym Launch without fast cash, this play, all right? So the reason we were able to charge, and we still are, right, able to charge 16, 32, 36, and I think $41,458, right, per year, in a space where people make less than that. Think about that. Their median income in the gym space is around $30,000 a year. All right, it's right around there. We're charging more than 100% of people's income. So how is that possible? we had to make people, we had to find a way or give them the skills to monetize in order to get the help they needed. And that's exactly what this is. And so if you are B2B especially, now there's two use cases for this. Use case one is if you're B2B. This is one that has a huge amount of leverage. Let me explain why. So if you help dentists, you help any kind of business in a specific way, especially around lead generation and marketing, if you can give them a play where they can immediately reactivate, they can use their existing base in order to generate more sales, and this will show you how to generate the scarcity, how to price it, how many to limit it by, like the playbook that we have tested, we have done this a lot of times. And this will show you what we do to generate cash flow for customers quickly. What this does is it allows you to charge more upfront, give you more prepayment discounts that you can give to a customer so that you can accelerate cash flow conversion within the business. I told you, this is the money model's implementation. The whole point of a money model is to get more customers, spend more money in less time and over and over and again, right? This is one of the ways that we do that. We accelerate cash flow in the business. And so that's what Fast Cash does. Now, if you're doing it intelligently, then you want to say, hey, if I can run this play once, what stops me from running it multiple times? Which is a great way to think. And so this will give you the cash calendar that shows you how to do this over and over again throughout the year. And what's crazy about this is that I used to talk to gym owners. And so what would happen is they would run the Fast Cash play. They would be able to pay us pretty quickly, right? But then after that, they just wouldn't do it again. And so it's really interesting about business owners, entrepreneurs, whatever you want to say, just humans, is that we are so willing to work for someone else, but not ourselves. So think about that for a second. So if you're an entrepreneur, you've probably had to scramble to pay taxes, scramble to make payroll, scramble to make rent. And who are you paying there? You're paying your employees, you're paying your landlord, you're paying the government. But whenever it's why aren't we scrambling to pay ourselves? Why are we not approaching our business from that perspective of well, there's no reason not to make a killing in May. May is a great month, just as good a month as any. And so this is why having a calendar, a cadence to run these plays. And I'll tell you the first one of these I ever ran in my whole life. So there was this, so Sam, I told you the story, right? Sam's my first guy I paid to help me start a gym when I didn't have one. And so what Sam did was he told me, he said, hey, you should run this thing called Big Booty. So Big Booty Boot Camp, all right? And so, mind you, I'm 22, I'm a guy, I have an 80% female gym. And he says, run Big Booty Boot Camp. So I'm sitting there, I'm like, okay. And so he says, here are the emails, go send them. And so I send the emails out, and this is the first couple months of the gym. I wasn't making a lot of money. And I send them out, and I think I signed up, don't quote me on the numbers, this is me just estimating, all right? I think I signed up something like 40 or 50 people at $300 each. I remember it was $9,000. That sounds about right. So so it's 15 people, 2 sessions, $300 each. I think that's what it was. And so I ended up making $9,000, which for me was absurd. This is not a promise that it's going to happen for you. I want to be clear here. All right. But I saw that and I was like, holy cow. But what's crazy is that extra revenue dropped straight to the bottom line. And I was like, whoa. Because when I thought about it, I was like, okay, so the average gym owner takes home 12.5% net income. Okay, that's what the industry average are, depending on what report you're looking at. So and the average gym does around $350,000 a year. So if you're looking at 12.5% on, let's just call it $300,000 to make it simple, $36,000-ish a year is what they're taking home. So for me, just imagine this. I make $9,000. I was like, this is a quarter of my annual income. This is absurd from a couple emails. And I was like, I should do this more. And this created this quarterly system for me to generate more cash and serve my customers in a new and exciting way. And so this works from a B2B perspective so that you can help these businesses make more. And on a B2C perspective, if you are the type of business that sells to consumers, then instead of having an agency or a marketing consultant or whatever telling you, hey, run this play, just run it yourself. And so that's what the Fast Cash playbook does. Now, the next is the pricing playbook. This thing's a killer. I already showed you a zillion testimonials for this thing. I have so many pricing tweaks. I just put the top 10 instant ones that have the highest likelihood of working with the most businesses and the pricing algorithms inside of it. Because so many questions are like, well, what do I do in this scenario? What do I do in this scenario? And so basically just created if this, then that, rules of behaving around pricing that are inside of it, plus a whole bunch of other good stuff. But this thing's a monster. And I think I told you Saint's story, but just repositioning how you're talking about your offer can shift how people receive the price. And so that's also included inside of the pricing playbook. So it's not just like, how can I change the price, but how can I change people's perception of my new price that now makes it seem like less than my original price, even though it's higher. That's what that covers. And then finally, you have the price raise playbook. So PC talked about this a little bit. PC and I have gone back and forth. He's led a ton of price raises. He said at 80% of the people, that's his estimate, of the business that he worked with, they led a price raise. For us, I mean, gosh, we do it so many times. Honestly, a countless amount of times. What's interesting is it's such a high-risk thing if done improperly. And so to pay down the stress or the risk or the fear of failing around this, that's why I created this playbook. Because many of you are going to read the pricing book and be like, shoot, how do I actually implement this or roll this out? That's what I created this playbook for. I'll show you how to position it, how to explain it. I'll give you the actual letters to send, the post to put inside of the group, how to explain it so that your people aren't pissed off at you for raising prices. And so you'll get all 12 of those for free if you just donate 200 books to other entrepreneurs, okay? And you'll get it in this nice premium binder, which you see there, and you'll get it in this really nice box over here. Okay, beyond that, I trained the ACQ AI on all of these playbooks so that if you're like, how do I make this work for a dry cleaning business? How do I make this work for a lawn care business? How do I make this work for XYZ business? This will help you do that, all right? Now, the battery on my iPad right now, right? And this, I mean, it's funny because I just almost skipped over this, but it's harder for me to give examples besides the fact that I did 226 of these. Every single person that you see behind me, they came from this, their name's in here. And they paid a huge amount of money in order to basically make this available for you, okay? So that's inside of the ACQ AI. Beyond that, we have the ACQ Virtual Implementation Workshop. This will help you use the tools that we set out here so you can use them with skill and ultimately get more leverage on the business. And one of the cool benefits of this is that you can bring your team to this workshop, okay? So our workshops, we have advisory work, and then we just have kind of workshops that are on the front end. Those workshops that are on the front end are $5,000 or $6,000 plus a piece, and the one-day advisory work is $35,000. And so you can bring these without any additional cost, which I see as a pretty significant benefit. Again, all free when you donate 200 bucks. And last but not least, because I'm going to close this out. So if you've been on the fence, now is the time. We just broke the Guinness Book World Record. I would argue, I don't want to be self-aggrandizing, but I would say we shattered it. And the way we did it was everything that's inside of here. All right, so this Launch Black Book contains, millions, literally, literally millions of dollars of work, and bets and decisions and the internal thinking process, which might be more valuable than I think anything else. Because in a world of AI, your ability to make decisions is going to be the thing that ultimately decides your fate. Because execution over time will be continually, diminished, but it's who can decide what's the strategy, how are we going to implement these tactics, which ones are we going to do. That's the stuff that's going to drive the needle. And so these launch assets, these collateral, they just got that. So they work. Beyond this, I have some other questions. Okay, great. So we had a couple questions for the Ultra Ballers that I had, so I'll just talk to you guys about that. So again, if you guys are checking out, go check out, because as soon as this is over, then we will terminate the live stream, and then the launch bonus, which now is incredibly sexy because we just cracked the Guinness World Record, which was I hoped, but I didn't know. But beyond that, let me tell you about the 800 book offer. All right. So would you guys like to hear about that? Actually, would you guys like to hear about that? Okay. Then I will tell you guys about that. Indeed. Okay. So I thought to myself, what would be really compelling? And so the number one request that I've had for years has been, can we have a group from Mosey Nation, right? And I want to be 100% transparent with you. I didn't want to start a community that was going to become the comments section in general. That sounded horrible. And I was like, I think that will actually make me not enjoy what I do. And so I thought, okay, how can I solve for making something that I would really like? And if I really like it, then other people who are business owners that are higher level would also enjoy it too. And so what we did was I thought, okay, Number one is that I do like working with businesses. I do have time constraints, but this was actually like some of the most fun that I've had in a really long time. The reason I do Hormozy Hotline, Cash Cows, is because like I would do it for free, right? People are willing to pay, so I charge, but like I would do it for free. I really enjoy it. Just like the questions that we answered earlier, like I enjoy it. So the first thing that you get when you donate 800 bucks, which we also credit the 200 towards it. So while this launch is going on, the 200 gets credited. So there's only 600 more bucks, which you can pay for, I think, $3,000 extra today. So basically you pay $6 to donate the 200. And then on the next page, you can just pay $3,000 more and you get everything I'm about to say. So number one is you'll be able to have direct access to me, and it's only for 6 months. And again, I'm doing this because I wanted to break the record. We've already broken it. But I'm a man of my word. I will stick with the window being open until the time it ends. I will give you a hint though. Well, I'll just say this independently. The record is only for 24 hours. So I'll just say that. I'm not saying when this ends, but I'm saying the record is for 24 hours. So, in the spirit of that, the first thing that anybody who chooses to upgrade on the thank you page gets is it'll be direct access to me specifically, meaning you'll be able to ask questions inside of the community and share the tactics that are working well for you right now for you and everyone else. And so I am allocating time in order to answer these questions. And I think that the alpha on an answer can be everything, I think. And so that's why I'm doing it. But I'm gating this for 6 months. I'm not doing it for any longer than that, just because I know how much work building and maintaining a community is. I said it I have been voted the #1 person in every network that I've entered when they ever had an award or like most likely to or member of the year or whatever. I've won that in just about every single community that I've entered. I was vice president of my powerlifting team. I was president of my fraternity. Almost every group that I've joined that had an award, I won. And I've done that because I will give more than everyone else will. And so I was very hesitant to do this because I know how much of a time commitment it is. But I'm willing to do it because I wanted to break this record, because I think entrepreneurs should own this darn thing, since we're the ones who pay the taxes, right? Like we should at least, own the scoreboard. So that's the first thing. The next thing is that you'll get access to my team, so my actual portfolio team. So this is my directors. These are the people that people pay $35,000 for to have a day with. And so I want to be clear, my team is really good. And it's one of those unfortunate things that, if you've never experienced really high-level talent, it's one of those, you need to see it to believe it type things. But I'll just say this, the best people on my team make 500, 800, million plus a year. Not commission-based people. They're just really good at what they do. And you don't pay that kind of money unless someone's really good. And so some of you guys will see some of the videos of people talking about a common theme is man, the team's so good. The only reason we could do this is because the team's good. It's not like I can do all this stuff. I was here. You guys been watching me talk, right? But the only reason this could even happen was because of 50, 100 plus other people that are making sure everything else behind the scenes is working, right? So it's me, it's the team. So in terms of the team, it's director of recruiting, director of investment, director of strategy, director of sales, director of marketing. So if you're like, man, I'm struggling with my ads, I'm struggling with my content, my sales aren't converting the way they should be, my show-up rates suck, I'm struggling to find this specific person from a talent perspective, that's you can ask all those questions and they're we'll be in there, right? So that's the second thing. The third thing is that this is all obviously housed inside of a school community. Now, the benefits of that is that you'll get access to each other. And if you were if you're donating books to help other entrepreneurs, you're going to be surrounded by other people who are the same way, right? They're going to be giving first. They're going to be more reciprocity driven in general. And there's also a really cool feature in school where it doesn't dox you, but you can basically put yourself on a map. It gives you a 10-mile radius. You're not showing your home address. But then you can just see every person in all of Mosey Nation that's a baller who's in your city. And so I'm hoping that we can facilitate the meetups of just a bunch of really sick entrepreneurs. And there's really nothing that has changed my life more than the people who've entered it. And so I wanted to facilitate that at scale for Mosey Nation. And I wanted to do that so that we could do this together. And so that's the second thing you get, or third thing you get. Now,
the fourth, and obviously you have access to one another. That's joint ventures, partnerships, and just relationships. That sounds a bit off, doesn't it? Okay, moving on. So the fourth is something that you might not have expected. So we do a lot of deals at acquisition.com. I'm not as public about them, and I'll tell you why. I revealed a couple of the portfolio companies today, but the big one is just that I don't. There's very little benefit I get from basically making brand associations, because then I become that company becomes beholden to me. And so if we were ever to sell that company in the future, I have to go with the deal. And most companies don't, I don't want to put money into something and then say, okay, now I'm beholden to this thing for the rest of my life, right? And so I will be showing the deals that we're doing behind the scenes. And I think one of the really cool things that has really advanced me as an entrepreneur is some of the wealth and tax strategies. And I'm going to dive into this a little bit more. It's like my understanding of finance is so dramatically improved from the time I sold my company until today. It's mind-blowing. Like, what do you think the number one strategy for decreasing your taxes is as an entrepreneur? Do you think it's like learning all these things about the tax code? No, it's not that. And this was a big misconception that I had. It's about learning how to do your finances in such a way that you can basically still generate the cash flow that you need to, but then structure them in such a way that you just have lower taxable income overall. I was like, whoa, I didn't know you could do that. And so I'll share some of the strategies that we do at a higher level for business owners so that you can decrease your taxable income. Now, obviously, if you're in a country that already has no taxes, then amazing for you. Love this for you. But for everyone else, especially US-based, and I would imagine that many of these accounting practices probably carry in most developed countries. So that's one. Beyond that, there's obviously the more tax code related stuff, which will benefit specifically more US companies. But we'll share some of the things that have worked exceptionally well for us that you can use. And again, that's not a promise. Your results will vary, et cetera. But these things are things that, like, you just pop one of these in, and it's like for the rest of your career, you can use it every single year. And so it's what's crazy about these types of strategies is that they are purely declarative knowledge, meaning until you know about them, like the day you learn it, it's just tremendously valuable, and then you get to use it forever. Which is, like, if you think about the compounding value of knowledge, especially for this type of stuff from a tax perspective, it's like if I know how to decrease my effective tax rate to, from 37% to 23%. This is not me saying that's going to happen for you. I'm just saying, like, hypothetically, if you knew how to use the tax system better and you could do that, it's like that compounding of the savings over the rest of your career is just mind-numbing, like blowing how much of a difference it makes at the end. And so we're going to be showing that stuff. Sharon specifically, obviously he was president of a publicly traded company, knows how to do things by the book, super compliantly, and he's been a huge help for me in basically leveling me up to kind of like the public level of financial operations and accounting, especially when it comes to tax drag and things like that. And so we'll be sharing some of these strategies with you guys. Now, there's one more thing that we give to anyone who donates 800 more bucks, which is $3,000 extra. Okay, this is what it is. This is the lead system. This is the sales system. This is delivery system. This is the profit system. I will be leading an event like this, but only about the lead system, month one. The next month, and these are not in order, but like just say as we go, I'll do one entire workshop on the sales system, one entire workshop just on delivery, retention, LTV, one on profit. And I'm spacing them out once a month so that you can actually implement this stuff. And so it's what, August-ish, end of August? So there's 6 of these in total, so there's 4. There's 2 more. One is people and AI. So Layla's going to show you how we're increasing our leverage per headcount using AI, and now how to incorporate it into the operations of the business. And so that's going to be a deep training, same as wealth, which is what Sharon will lead. So that's 6 in total, okay? So leads, sales, delivery, profit. Each of those I will lead. Sharon will lead wealth and tax, and then Layla will lead people and AI. And so you will be able to have that, and you can invite your teams. Now, within the community, I only want founders and business owners because it's just cooler, it's better. But your teams can come to all of the events, which again, it's like, if you have one, like we charge $35,000 a day. There's 6 of them. If you bring your team, like, And like, what are we talking about? You know what I mean? So all of that is free. When you get to the thank you page, you pay $3,000 more, and then there's 5 installments of $3,000 a month for the next 5 months. And the whole point of this is that it can set you up for Q1, right? You can do this now, hit Q4 strong, and then get set up to crush 26. That's why I did it. And then after that, you'll have the time each month to install this stuff inside of your business. And then after installing it, you can reap the benefits. And the benefit of all of that stuff is many of these systems are one-time setups. And so, obviously, some of these things, like, you're going to have to keep running ads. But once you learn how to break through an ad spend ceiling, you can continue to do it. And like I said earlier, like, we spent $500,000, I think, like, yesterday on ads just for this event. And so I bring this up to say, like, you have to know how to scale in order to, like, break through these ceilings in order to really scale. So that's all the stuff that is in addition for anyone who's a little bit more senior, a little bit more premium business owner. That is the offer that I have behind the scenes for you guys. Now, what's crazy is that you might not have noticed this, but I have not peed or eaten. And I don't know how many hours we've been going. But I will still continue to go strong. The beer is, I think, what hit me. The double beer, the tall boy that I was forced to drink. But that was for the Aussies. You guys rock. Actually, I think Aussies are probably waking up at this point. So if I have any Australians in here, let me know. Let me know in the chat real quick. Let me know if you guys are here. Do I have some Aussies, some New Zealanders? Yes. Okay. So I think with this moment, I really do have to pee. I think I'm going to probably. I don't know. I mean, do you have other questions? Hey, can you show me the? I know we have 3 different chats going. Can you show me one of the other chats? On this screen? I want to see some of the questions that are coming up. Also, if we have any other questions that came up from thanks. I don't even want to eat anything. Just give me the FAQs. What other questions we got? They keep like bringing cookies out. I'm not eating them. I just keep putting them over there. I'm fine. I'm grooving. This is fun, right? This is a cool way to spend a Saturday. You're in New York and you're tired. Chloe, what's up? Appreciate you. So when I'm keeping this open because I know some of you guys are finishing checking out right now, because otherwise the launch bonus that just broke the Guinness record will disappear. So if you do it now. Did we swap the Mike? We swapped the chat. I wonder if I can go all day and not pee. I can do it. I believe. What are you willing to do to get more books into the hands of entrepreneurs? At least a few things. All right. So. All right, they're switching it out. Here we go. Oh, okay, thank God. Here we go. Now I can see it. Okay. You guys rock. Oh, you guys are awesome. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Okay, live Q&A questions. Here we go. You guys are fast. They printed this out. Rock and roll. Man, this is sick. Oh, this is great. You guys rock. Hell yeah. Oh, that's cool. Okay. So, live Q&A questions. So, Wheatland Dental Care. So, dental office offers cleaners, treatment, cosmetic work, free cleaning with insurance, $99 without, then recommend treatment. Question. How do you build a strong money model when insurance contracts lock in your pricing? It's a great question. So one of the things is that you want to think about is, I'll give you like, this is not me trying to push this, but like, well, you know, this is me trying to push it. These things will help you more than the book will if you're in insurance. Okay? And the reason I'm explaining this is that this is a lot of the things that you can do to reimagine the pricing, reimagine how things are positioned so that you can get like, I can make this free and not this free. When you have insurance, you have to use other levers. And so this is for like this, just the book, right? The book is for really just businesses that are for-profit standard businesses. The money models implementation stuff is stuff that you can immediately use inside of your own business to just improve overall. Okay, and these are like, if you If you make money from insurance, then getting more leads to show up will make you more money, right? If you get leads from insurance, having more people find out about your stuff will make you more money. If you can close, and despite the fact that it is insurance, you still have to make the sale. You still have to say yes. If you can close better, you will make more. Again, not a promise it's going to happen, but just saying hypothetically here, that is how that works, okay? So these are the things that will actually drive more in that type of business. Now, so a lot of it in the insurance space, it's like you're going to have to learn your billing system extremely well. Meaning, like, what are the billable services? Are there ways that we can find more billable services? How can we introduce those things such that we can get a high percentage of people to take us up on those? So you can absolutely still juice the hell out of LTV. It's just how do we create that kind of customer journey, customer map? So that's how I'd be thinking about this, but a lot of it is going to be one in execution when you're in an insurance-based business. And I would imagine that you're probably supply constrained, which is going to be more talent-based, because most insurance people, or people who run predominantly on insurance, have decent demand because the cost is effectively free for many people. And so if that's the case, then usually it's like I run out of good talent, which means margin becomes an issue because you're like, well, I can't pay people better because they cap my prices. And so then becomes better at operational constraints of like, how can I run this business more efficiently? So you just have to walk through the logical tree. And that's the AI can help you with some of these things. Okay. So Kenny Cox, Civil Productions. We sell Madden and college football gaming. Oh, no, I already covered that one. Easy Sell, Florida. Okay, we make cash offers to homeowners. I already covered that one. Basil, we already covered that one. Super Smush Gummies, HMA, Trilogy Chiropractic. Okay. All right, Trilogy Chiropractic, people and animals. So chiropractic care for people and animals, $97 intro visit into corrective care into recurring wellness. Okay. Was there a question? They just gave me a summary of their business. All right, we're just going to go with Matt. So Apogee Strong. Apogee is a mission-driven education and leadership company serving parents, students, and entrepreneurs. What's up, Matt? Revenue comes from coaching programs for men and families, personal growth coaching, K-12 campus licensing, and live events. How would you design the financial engine so each stream grows individually while also multiplying the growth of the others without creating drag? Okay, so this is a really important question. So I'm going to tell you a story to answer your question. So I had a lady who came to one of the workshops we did to collect the data to build all this stuff, and she had a two-parted business, right? So she did hair. She taught people to do extensions, I think, and then she also had like business coaching to like help them, grow their business. And so when she had the hair extensions thing, she said, well, this is $10,000 and the other thing is, $4,000 or something like that. And so she said, which should I be promoting? And I said, so what's LTV to CAC? And so LTV to CAC for the business thing was 10 to 1. And LTV to CAC for the hair thing to end consumer of like just teaching people how to do extensions was, I think it was like 20 or 30 to 1. It was way bigger. I think it was maybe 30 to 1. And so she had these two businesses, 10 to 1 and 30 to 1. Amazing. It's great to have either of those numbers, right? And so she said, how do I promote these things? And so I said, reality is that you don't have two front ends. You have one front end, which is your 30 to 1, which has a way higher TAM. Way more people want to learn how to do hair extensions. And if you can make 30 to 1 on a way bigger TAM, then that's either your only business or you tack on the 10 to 1 on the back. And so when answering the question, like, how would I think through the financial engine, I would look at what's the LTV to CAC between each of these things, and how can I create a seamless customer handoff between each of the business units. And if I can do that, then I can create a straight line of business and a money model that my whole team can understand. That's the idea. Okay, Equibody Fitness, Jack Latore. So we sell online personal training to equestrians. Okay, cool. We have a 3-month 3K front end and a 9-month back end at 4,500. Okay. What would be the best way to maximize retention and LTV? Margins are beginning to shrink. Okay, so good news and bad news, right? So if you're online, long-term, you have to build a brand. It's going to be the long-term strategy. Otherwise, CAC is always going to go up. So you either have to counter that by building a better brand, getting more inbound for free, option 1. Option 2, extending the LTV of the customer so that you can afford the increased price. Ideally, you do both, right? I'm just saying, like, thinking long-term here. Now, because if you have the brand, then you can charge more and you'll have a bigger reputation. And then you'll also have less CAC, so you'll get a double-double. Like, you'll increase how much you charge and it'll cost you less to make the money. Now, The 3K to 4,500, those prices seem, I don't know. I'm not sold on those yet. But if I wanted to maximize LT, I would probably use one of the money models that I talked about, which is a rollover. So I would say, hey, how can I make the, I can make this a 10K back end. Because if you're doing 3 months, 3K, that means $1,000 a month for 3 months. And then $4,500 over 9 months is $500 a month. So it's half the price on the back end. So it's like, okay, how can I take this $3,000 thing and then credit it towards, let's say, a $7,000? So it's like 10K on the back end, but I'll take your 3, credit towards 10, drop it to 7. So now you're at basically a higher effective rate. So instead of 4,500, you're getting paid 7. But they see a price drop from 10 to 7. So you'll make more in the back end. You also get a higher take rate because you'll use one of the money model mechanisms. And that's what I would do, like, to immediately increase LTV. But I would still, long term, like, you got to start making more content so that you can come on more established as a brand. Otherwise, CAC is going to continue to rise. Okay. Equibody. I got that one covered. Oh, I think I found my people and animals. I got the second half of this one. Okay. So $97 chiropractic care for people and animals, $97 into intro corrective care, intro recurring wellness. So this is doctors Paul and Brianna Cundiff. So they did 1.3 million trailing revenue, 41% animals, 59% humans. This is crazy. So a team of 11, including 3 animal certified doctors, exploring a high-ticket platinum pause VIP package bundling pet care with grooming, dental training, and photography via partners. Okay. Question. What should a Grand Slam offer model be for this business? Man, y'all do a lot of stuff. It's like you couldn't even get narrow to one species. I feel like it's so weird. It's an odd business. I'll be real with you. 60% human, 40% animal. It's actually the first I've heard where there's 2.
Sounds like you.
What, 40% human? 60% human, 40% animal?
40% animals staying up here.
I'll take that.
No pee breaks, no nothing, no water.
Yeah, Alex is a streamer now. That's right. What would you do there? Are you going to take this so I can pee?
Yep.
Thank God. Okay.
I didn't actually know what the question was, but if you tell me which question.
Shit. Okay, how do they create a Grand Slam offer for animals? I'm peeing. You guys rock. I'll be back in 5 minutes. Thank you guys. When the stream cuts off, the launch collateral disappears, the one that broke the Guinness record. All right. Be back in a second.
We call this a hostile takeover, if you know what I'm saying. Okay, let's find this. I don't see anything about animals. This is odd. All right, let's see. All right, I'm just going to take some questions from the chat, guys. Oh, here we're good. I don't even know what this means, but good luck writing that on the thing. All right, I own a local business. Did we answer this one? We have 1 location. I want to open a second location, but I'm hesitant. What are the signs my business is ready to expand? We're currently at about $430,000 a month. It's interesting. So signs that you're ready to expand when you're thinking about a service business or a brick and mortar location business is, first thing I'll say is like that the business isn't relying on you right now in terms of time. So if right now for you to make the $430,000 a month, you are involved in the day-to-day and you're making decisions in the day-to-day and the week-to-week, then I would say that's probably not the right time to say I'm going to expand. The first thing that you want to do is you want to get it off your plate so that you're not involved at all. So that's the first thing that we want to do is say, okay, I need to get to a point where it's making the $430,000 a month, but I'm not involved in it, right? I'm just doing a touch base with the leadership team or whatever that might look like. The second thing is that if you look at your CAC to LTV ratio, you want to make sure that it's super healthy because as your business scales, if you want to continue to scale to other locations, you have to assume that over time, the cost of acquisition is going to increase. And your lifetime value might decrease as you bring on more people, more hires, you get more locations, the market gets saturated, your product isn't as new. And so you want to have it so you're probably at like, I would say like, I would love to see something at between, we like 80% gross margins. 90 would be better. But that's not possible for all businesses. So that you can withstand a lower a higher cost of acquisition and a lower LTV as you scale the model. So you are not involved in the business. You have a really healthy CAC to LTV ratio. And then I would say that the next piece that I would look at is, I also like to say, like, what's the quality of the revenue? So is your revenue, is it all driven off of like discounts and promotions and like people that never come back and churn? Or is it high quality revenue where essentially it's all people that you're retaining, they're coming back, they're really happy, you're not discounting things, you're not cheapening the product, and people keep saying good things. And so there's a little bit of intangible there. I think a lot of people are always looking at the metrics, and that part is a little bit more metric driven and like quantitative. If you look on the qualitative side, if I'm looking at scaling, I'm going to ask myself, okay, well, what is like word on the street? What are people actually saying about my business? What are my customers saying about the experience that they have? And is it going in the right direction? Like, is it getting better or is it getting worse? Now, it's interesting because a lot of people say, well, if you can't measure it, then it doesn't exist. That's bullshit, guys. And I think Jeff Bezos said this, and I think it's like it's one of the truest things that I've ever stuck to in business, which is if you have to go with the data versus the commentary, go with the commentary. And he talked about this in a lot of different interviews with Amazon. It's like, well, the data says this. It's like, all right, well, but when I talk to the customers, this is what they're saying. It's like, well, because the data, it might not be measuring the right thing. It might be off. We don't know. And so that being said, I always go with the commentary. So if you're wondering if you should expand, I think those are a couple of the things that I'd be looking at. Make sure you're not involved in the day-to-day to make that money. Make sure that you have a healthy CAC to LTV. Make sure people are saying good things. And make sure that you have the resources to take 50% of your attention and put it towards the next location, and nothing would happen to this one. I think a lot of people think, oh, you know what? I'm just going to hire a person. It's like a baby. It's like the new location. When you open a second or third location, those of you who've done this, you know, a lot of the time it's like, okay, it's kind of like starting all over. Like, it needs that in the beginning. Does that mean that you need to be that involved forever? No. But like in the beginning it is. Just like for acquisition.com, you know, it's like we have the private equity, the advisory practice, the venture capital. Like, you can ask my team. I'm very involved in the beginning of every single thing we do, but I very quickly get myself out of things. And so the same goes for like if you have a physical location business and you're looking to scale. But the key is that you can't be stuck in one of them before you start the next one. Because for me, for example, if I'm too involved in anything, then I don't have the luxury of moving around to then go start the next thing, go get deeply involved in the new product or division that we're going to start for acquisition. And so it's like at some point you kind of have to be, as the founder or the CEO of your company, you have to be like the head generalist. It's like you have the most general knowledge of anybody of the entire thing, but you can't go super deep on everything all the time. And you also have to be okay with that, because it's a little bit of an ego hit sometimes. And you're like, wow, somebody else knows more than me. Geez. Let's look at some more questions we got here. How do you decide what things to associate your brand with if you're starting from scratch as a faceless company? You know, I'll be honest. I have never, like, people ask me a lot, like, how do you build a brand? And I'm like, it's interesting because, like, I don't consider myself to have like an insanely large brand or anything like that. And Alex is obviously, he has a bigger brand than me, but I will say this, which I think he would agree with, which is like, your brand is just you. And I actually think that a lot of the times when people think too much about it, when it's a personal brand, they're like, what should my personal brand be? And I'm like, I don't know. How are you? Like, I'm a little weird. That's okay. It's part of my personal brand. Like, that's fine. Right. And so, like, whoever you are, it's going to come out one way or the other. And I see a lot of people go wrong because they have a personal brand, right? They are one person. And then they're like, oh, well, I could never show this side to people because then I would lose customers or this or that. And so then they show like a piece of it and they just seem like a shell. They seem like another person on YouTube or Instagram or whatever. And so I actually think that in order to build a really robust, timeless personal brand, you have to go all in on just being you. And the thing is about you is that you have certain things you like, and they might contradict each other. You might like to work really hard and then watch Love Island at night. I don't know anybody who does that. You might like to, bake cookies for your husband and make dinner at home, but also just like fucking work your ass off all day. I swore, I'm sorry. And run a business and be a CEO. Again, me, right? It's like things that contradict. And for me in the beginning, when I first started making content, I remember thinking like, oh gosh, if I show people, like I love makeup and fashion and like, you know, I do like nice things sometimes. I like to spend money and like, you know, I like baking for my husband and I like watching Love Island. Like if I show those things, then people aren't going to take me seriously. And it's so funny because I remember in the beginning, like I actually started making content and the opposite happened is that I remember people were like, she's a robot, she's this, she's that. And I'm like, man, what? And I'm like, people hate me and that's not even me. And as soon as I started showing another side to myself, which was just always there, I just didn't show it on camera, then it was like my brand started really growing a lot faster. And so I think for a lot of you, the root of having a good personal brand is just self-acceptance. It's like you have to accept yourself and all your flaws. And if you do that, you'll showcase it to other people. And you know, at the end of the day, I said this to one of our leaders the other day. I said, like, people don't look for somebody who's perfect. They look for somebody who works hard, for somebody who's relatable, for somebody who they can aspire to, but they don't expect perfection. And I think the same goes for a brand. I think if you try to be perfect to put a brand out there and you got the perfect associations and you can never go wrong and you can never, that's going to be so much pressure. You're just never going to want to do it. You know, like I can come up here and be on this live stream with, I don't even know how many people are on this right now, but I don't feel nervous at all because I'm like, listen, my brand is not about perfection at all because I'm a human and I mess up all the time. And so like I make that one of the core things I talk about because I never want someone to think that I'm not going to make a mistake. I will, and I will just respond well to it and I will make up for it, right? So I would say in general, when I think about associations, I think about, okay, what are the things that I actually am about? Like, what do I like? What are the big chunks in my life? Like, what takes up the time of my day, right? Okay, I like working out. I like hanging out with my husband. I like running the business. I like baking. I like, night. I like watching Love Island before I go to bed. Like, those are things, right? And so it's like, all right, whatever takes up the chunks of your day, those are probably the associations. Don't try and fabricate things because you will be found out. And like, it's just interesting. I think it's just like business. People are like, oh gosh, like, you know, there's this or there's this trend or this. And I'm like, yeah, but do you want to be a trend or do you want to be timeless? And you can only be timeless if you are you. And like, there's a million people out there riding trends. And I will tell you, I don't even scroll my damn phone. I don't even know what the trends are. I'm just like, just gotta be you. And there's like, if I have to be me and like people hate me and I never have a brand, then so be it. But like, if you build a brand based off of like what associations you think you're supposed to have, you're just gonna be miserable. And so I would say like, don't put so much thought into it. Just be you, and people, the right people will love you, and the right people will also hate you, so you can ignore them. Cool. Landon, how to manage remote work via weekly reports. Interesting. So I would say that reports, yeah, come on up. My bestie, Sharon.
I'll read stuff to you. Go ahead.
No, and then you can take some too. So weekly reports, it's interesting. I think that these are the most helpful for when you have people that are remote and probably not as great at communication. Now, I'll tell you why, because a lot of times if I'm speaking with an executive on my team, I might not even need a weekly report from them because they're very good at already knowing what to give me. So the less experienced someone is in the organization and the further away from you they are, meaning remote, the more likely it is you need a weekly report. And so you design it by saying, what information do I need from this person in order to effectively manage them? I tend to ask for a few things. I say, what was your number one win this week? What was your top challenge this week? How can I support you going into the next week? And where are you at with your MITs? What are MITs? They're essentially like what I have somebody doing. They're their initiatives or their projects for that quarter. And so that gives them the space to essentially think like, okay, where did I do well? Where did I not do well? Where do I need support from Layla? And how am I going to, how's my progress towards my goals? And so that's the sweet spot for me with check-ins. Now, if somebody is, let's say, a super individual contributor, like we're talking about like a customer support rep and they're inexperienced, I'm also going to ask them for their stats and also like their stats towards goal. So like, how close are you to hitting your goals? I'm going to probably ask them a few more intricate questions. Now, why is that? Because they might not have the skill of, when I ask them a more open-ended question, of giving me the right answer. So I'd say, just in general, rule of thumb, the least experience and the further away, the more that you want to have very specific targeted questions. And then the more experience, the closer to you, the more they can have open, vague questions, or you don't need as much reporting. Would you add anything to that?
The only thing I would add is that no one likes it when someone turns in a weekly report and the manager does not respond in some way.
Oh, yeah, reinforcement.
Yeah. So if someone is turning in a weekly report to you and you're not responding to it at all, and all you're doing is just reading it and saying, sure, I got it, and that's a checkbox for you, then after a while, I'm just going to get into a B- way of actually doing reporting. So, for Layla and I, every single thing that someone turns into us on a weekly report, we respond and comment on every single thing because they actually made the effort to sharing with you what they did. So the least you can do is acknowledge that, support that, celebrate that or what have you around that. So if you are asking for a weekly report, there's an 80-20. 80% of the effort is them delivering to you, 20% is you responding back.
1,000%.
Yeah.
Okay, before we go to the next question, we got to show our kicks because you got these for us. You guys see this? Can they see on the camera?
The acquisition.com.
Acquisition.com, baby.
So good.
Woo.
Yeah, it's good. Awesome. The small things.
I know.
This is good. How do you decide what things to associate your brand with if you're starting from scratch as a faceless company?
Oh, I just answered that one.
Oh, you did. Sorry. Oops.
It's okay. So what's the next one? Let's see. Oh, gosh. That was... Okay. I did that one too. Oh, it went backwards. That's why. Oh, that's weird. Okay. In a boutique accounting firm where technical skills is non-negotiable, but the pool of top talent is limited, what frameworks or incentives would you prioritize to attract, filter, and retain A players? I'm going to ask you that one.
Yeah. So A players are difficult, right? Because you need A players generally cost 10 to 30% more. They probably will deliver 10x better results. It's hard because you have no idea what the A player wants. Mm-hmm. So there's a few things that you can kind of flex and comp. What people ought to think is salary is the only comp. Like, it's not, right? Layla will always say, hey, you get freedom of time, freedom of location, freedom of growth. So what are the non-negotiables? Like, what are the non-monetary things that are available that you can actually use? I would start to actually make a list of them. Hey, we offer unlimited PTO. You can work from home X number of days a week. You can take X amount of time off. You have, we pay for your benefits. We pay for your gym. We cover your entire 401k match. Like, there's these non-base salary-oriented stuff that are important. So when you think about comp, you've got that. The second thing you have is the actual comp itself, right? And I'll tell you about the actual base comp is you may have to go a little more, but you can get the A-player talent with that. But your incentive comp is going to be the biggest thing when it comes to A-player talent. So I'll give you a couple of examples for incentive comp. Incentive comp idea number one is formulaic bonuses. A players love formulas. They're like, hey, if I do these 6 things, I get X result. They feel good because it incentivizes them to do that thing. That's number one. The second is a company-wide, like a team-wide bonus. Hey, if your team delivers all of these things, now they're lead to get that.
That's great.
Third is you can offer equity without offering equity. There's this idea of phantom equity. And the phantom equity is they still get the share of profits or the share of the equity without you having to change ownership structure. And you can structure that in any way that you want. So you can start, Google phantom equity. So you still give people ownership in something without actually having to dilute your own ownership. But I'll give you the last but not least one really great idea to give you further incentive is this idea of getting them to stay for a longer time with a pot of gold at the end. So let's say you set up I'm making up an idea. Let's say you set up a life insurance policy for them. Let's say you start contributing to that policy. Say, hey, Layla, while you're with us, I'm going to contribute $100,000 to this policy every single year, right? And then at the end of 10 years when you're with us, you can take all the appreciation, including all of that. Now, this forces them to stay for the 10 years. You got to have button C to actually get that result. Right? So now, but till that time, for that 10 years, I can borrow against the policy to actually do something with on a daily basis to run the operations of the firm as well. So you can structure incentive deals where you don't have to give equity, but you can give equity. You don't have to give a bonus, but you can give a bonus. You can make it formulaic. You can make it about the team. And you can also force them to stay with you much longer as well. The key part is figuring out what is important for Layla is probably not what is important for me. And then knowing, so you might have to customize that a little bit. I don't know what you would add to that.
Honestly, that was incredibly thorough. So I would say yes. I think some of the frames in terms of like understanding what's important to people tends to be, this is not always, but I will say like the younger somebody is, the more that cash is very important to them. Especially because somebody, if you look even like, okay, let's say 18 to 30, think about the amount of expenses somebody has. They're usually buying a house, starting a family, buying a car. Like they have a lot of cash expenditure. And so I've seen that people within that range tend to want cash-heavy incentives, bonuses, salary, et cetera, and they forego any kind of long-term. I think after that, I see more switching, where it's like above, say, like 30 to, the grave. No, because then it probably switches at some point. You're like, screw it, I'm going out soon. I need some cash. But 30 up, like people are looking at long-term. They're like, I want to be in it for the long run. I don't have as many cash expenditures. So like what becomes important to them is making sure that they're going to have those things that take care of them, not just now, but also in the future.
Right. Could you talk maybe briefly about the what we learned from relocation and then kind of baking that into the process?
Yeah, so I would say that a couple things that we've also learned at acquisition that we were actually literally just having a meeting about yesterday is relocation, for example. So we started as a remote company. So acquisition.com, we founded it 5 years ago, but really started it 4 years ago, and we were remote. And so our ability to get talent, it was really easy to get people remotely because it's like, okay, I just have to like log into Zoom on Monday and I'm in a different company. It's not a big deal, right? And about, I want to say it was about 10 months ago, especially after, if you guys were on earlier, you heard me talk about us starting our advisory practice. Well, that's all in person here in Las Vegas at our headquarters. And so what I was noticing is that I wasn't getting as much top of funnel for our talent. And I was like, well, why is that? And so what I realized is when we like kept like twisting the screw and like, what is going on? It was that we didn't have a relocation package, which is so silly to think about that we didn't think about this. But I was like, oh my gosh, we very quickly grew and went from hiring all remote to in person. And these people have to be very competent. They have extremely impressive backgrounds. A lot of them have young families. And so there's a lot that goes into, okay, you have to be a highly skilled person. You have a lot that you're giving up when you move. And then you have a lot of logistical things that you have to figure out when you relocate. And so we said, we just have to put together a sick relocation package for people. And I would say on top of it, how I approach a relocation package, or honestly any package for somebody who is highly compensated, highly skilled, and hard to find, is that you have to know what's important to them. So for some people with relocating, what's important is that we might cover their ability to fly back and see their family whenever they want. For some people, when they relocate, they might actually want job assistance for their spouse who needs to relocate their job. For some people, they might want to talk to somebody else who has kids in the school system. And so some of it's not even monetary. Some of it's just connecting them, using your network, just going above and beyond to make them comfortable. And so again, if you're relocating people and you're an in-person business, that's definitely something to consider.
Yeah, super good. All right.
Phone's open.
Do you want to do this? All right, let's talk about this one. Operator's question, I assume that's what that means. I made some assumptions about my business growing that did not turn out to be true. Happens to all of us. I have overhired for a department and my operations are all over the place. How do you think about restructuring your org chart to be as efficient as possible for business? All right, good. Yeah, that's it.
I'm going to start with a frame and I'm going to kick it to you.
Go for it.
The frame I will tell you is that welcome to business.
Yeah.
And we all make these mistakes. And I had a really great mentor tell me, who mentored a lot of people with all billionaires. He said, Layla, you're always going to undershoot or overshoot. You will never perfectly plan your hiring. And I made a decision right then. I was like, okay, well, how do I want to do it, right? Because it's either like you hire ahead or you hire behind. And so the first frame that I ask you is, are you going to need these people in the next 6 to 10 months? That's the first thing you got to think about. You might, and that's so that when I ask somebody, they're like, I overhired. I'm like, well, do you need them in 6 to 10 months? Because if so, we might just want to bite the bullet and say, if they're great people and we simply overhired by a little too much, that might not be a bad thing because now we have excess capacity. So it's not going to be a constraint when we grow. Now, if you tell me, no, I did not. And in fact, I never need these people and they're not even that skilled. I can't move them into a different role. This is one of the hard things about business, which is you have to make the decisions to say, okay, if this person is not an all-star A player and I'm not going to need this role and there's no other role that they fit into, or maybe there is, but they're not an A player and they're not the right person, you have to make the hard call of saying, okay, I have to exit this person from the business. Now, here's where most people go wrong, is that they think that exiting someone from the business needs to feel crappy every time. Okay, so we talked about this literally the other day. We said, how do you, okay, because we talk about in hospitality, for example, they talk about you want to have a very like excited hello and a memorable goodbye. And I'm like, how can I create a memorable goodbye when I have to let somebody go? Seriously. I'm like, well, I had somebody about 4 months ago that I had to let go because of a behavior problem, but I liked this person. I actually didn't want to let the person go, but they violated our code of ethics. And I said, well, I don't really have a choice. And so what did I do to make it feel good? I had no obligation to give that person severance, but I said, no, I would like to give them 5 months severance. Why? Because I felt like that was the right way. And you know what? That person was actually surprised and was like, I can't believe you're giving me this much severance. And even though they were like, I'm upset, they weren't that upset because they were like, wow, I'm going to find a job in 2 months and I'm set up for 5 months of severance. And so when you make those decisions, you have to think like, and some people might be like, I don't have the cash. Listen, me and Alex, I remember when we had to let somebody go and we only had $20,000 and we were going to have to pay this person $15,000 in severance. And I did it because I was like, this is the right thing to do. And I don't want to tarnish my reputation. And so I would say like, in general, you're going to have to confront these things. The reason people quit in business is not because they can't figure out how to make something work. It's because they don't know how to manage their emotions around these very hard decisions. But the thing is like, think about it like this. This is going to keep happening. And so you got to figure it out now because then you'll have it figured out for the future. And this is us setting ourselves up for future success. Would you add anything to that?
No, I think you hit the nail on the head. By the way, Layla's right. This is business and it's going to happen. We have done it. We're going to do it again. And it's very normal. The first thing is you have already figured out that you are probably overstaffed in this department. Good on you. Congratulations. The sooner you figure it out, the better. Now, let me give you kind of like a framework for how to think about all of this. You figured out today that the current state is overhired. Awesome, right? Now we have to figure out, okay, what is the future state that you want where you feel like it is not overhired, where it's actually right? What is that Goldilocks state, right? That Goldilocks state, you're better off designing it, not with people, but with boxes. So let me explain. We talk about boxes, not people. When you're stuck with something, you get stuck in the emotion of, man, I can't let Layla go, I can't let Sharon go, and then you get stuck with the emotion of letting that person go. That's not what it is. You're doing something right for the business. Your current state does not work. You understood it, great. What does your future state look like? Your future state looks like this new set of boxes. Okay, great. Now you say, from my current state, who are the people that will match those boxes? Cool, now you've made that plan. Now there's some kind of transition plan involved, and we call this, you need to separate the decision from the communication. We have decided that the current state of the future state looks like this. The decision has been made. Now the communication is a little sensitive. Hey, do I let Sally go today? Do I let her go later? Do I need her for a few projects? Do I not? Can I set her up with something else? Can I retrain her on something else? Now the communication is a different strategy. So a lot of people get stuck with the decision and the communication being one. I would offer that it's very hard to, you have to separate those two. So think current state, think future state, separate decision and communication, probably a little easier.
Such a good frame.
Yeah.
Decision and communication. You guys got to take that one because a lot of you don't make decisions because you immediately think about the communication. Let's think about somebody on here and you've got a boyfriend or you've got a girlfriend and you're like, you know what? I don't even like them anymore. I watched your content. Now I'm like, they got to go out the door. But then you're like, you stop because you think about that 10-minute conversation that you have to have with them where you break up. And you allow that 10-minute conversation to be why you stay with somebody for 2 more freaking years. It's the same with hiring and keeping people. Most people have the wrong people on their team, not because they haven't made the decision, but because they don't want to have the communication and they just avoid it profusely.
Yeah. Good question. It's going to happen to all of us.
Longest pee of my life, you know what I'm saying?
Go for
That's
it.
interesting. So, hi, Mike from What to Do on a Date. Love this. We teach dating and social skills to high-earning men. Our target customer works in either tech or finance, 35 to 55. Biggest fears are rejection and not knowing what to say. What are some hook ideas to grab their attention? Oh, my God. I shouldn't have read that one. Okay. How do I grab the attention of a man, 35 to 55?
Am I the avatar here?
Out.
Am I the avatar here?
I feel like, yeah, what would grab your attention if you were single? And scared of rejection.
Well, to lower the stakes for me too. right? Say, because I'm like, hey, I'm busy, I'm working. What if she doesn't like me? I've tried this before. It's really awkward. Do I show up and say that? How do I show up and talk about myself? Is, in this case, I'm assuming it's a lady, but is she independent that she's not gonna want me? Is this a gold digger? I don't know, right? And so I'm just trying to. I want to lower the stakes for myself too. So if there's some way where it's casual, be like, hey, I get to know somebody. Like, I don't know. This is a tough one.
Yeah, what's a hook that would grab attention? I feel like
Where's Alex when you need him?
how to not feel awkward. No. How to get no. I was on the internet when that was okay.
This is how you know this is real when and not AI or pre-scripted.
Guys, I don't write hooks.
Well, I'll give you a suggestion without giving you an answer. So while Layla's thinking, when you're in a tight spot, right? We have the gift of AI these days, and I think it's really, really important where you can. I think Mike shared with us here. He started giving us a good sense of a clear avatar right now. If you can get a really deep sense of who your avatar is, and you can actually feed that into AI, and you can say, hey, assume you are this person, trying to meet this person. Let me give you a framework for this. What are your fears? What are your frustrations? What are your wants? And what are your aspirations? That's what you want to write hooks about. You want to write your hooks about fears, frustrations, wants, and aspirations. So when you give your avatar to AI, you can say, hey, for this person, 35 to 55, high-earning man, works in tech or finance, is still single, is looking for companionship, or looking for a partner. What would be their fears? What would be their frustrations? What would be their wants? What would be their aspirations? And it'll give you the fears, frustrations, wants, and aspirations. Now you can take the fears, frustrations, wants, and aspirations and start to build headlines and hooks around those. So you're not just thinking, hey, let me build a hook for the avatar. You're thinking, let me build a hook for the fear, or for the frustration, or the want, or the aspiration. It'll allow you to play with it a little better. By the way, it doesn't matter if it's just that avatar. You should be doing this for all your avatars, regardless of who they are in any way.
1,000%. The number one mistake successful men make that kills attraction instantly.
Well, see, that's
why rejection hurts more for high achievers than how to beat it. You can close $1 million deals, but you freeze when talking to a woman?
My goodness.
Dude, that's so good. Savage.
When in doubt.
Smart in business, clueless in dating.
Ooh.
I said, answer these like Layla Hormozi. It's my...
it's your AI, yeah.
I built my own AI with all my company information in it.
But while this is a little sidebar, I will also tell you, we use the same process in our recruiting and hiring process, right? Yeah. So if you're hiring for a... I'll make this up. If you're hiring an operator or a COO in your business, we should ask, hey, what are their fears? What are their frustrations? What are their wants? What are their aspirations? What would they fear? What would they be frustrated by? A COO is going to deeply be frustrated by you controlling everything that the COO does, right? And so that way you can write a job description associated with matching the fears, matching the frustrations, matching the wants, and matching the aspirations. You will write a significantly better description. You'll have a significantly better technical set of interview questions. But we use the fear, frustrations, wants, aspirations framework a lot because it allows you a lot more empathy to put yourself in their shoes.
Yeah. Sorry I couldn't come up with the hooks. I can see the comments. I'm not a man 35 to 55 dating women.
Yeah.
Hard to... Okay. Let's go here. Okay. Hold on. Guys, all the free stuff comes on Tuesday. Just if you remember. Alex only said it 17 times, but I just want to repeat it again because I see the comments that I'm an asshole. It comes on Tuesday. It will be delivered to your inbox. Promise you guys. The scroll's not working. All right, let's go. We're an accounting firm and just brought on our new CFO to lead our bookkeeping and advisory functions. What would you recommend as the most effective 90-day onboarding plan to ensure they're integrated quickly, drive value, and set the foundation for long-term success? I feel like you just kind of did this.
Kind of did this.
Yeah.
I'll start, and then maybe you have some perspective on it. Yeah. So whenever you bring folks into a deep finance function, you have to realize that they are the one team that almost touches every team in some way. So if a finance leader does not have good relationships with the rest of the leaders in the company, it is going to be very, very difficult. That's absolutely the number one thing that I would suggest. So your finance leader should come in and have really good kind of get to know you one-on-ones with everyone in the company. And then that conversation is related directly to, hey, what are your goals and how do you see that impacting the financials? Hey, what are your goals in technology? How do you see that impacting financials? Hey, what are your goals? That should be the question that they ask. So that gives this finance leader some context. Second big thing, if anything that your finance leader can do is in their first 30 days, their entire job is to do one thing, is to build a dashboard, nothing else. If they can build a dashboard of everything that the leadership wants to see, then the next 60 and 90 days are entirely built on getting that dashboard to light up accordingly. Otherwise, you don't know what you're actually focused on and what's actually important. Because then at the end of those 90 days, you get one single dashboard that, based on conversations, has been the most important thing that is to be bubbled up. And then all the other work that's done is to fill out that dashboard and make that come to life. With that, you as the leader of the company are going to be like, wait a minute, this one thing alone, this one tool, which is this interface to my entire finance department, has been solved. You probably have so much more transparency and you get to make decisions better. And your finance leader can be effective much better, much faster. Those would be two things. Now, I will tell you the third thing. If you don't have a high-performing CFO right now in the organization, the one thing that is generally broken, which we work on a lot, is probably money controls, right? And let me tell you about how money controls work. It's like, hey, Layla wants to wire money. Sure. Well, if there's no control on another approver on the money, then you have no idea. That stuff will break very quickly because someone can hack Layla's email. Anything can happen. So money controls are really important. So just controls are pitching and catching. Someone says something, the other person wants to do something. You have two people approve anything that is money related. The thing that breaks in most organizations is you don't have money controls. And when you don't have money controls, you don't know, you stay awake at night and kind of these bother you, much late. You get stressed because you're not sure if someone's embezzling from you. You're not sure if the right bill fell to the bottom of the pile, et cetera. So three things that I would have. One, have the right meetings with the right leaders so that everyone knows what their priorities are that connect with financials. Number two, set up the dashboard so that everyone can kind of contribute to that. And third, make sure controls are in the right place.
It's really good. Let's see some questions there. This one's got turned off. What about for nail salons? Do you have any advice on how to scale? Nail salons is an interesting one because I happen to be a customer. And I think that the industry has definitely changed because of Instagram and TikTok. So it used to be that you go to a nail salon and it's like, just having acrylic nails, having gel nails was enough. Now you're looking at the best of the best always as inspiration on Instagram, on TikTok, on Pinterest. And so I've talked to a few different artists and salons about this, and here's what I've seen is that the best nail salons that I have seen that were able to scale and actually have 6 to 10 to 15 locations, which, guys, is not many in a nail salon industry. There are so few. They're mostly owner-operated. There are very few chains that are successful and actually make good profit. The two that I have seen, they did a couple things. One is that they had a very clear career path for people that were doing nails. So for the artists, they had a clear career path where essentially they had a tier. Almost like with sales, you've got, the outbound callers, you've got the SDRs, you've got a junior sales rep, a senior sales rep, a VP, like you have the ascension. They had that for the nail artists. And so what it meant was that the more skill, the better they got at doing nails, the more money they made. That's the biggest thing. The reason why a lot of salons fail and a lot of artistic-based service companies fail, think tattoos, think hair, think anything that takes talent. You can even think injections. They fail because they don't have a talent attraction retention machine. You are in the business of talent, my friend. You are not in the business of nails. And so the same goes for injections. The same goes for hair. You are all about finding and retaining talent. We do that a lot at acquisition.com because we are in the business of talent to make a lot of our stuff work. And so what I will tell you is this. You have to be able to present a better compensation package in some way for them. And when I say compensation package, I'm talking about not just the growth of the career, but also all the things around that, right? And this is how I would be thinking about it if I were you. I have to create a compensation package, incentivizing enough that when they think I could just go start my own salon, I could do my own mobile business, instead they think it's just not worth it. I'm just making enough here and I've got enough growth. And like when they weigh it out, it's just too close. So you got to get close enough, because you're not competing with another nail salon or a hair salon or an injection, whatever. You're competing with the opportunity to do it on their own. Yeah. And so when you're in the talent business, you're not competing against another business. You're competing against their ability to go do this on their own. And that's what you have to remember.
That's so good.
Would you add anything there?
No, it's so good. I think just to reiterate one thing that Layla said, if most people can't see a path in which if they did good work, that over time they can grow, they can make more money, they can have more success, then we have an opportunity there. And so may that just be title, may that be status, may that be, vesting of shares, may that they make more on an hourly rate, maybe they get a team, whatever it may be. It doesn't matter if you're a flat organization, you have to end up rewarding people for showing up every day and doing good work day after day. And so if I believe that I could show up and do good work, and the longer I stayed here and I would be better off, then I want to stay. And so the longer they stay there, like, man, I've been here so long, it makes no sense for me to go out on my own and reset up all of this again.
Oh my gosh, pain.
It's so hard to do. So just give people a growth path in some way, and it always doesn't have to be monetary.
Yeah, that's 100% true. Because a lot of them, I remember them saying, like, they're like, I didn't need to make, I was talking to one of the artists I talked to, because I tried out like 7 different nail artists before I picked mine. And she's like, it's not like I have to make the same money I would make on my own. She's like, but I just need to know that if I put in more work, I made more money.
Right, of course.
That's all. It's like you want to get reward for your work. You're like, I just want to know that I'm not stuck at this the rest of my life, which I think a lot of people think. And I think I'm just going to actually talk to that for a second. Like, guys, if you own a business, demeaning people working for you is the absolute worst thing right now that we can do. I think that work has gotten a really bad rap. Being an employee has gotten a really, really bad rap. And a lot of people undervalue being on a team now. So like, as you guys are, maybe you got the bundle, maybe you did the 6K, maybe you're doing the free, maybe you're just reading the book. Like, it's not just about the business. It's about the impact that you have through employing people, through creating a place where people can work. And like, I say this a lot, but I'm like, let's make work cool again, because the way that we do that is by being cool freaking bosses, guys. Like, if you guys build amazing businesses and you create amazing opportunities for people, we can change the way that people see entrepreneurs, business owners, etc. The reason that they get a bad rap is because they treat people poorly, and then people generalize it to everybody else. And so it's like, we have a responsibility to not just make our customers' lives better, but make our teammates and our employees and our partners' lives better. There's a concept, you've probably heard of this, but John Mackey he started Whole Foods. He talked about how it has to be a win-win-win-win-win. And so it was like a win for the customer, a win for the employee, a win for the partners, a win for the investors, a win for the community. And if it wasn't a win for all of them, that they didn't move forward. And that is how I've approached acquisition.com. It's like, I have to make it a win for everybody. This book launch has to be a win for everybody. The advisory practice has to be a win for everybody. The portfolio, every company we take on, has to be a win for everybody. And so as you guys approach your business, think about it in that aspect. If you're making decisions where somebody's losing, then you just haven't gotten creative enough. You haven't beat the idea up enough. I don't know if...
No, it's so good. I'll tie it back to the money models for a second. And the reason why Alex talks about this so much is, I remember Alex in my first conversation, about this topic maybe 5-6 years ago, and I was explaining to him that the term I came up with, and he shares this now, which is businesses that are in the 1 to 3 million, I call them the swamp of success, right? Which is great. Like, you are in the swamp, and the swamp is one, but the most important part about that is you're not in the swamp, you're in the swamp of success. You're like, I just made $2-3 million and I'm stuck here for a while. Now, the reason is that when you make that much money, what you actually take home, you don't have enough to hire an A player. So let me give you the example around this. I talk to Layla about this often, which is your job is to pay a lot of money to hire A players. You have to let the A players, because they're good, run a really good business. You have a very lucrative business model. That is your job, to set up a really lucrative business model. Then you take all the profits from the lucrative business model and you go hire more A players. Like, that is the entire A player cycle, right? Yeah. And the reason we get stuck is because we want to hire an A player and then they leave. Well, you're like, of course they left, because you don't have a lucrative business model to pay them more money. So our job as owners, business owners, CEOs, leaders of companies is to set up a business model where you can make a lot of money. And that is what this is all about. Like, the reason we are wanting to share this with the world is that we want you all to make more money. Yeah. So that you can hire more A players and make work cool again. So that is the main idea. So if you had a lot of free cash flow, you could do a lot with it. like buying more time, getting better people, et cetera. So this is really important. So do something with it.
Yeah, and it's actually interesting to say is like, you guys, if you buy the book, you get the bundle, you apply the playbooks, and you're like, wow, I'm making a lot of money now. This is cool. What do I do with this money? Like, really think about this. The reason, why does a business, when it makes more money, what do you do next? You invest that money somewhere where you're going to get returns on that money. Now, where are you going to get return on that money? It's like you're probably going to get better returns putting your money into some aspect of your business if you've already had success by creating money in that business than you are by taking it and investing it in some crazy, ridiculous, I don't even know. You guys are into so many things. I mean, Alex talking about NFTs and crypto. I don't touch that shit. Like real estate, like that's great. But like in general, you guys, that's where you get the opportunity. So like for acquisition.com, for example, I tell people this a lot. I'm like, yeah, all we do is just make the money. And then once we have a big pile of money, we say, what can we buy to make our business bigger? And you just do that over and over and over and over again. And so that's how you build something big. That's how it compounds. And it's, I think a lot of people, they look at somebody in business and they think, gosh, what do they have that I don't have? And it's like, all it is that they're willing to take the bet over and over again. Yeah. Think about this, right? How many of us, we take the bet when we first start the business, we say, I'm going to take all my money, I'm going to bet it on my business, and then we never do it again. Then we just say, it should feed me for the rest of my life. I should only be taking from it. But your business is like a relationship. You have to nurture it. You have to give into it. You have to deposit into it if you want it to deposit back to you. And so it means taking the money and reinvesting into it so you can get more from it. And the cool thing is that if you reinvest enough and you have the right money model, you can create something that withstands the test of time and doesn't need you eventually. And so that you can then say, okay, now how do I want to give back in a bigger way? And that's what allows us to have a bigger impact on the world as entrepreneurs than anybody else. I mean, if you look at even, I'm not going to get political, but like how a lot of the best politicians of all time, they've started as business owners. And so there's just so much more that we can do. If we can master this, then it's like the sky's the limit, guys. The skills that you master in business can apply to any other area of your life. I'm not even talking about money models no more. We've just gone off the rail, unhinged at this point. Where's Alex?
Leila, your opinion on creating a personal growth challenge for couples in communication. If I collaborate with private therapists, how do I price the workshop if I want to create a model? So very tactical. Probably need a lot more context on that.
Yeah, I would say in general, if you're creating a course for couples on communication, I would probably avoid partnering with a therapist at first and instead just relay that idea to a therapist or to a practitioner and see if it's even something that they think is viable for the business. So it's like you kind of want to beat up the idea before you go and try and do something, right? And so it's like anytime I have an idea for something in business, I'm like, all right, I want to go bring this to people who would have tangible insight about it. So it's basically like find your target customers, your target partners, bring it to them, have them beat it up, and then tell you if they think it makes sense to do something like that. I will also say if you're relying on a partner to make a business work, then you have essentially two clients in the business, which is like you have your partner who becomes like a customer in a way, and then you have your customer who's your customer. And so you from the get-go, you have two people you serve. And so I think in general with that model, what I would say is just take a step back and say, who do I want my customer to be? Do I want it to be the practitioners or do I want it to be the customer? And then try just one of those paths before you try and partner to sell something to somebody else's customer, because it's going to add a lot of complexity too soon. It's an example of that is when we started our company, Alan, the first thing we did was we just went direct to the customer. And then we did it long enough to say, you know what? I actually think it would be easier if we were able to do this to the agency owner who then gave it to the customer. And then we made that jump after 10 months. And then we said, okay, we found out enough about it. This works better. And it worked out really well. But if we had gone straight to that, it wouldn't have worked because we wouldn't have figured out and gotten all the feedback from the customer first. So I would say before you go serving two people, just try and serve one.
So good. Awesome.
You going to bring it home?
All right.
Papa Mosey?
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Mr. Alex Hormozi.
Alex Hormozi.
Thank you guys so much. So first off, thank you guys. I actually had to dry my shoe off a little bit so I could put it back on, but this is the original beer show. And I had a sandwich and now I'm ready to rock and roll. So what we're going to do is we're going to have the team do a little Hormozi hotline. And so they're going to hand y'all's calls. And so I think in the chat, they're going to let you know how to do it. But any questions you guys have, I will be here to answer them about the offer, about money models, about your business, anything. It's going to be open mic, Hormozy Hotline style. Should be lots of fun. And hopefully it's exciting. This is kind of cool. I think it's kind of cool. I mean, kind of just broke a Guinness World Record, and now we're just seeing if we can get to the third fastest selling book of all time, which would be neat. We're just, JK is still the GOAT. I want to be clear. JK, you'll always be the GOAT no matter what. All right, thank you. Okay, I need a chair, and then we're good to go. Okay, let's rock. So, do we have a little telefono action? Oh, put this trash down there. No one needs water bottles. Okay. Hopefully, you guys enjoyed this as much as we enjoyed putting it on for you guys. It's been a wild day. I got up at I think 2:55 this morning. They're grabbing the phone. Okay. Well, so I'll actually, if you guys drop some in the chat, I'll just see if I can. 16-year-old entrepreneur starting out. Just start doing something, man. It's really it. Okay, here we go. We're going to get some texted. We good? We live? Okay, great. Those green guys cooked very well. Thank you. Back from the toilet. No, I didn't. I actually just ate lunch because they were like, you haven't eaten since this morning. Do live calls. That is the goal. I guess they, I'll be like, you got, this is, you guys know, like, this is real time figuring it out. We had no idea that this would go this well. You guys are awesome. I'm actually looking forward to having another tall boy after this. I'll tell you that much. Beyond that, Alex went to Pound Town. That's aggressive. 17-year-old entrepreneur in AI. Well, I'll say this. Let's talk about the AI stuff really quickly. So, in a world of AI, your general understanding of business is going to be important because you ultimately are going to be the ones who has to just dictate the strategy and the decision-making of the brand and the business that you make. And anybody who's actually used the AI things, like they have a bias for agreement. And so if you say, should I do this or that? Like I don't think the decision-making that is there is that high quality, in my opinion. And I think that there's a very large opportunity to use them to a high degree primarily to do stuff rather than make your decisions for you. I think them informing decisions, I think, is a good idea. But I think strategy, at least for the short term, you'll need a little bit more. And I mean, imagine getting to the end of your life and being like, I didn't make any of these decisions, the robot did. It's like, is it really your life anymore? I don't know when I think about that kind of stuff. That being said, for those of you who did choose to do the Super Baller bonus, which was on the thank you page, super excited to have you guys and work for the next 6 months. Okay, I don't know the password to this phone, by the way. You want to just tell me what it is? All right, great. All right, ready for your call. Okay, Chloe, we're going. All right, Chloe. Let's hear how this goes. Let's see if the mic can even pick this up. All right.
Hey, can you hear me okay?
Hey, Chloe, what's going on?
Hey, it's so nice to chat with you again. So, super excited. My coaching business operates through a webinar funnel.
Okay.
And we use affiliates to get people to the training. So the coaching program is $2,497.
Okay.
Affiliates get $1,000 commission per enrollee.
Okay.
And then we have a continuation offer of $249 a month or $2,490 a year.
So $24.99 is the offer. You pay $1,000 in affiliate commissions, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. Got that. And then after the $249, it goes to what? $249 a month?
Yeah.
Okay, $249 a month. How long is the program?
So the initial program is 12 weeks. The continuation offer is, either we hope to get them in at the annual price, which they all have chosen, but people could do it at $249 a month, just monthly.
But most people do $3,000 a year.
Yes.
Okay, got it. So this is $3,000 per year on the back end. Got it. So so do you pay any commissions on that?
No.
Okay, got it. So what's the issue?
Yep. So on average, our affiliates are generating $77,000 for us. And so my question is
per month?
on which No, per partnership. So when they partner with us,
Okay,
it's
got
a
it.
one-time thing.
Yeah.
Some of them have chosen to do it again.
Got it.
So my question is on which next money model step to prioritize. So it could either be a high ticket offer for the affiliates, because a lot of them on our partnership calls are also asking me for coaching.
Yeah.
Or it could be to further increase the LTV for current coaching clients.
No, I think that I think where you'll get the most leverage, this is not a money model thing, this is a strategy thing. Is if you said you make $77,000 on average per affiliate that you do a partnership with, right?
Yes.
So I think the idea would be, okay, if we do $77,000 per affiliate partnership, how do we get them to do it 4 times a year or twice a year rather than just once and then never again? Right? So what's revenue right now and how many partnerships do you do a year?
Yep. So we, this is actually thanks to the VAM days. We're just starting to scale this a bit more.
Okay.
So we are hoping to do about 4 to 8 webinars per month over the next 12 months.
Great.
And pack them out with 10 to 12 affiliates per webinar.
Amazing. So what's revenue then? Or what's it pacing right now?
Right now it's pacing at like $250K a month.
Okay.
And we're hoping to get it at least double that in the next 6 months.
Okay, got it. So the long term, like what makes this business into something that's really attractive long term is that you build a base of affiliates, because basically they become your distribution. And so then that becomes the most valuable part of your business. And so the idea is like, okay, I have access to this network of, call it, 200 affiliates, and those affiliates on average do 2 times per year at, $77K. And then that becomes a reliable, because remember, there's 2 ways you can have a business that continues to grow. You either have stuff that people never stop buying, or you have people that never stop selling for you. And so this is a people never stop selling for you type model. And so it's like, okay, if every year you just keep adding 10, 20, 30 affiliates to the business, then the business will just keep continuing to compound, as provided those affiliates can get leads, et cetera. Right? And so that to me is like, I would just be thinking, this is like medium term. How do I reactivate as many of the affiliates as possible? And after every time they do a launch, how do I just immediately book them for the next one? So it's like, great, that was awesome. Let's book you 6 or 9 months from now. And let's get it going again. Because like, hey, why not? Do it twice a year. You get $150,000 a year just from doing this. That sounds like a pretty good deal.
Amazing. Thank you. I appreciate that.
No, you bet. That would be my first thing. Because if we can just retain them, it's like you're doing 3 or 4, affiliate launches a month or whatever. It's like, yeah, but every month you got to go and get other ones. It's like, let's build this base of 50, 100, 200 affiliates and know that we're going to do 14 million twice a year from 200 affiliates.
Yeah.
That's how I'd approach it.
Okay. I appreciate that. Thank you.
No,
and
you
congrats
bet.
again.
Oh, thank you. Well, it was a joint win. It was a team win.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chloe. I appreciate it. All right. Next up on Hermosi Hotline, here we go. Steven. Hey, Steven. Looks can be deceiving. That's a Taylor Swift reference. I have listened to her.
Oh, hello. This is Steve Scott.
What's up, Steve Scott? How's it going? You're on Hermosi Hotline.
Well, hi. How are you guys?
Good, good. Tell me about the business. What's holding you back, or what questions you got about money models or anything?
Sounds great. I didn't expect to be on it so soon, but so right now it's scaling. I currently have a farm, USDA certified, and 2 tea shops that is associated. So we grow herbs and we blend for medicinal purpose, and so we have a kind of a line of organic herbs, herbal, things that help you sleep or digest, circulation, detoxing. They're all kind of geared towards something specific.
So you have a farm. You sell supplements that are natural. That sounds
not supplements, herbal, like pure herbal blended tea.
Yeah.
So we have a selection of white, green, black.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, heard.
Yes.
You grow the stuff, you sell it. Okay. So what's revenue? What's the issue?
Well, right now, our revenue, we're probably $75,000 a year. Really new is we've only been in business a couple of years now, so we're not really breaking 100,000 a year, and we're having trouble in this area. Like I said, scaling.
Do you sell locally?
We sell locally. We're in a couple of we're in about 5 grocery stores right now. Couple of mom and pop restaurants, things like that. So we bottle our tea as well. No sugar, no caffeine or anything like that. Really, the issue is remaining profitable while we scale. And we were profitable slightly, and then we've just we expanded. We do 4 or 5 markets a week as well. So I mean, we're just hustling right now. Trying to be able to
I understand. You want to make more.
Pay for our employees. Right.
So I think if you're like, so you've got the bottles, right, that you brew it and then you sell those. So that's thing one. Then you've got the herbs and the tea. You're selling leaves, right?
Yeah. So we grow. I mean, we grow about say 30 different herbs that we blend with our proprietary recipes. And so we have that line, but we also source teas from Japan, China, and Sri Lanka. So we have those things as well, but then we also bottle those herbal blends.
So, Stephen, I'm going to give you just a general piece of advice that you may or may not listen to, but will be the thing that will make your business grow. You need to do fewer things.
Fewer things, absolutely.
So I'm going to list out what you just said. So it's like you've got the markets that you're going after, right? You got those things that you're doing on a regular basis. You said you've got 4 or 5 groceries that you're consistently selling to, and I'm sure there's some relationship management that's has to go with that.
Absolutely.
And then you've got your bottle thing, right? You've got your bottling the teas, et cetera. Then you've got your wholesaling other people's teas, right?
Yes.
And then on top of that, you have your own teas that you're drying and selling and blending with your own proprietary blends, et cetera. Right? So it's like you're doing like 5 things, and you're only generating $75,000 a year, which means that you're not doing any of them super well. And if cash flow is an issue, we need to get rid of the stuff that's hard on cash flow. So I would get rid of the bottling right off the bat, because that's like you're not going to scale with that until you have a tremendous amount more money. And so what we need to do, I don't know if you were here on the launch earlier, but Tom Billy was talking about like when they were scaling Quest. The thing is like retail is eventually where you're going to end up, but it's not necessarily where you're going to start.
Sure.
And so the idea would be to how can we generate as much brand demand as humanly possible such that these retail stores eventually, even maybe locally, start reaching back out to you saying, hey, people are coming to the store every day asking for your stuff. Now I'm willing to carry it, because then you'll have more leverage, and then you can ultimately price higher and then make more profit, right?
Yes.
So if I look at all this stuff, I'm going to guess that your proprietary blends are going to be the highest margin. Is that correct?
Absolutely. And it's not even exactly. That's it.
Right. So if you've got the one thing that's proprietary to you and also aligned with the narrative, and that's the one that makes the most profit, then it's like, great, this is a pretty easy decision. This is the thing. It's unique. It has the story, and it makes the money. So now I think what I would be looking at right now is how do I get people on TikTok Shop and people who are in that space to promote this stuff. And I would be selling straight e-commerce, straight to consumer, because this is lighter. So you can ship these herbs way faster, and you can scale this thing to the moon. You don't have to be limited to wherever you're at.
So, having said that, somebody's reaching out currently and has pushed me to go on TikTok. So I am currently in the process of review and getting my products on TikTok itself.
Good.
So that's where we're going. As far as the other things, I mean, the stores are just now reaching out to us. I mean, that was the thing that happened this year, instead of us calling and doing the they actually coming to us at this point. But, we do, it's one of those things, we are doing too much. It's 3 or 4 markets a week, at minimum, as well as the wholesale and all that. So,
right. So let me just say the version of your business, what we need to get to. All right. So we need to get to you doing teas, you selling teas in proprietary blends, and selling UGC via creators and ads. That's it. And then your next constraint is going to be you can't grow the stuff fast enough. Once you get there, you can call back again.
Thank you very much, sir. Again.
But that means that everything that I didn't say wasn't included, which means that wholesaling you're going to have to wind down. Me personally, I wouldn't want to manage the relationships of the grocers. I would rather kind of hold back, because starting the wholesaling business is a whole other thing. You know what I mean? Like, I just want the main thing, the teas that you grow, to be profitable, and you sell them at a good margin, build the brand behind that, and then that's going to give you the leverage long term.
Gotcha. And, I need to mention that we do bobas and matchas and things like that. It's a tea shop, cafe, so, it's a lot. So
yeah. Pick one, go all in.
Perfect.
All right.
Thank you,
thanks, David. You bet. All right, bye.
All right.
Hormozi Hotline coming to a call near you. Gustavo Gus Lounge Bar. Let's go. You guys digging this?
Hello.
Hello. What's up, Gus?
How's it going, man?
Excellent. Talk to me about the business. Gustavo's Lounge. All right. What's revenue?
Yes,
What's the problem?
Well, so the revenue is kind of flat. There's not really any returns.
Well, what's the number? What's revenue? It's your first name. No one's going to know.
It'd be zero return.
No, like
basically.
you have a lounge, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but no, I don't care. Not your returns. What's your revenue? What do you do in monthly sales?
Oh, well, so it's about $1,000 a month.
How do you pay rent?
I pay rent yearly.
Okay, so you're doing $1,000 a month. What's your rent?
Yes, sir. The rent is about $2,500.
Well, that's definitely less. Okay, so $2,500 in rent. How long you been in this lease?
I've been in it for about a year or so.
So you just paid your second year just now?
Yes, sir.
Got it. Okay, how many square feet you got?
How much? I'm sorry?
How many square feet?
Oh, it's about 300 square feet.
Damn. Okay, got it. So 300 square feet, and what do you sell at this lounge? Do you sell hookahs? Do you sell alcohol? Like, what do you sell?
So we sell alcohol, and then also kind of like some touch-up things for skin. I know it sounds like a little bit weird, but like
yeah, it does sound weird.
Some side things like some lotions and skincare products.
Why?
And then just because, well,
did someone convince you?
A smaller community.
Okay.
And so it's more for people kind of having to go on a walk or something like that, have a place to stop by and kind of chill out for a bit.
I'm so confused. Okay. So how many people are in the local area that you live in?
It'd be about 40 people in the community that it's supporting.
Wait.
It's a very small community.
Well, I mean, is this, you got 40 people and you're trying to, I mean.
Yes, sir.
What do you want to have happen?
I would like for it to just restabilize and go on the up and up a little bit.
Well, you only have 40 customers. You know them all, right?
Pretty much. Yeah.
I mean, are you in the middle of nowhere, or like, is this like a commune? Like, what is this?
Yeah, it's a commune. For a smaller city, it has a lot of people that come in and out traveling.
So you're a tourist city?
Basically, yeah.
But then there's 40 locals.
Yes, sir.
And then how many tourists come through?
On the average, I would say maybe 150 per week that go in and out of the town.
Why did you start this business? Because you're obviously not making money. So, like, why'd you start it?
To be honest, sir, it was to be able to help somebody else out so that they have a stable business license and to be able to support their own family.
Well, that's obviously not working, right?
Yeah, it's not
so
working.
when you have, I mean, it's like you're trying to make money in what sounds like a very poor rural area that has 150 total human beings that walk through that are new every week.
Yes, sir.
That's tough, man.
It is. I guess I'm not even looking for that much money in return, just for some stability.
I'm just like, why bother do this?
Well, it would allow some travel opportunities for the person that runs it for me.
Runs it for you?
Yes, sir.
Why don't you just have him, like, make YouTube videos and do it from wherever he wants? There's just so many other ways to make money that have superior, like, you are capped by the 40 locals and the 150 randos who walk through there. That's the cap. And
yes,
I don't know if, like,
I feel like you should just do something else. There's so many other ways to make money. Basically, you're operating within the constraints of a system that are completely unnecessary. If the goal is, how can I support this guy or help this person make money? It's like, just plug into the internet. Plug into the internet. You go wherever you want. Like, you're limited by 150 people in your local area. So just like, don't limit yourself to them. Just go to the other 3 billion people on the internet. And you can do that any day of the week.
I see. So would it be worth investing in some advertisements for this business?
No.
No.
There's 40 people. You know them all. You just text them. There's no advertising. You just text the people. You're like, hello, come by. But like, I don't think you're hearing what I'm saying, though. I don't think this is worth pursuing.
I see.
You have $2,500 a month in rent, right? So if you wanted to run a 50% margin business, assuming your buddy is going to be running this, now $2,500 a month in profit is, I'm guessing it's super low that what your targets are here.
Yeah, it is.
Right. So so he's got to make $100 a day. So 3,000, like $100 a day profit. So let's just double that and say with the cost of the business, whatever, he's got to make $200 a day. All right. So $200 a day, 30 days, but he's not going to work. I'm getting the vibe that this guy's not going to work 7 days a week, right?
Yeah, no, it's more 5 days a week.
Yeah. Okay, so we got 24 days that we're going to make $250 a day now in gross revenue. And so you basically have to have, I don't know what you charge, but like I'm guessing it's not a lot for alcohol and stuff. So like, basically I want to challenge the premise of the question, which is that like, this is not a game there's some games that aren't worth playing. I'm going to take this to the natural extreme to explain the point. If I said I live on the top of Mount Everest, now that's a destination. Let's go to something random. I live in just a random, I live in the middle of nowhere. Truly, I live in the Sahara Desert, okay? I have a lounge in the middle of the Sahara Desert. What should I do to grow my lounge in the middle of the Sahara Desert?
I guess you're right. I guess the best option would be to move location.
No, the best option is not to move locations. The best option is to do a different business. Unless you want to go to New York and like compete with the club, you know what I mean? Like go to somewhere where there's people. Like if you want to have a local business, go where people are.
I see.
And if people aren't there and you want to have this remote lifestyle, whatever, then plug into the internet. You can do that wherever you want. And if your buddy, and I'll say this is just me to you, all right? So taking your buddy outside of it, maybe he's right next to you, who knows?
Okay.
You're not responsible for this person. At some point, because it sounds like this person's an adult. At some point, they got to take their own, like, they got to man up or woman up. Like they got to work. They got to figure this out for themselves. Like you're hanging your own life back. All right.
So, yeah.
I'm gonna dip, but like these are your action steps.
Okay.
You need to not take responsibility for someone else's life who's an adult. And you need to switch opportunity vehicles into something that can actually make the amount of money that is required. And that guy or gal can learn how to do that in like not long. This is like, you have internet where you're at?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. So then they can find out what to do on the internet. Really easy.
Okay.
Learn one skill and then message people about it or post content about it. That's all you can do. That's all you have to do. Very simple.
Okay.
Cool?
Well, that is very, very helpful advice, actually. I think I will be cutting my losses then.
Well, good, man. It's not a loss if you move forward faster. All right?
All right.
All right. Appreciate you guys.
Yep. Appreciate you, man.
All right.
Keep doing what you're doing.
You too,
Rock on, man.
All right. See ya. All right. Now we're going to Luke, 21 years old. All right, Luke. Let's dance. Let's dance, Luke.
Hello, this is Luke.
Salutations, Luke. Greetings.
Is this Alex Hormozy?
You're on the Hormozy Hotline. What's the business?
man.
How much you making? What's the problem?
Yes, sir. So this is the Timber Garage. It's a handmade table company here in Ohio.
Amazing.
We're doing 500K top line, 30% EBITDA.
Oh, I love
and
this guy.
Basically,
Great.
we're doing 10-1 LTV to CAC, so pretty healthy numbers there.
Great.
But basically, my question is, when we're building super high-end products and manufacturing them ourselves, oftentimes these are products that people keep in their homes for 20, 30 years. How do you create recurring revenue or make them buy multiple times?
Warranties, annual maintenance, and then the accessories.
Okay.
And
so
gifts.
I offer a lifetime warranty currently. Should I make that an upsell?
Correct. And gifts that they can give their friends because their friends are going to have holidays on a regular basis.
Okay. Could you give me a quick example of that?
So I'm sure you do wood stuff, right?
Yes.
So
100%.
some sort of theme that's similar to that they can give to their friends would be something that I would consider as like the accessories, things that they can get, like, oh, that bowl is so cute that you put on top of your coffee table. It's like, oh, we can give it as a gift. But I mean, if I had to do one thing, it would just be warranties would be the upsell and maintenance. Those are the two.
Okay, gotcha. And so then, as far as those small gifts, what price point do you come in at that? Do you make it something that's fairly high ticket, like our AOV's right around $5K, or do you make it those small things like a bowl or a cutting board, like you just mentioned?
I mean, you can still make them expensive. I would probably be looking at stuff that's like 10 to 20% of the price, but like 90% plus margins.
Gotcha. Okay. And then based off of what I'm telling you right now, is there anything else that you see I'm missing as an opportunity?
No. I mean, I think you just need more, right? You just need to sell more. You need more advertising. Yeah, this is an advertising thing. If people are really happy with it and they get good reviews, this is just a pure, it's a pure brand and advertising thing. And then the issue that's going to come up next after that is going to be your supply of like how many of these tables can you make? And at that point, you're going to have one decision to make, which is like, do I want to start going high end and go to $25,000 tables, or do I want to start, machining this so I can sell even more?
Gotcha. Okay. Awesome. That sounds amazing. I'll absolutely implement that immediately.
Rock and roll, Luke. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Alex.
No, you bet, man. Congrats on the business. Really good.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Well, I can't wait to see the tables.
Thank you. Take care.
You too. Man, that was good. That was good. He had good business. All right, now I got to remember what this passcode was. Let's see if I can remember it. Nice. Nailed it. Still got it. Still got it. Amanda Waddy. Or Wadey. Amanda Wadey. Amanda Wadey. All right, Amanda. Let's rock. You guys digging a little Hormozy Hotline?
Hello, Amanda speaking.
Hello, Alex speaking. How are you?
I'm great. How are you, Alex?
Excellent. Tell me about the business. What's the problem?
Yeah, so I was kind of put in a very unique situation about 2 months ago when the workplace I was working for decided to close their doors.
Okay.
We had lots of customers who loved what they were doing and wanted to keep going,
okay,
but didn't have anywhere to go when they decided to close. So I decided to start up my own business. And basically I run off-market. Thank you. Basically, I run off-market deal sourcing campaigns for M&A professionals via cold email outbound marketing.
Yeah, heard.
Sorry, I was just walking. I had to stop at a bench here and talk to you.
No, that's great. Okay, so you're finding deals, you're sourcing deals, and then you get what, a finder's fee?
Basically, I run $2K a month per campaign per client. And I have several clients right now. I know I can only scale this to a certain point with just having me here, and I've got a lot of things automated. So I can probably scale it to about 30 to 50K a month just myself.
So each of them pays you $2,000 a month. Is that correct?
Sorry?
They each pay you $2,000 a month?
Yeah.
Okay, so they all pay you $2K a month. Got it.
Yeah, and I can probably do about 15 to 20 clients roughly by myself before needing to hire on more people.
How many got now?
Right now, I've got about 3. Most of the people that wanted to sign up are holding off till September just because M&A summer is slow.
So you have 3.
So I'm probably going to double that next month.
So you have 3, and then you're going to get to 6.
6 to 10 next month, yeah.
Okay, got it. Okay, cool. So you'll be at, 12 or more, right? 12 plus K a month?
Exactly, yeah.
Okay, fantastic. All right. So what is the question here? That sounds like a decent plan.
So my question is, as I'm growing the business, I'm kind of curious if I should continue to focus on the campaigns that I know run well, do well, or should I look for some sort of upsell to capitalize on the existing clients that I already have, or should I be focusing more on, referrals to private equity groups, things like that? I've already got about $200 million in businesses that are in my pipeline right now that are potentially ready to sell, that I've sourced personally, that I'm connecting with private equity groups about. So I'm already doing that.
I think your money model's off. I think you're monetizing the wrong way. Like you give a very valuable service if you really do indeed source deals for M&A.
Yeah.
$2,000 a month, $24,000 a year, and especially if they're taking off like some months, skipping months, like call it $20,000 a year is what your net per customer. That feels really low for what you're doing. If I'm going to write if you source me 4 deals and I pay you $24,000 for it, that's like insane.
Yeah, exactly. It's just a lot of the time I find the people who are jumping on these sorts of offers tend to be they're looking for minimum $1 million in EBITDA, but you're looking at some of the smaller firms like, Sunbelt,
sure.
Transworld, that sort of stuff.
Heard. Yeah, I got you. I mean, I would still look at like what's the average deal size?
Like I said, minimum $1 million.
No, I know they're EBITDA, but what's the average transaction?
Clients are looking. Most of the times, the revenues of the businesses are about $5 to $20 million.
Okay, let me ask you differently. What check do they write to buy the businesses that you source them?
Sometimes it depends on the industries, just because of the.
Give me an average. Give me an average.
I'd say most businesses are being purchased between 15 to 30 mil.
Okay, got it. Yeah, you're way underpriced. I think you got to be looking at 1% acquisition fees or more. So I would charge exactly what we're charging and charge an acquisition fee. I'd be like, we're $24,000 a year, paid annually upfront, and we get 1% of the. And the way you write the contract, by the way, is you do it on the enterprise value, not on the cash value of the deal. So, because the way that it's going to work is they'll do like, let's say it's a $10 million deal for simple math. So if you have a $10 million deal, and they're not going to write. They typically won't write a $10 million check if it's a $10 million deal. They'll say, we're going to put, you're going to seller finance 20%, you're going to do an earn out for another 20, and then 60 will pay in cash, right? Something like that. And so you want to get paid on 10, not on 6.
I do that for private equity groups and family offices and that sort of stuff. But for brokers, I just do the flat fee. So for private equity groups, I charge the retainer of the $2,000 a month, plus I charge success fee on a Lehman's scale. Okay,
why would you not do that for the other guys?
They tend to just say no to any sort of success-based fee. It's either one or the other, either a success-based fee or a monthly fee. Most of the time, it's a flat-out no from.
Yeah, I think you just need to go up market.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, like, if you provide a valuable service and you're selling partially to broke people and partially to rich people, sell to rich people. Mm-hmm. I mean, that's that. It's the same work for you to source a $100 million deal as it is to source a $10 million deal. Sometimes easier.
Oh, exactly. Yeah. I mean, it's the same proven formula on the back end. For me, it doesn't make a difference of the targeting.
Exactly.
It's kind of what I charge people up front.
Exactly. So if that's the work that's required, then like screw the other ones. Just source the big deals.
Okay. In the short term, because I am a new business, this is my main income. Should I keep a base amount of clients to keep my monthly income coming in based on the setup I have right now, and then work on moving up market like you're talking about?
Yes. All my marketing, all my advertising would be getting private equity and saying this is the new way we do things. Yes.
Okay.
Cool.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
No, you bet. Congratulations on the business. Very cool.
Thank you.
All right, rock and roll. Okay, so I'm going to take 2 more. All right, and then I'm going to Nick. Let's see here, Nick. So Nick is $800K revenue, profit is $40K. I'll take 2 more and then I'm closing this guy. Nick?
Alex.
What's up, man?
Congratulations on the world record.
What was that?
Congratulations on the world record.
Oh, thank you. Tell me about your business, man. What's revenue?
Year to date, $413,000, and we're at $43,000 profit.
Okay, so 10% margins, so 400-ish K top line, 43K bottom line. Okay, what's the business?
So we do accent walls, feature walls in people's houses, and we're split 50-50 residential and commercial. Our residential clients, we have twice as many, and average job orders half the price. So that's one question is, how do I decide where to focus, residential versus commercial?
So it's a pretty classic situation that you're in. I would say instead of thinking about where to focus, I would be like, where do I focus my advertising? So you want to focus the advertising on the place that you're going to get the most leverage, which is going to be the people who pay you the most. So basically, what's the difference between LTV to CAC on each of those two types of businesses, or types of customers, excuse me?
LTV is better on commercial clients because they come back. Residential customers.
Heard. What's CAC on either of those?
I don't have clear numbers on that.
Okay. How much more work is it to get a commercial versus a residential?
It's probably twice as much work.
Okay. How much more are they worth to you?
And on average, they're worth double.
Okay. So it's twice the work and they're worth double, but they also come back.
Yep.
Right. So all of your effort should go towards commercial because that'll build a recurring base of business for you. And basically, as soon as you can get 70-ish, basically, if you can cover all your costs, and I do think you're probably mispriced too because your margins are bad. I'll do we'll deal with that on another call. But I'll say right now, if you just want to listen to me blindly, just raise your prices by 20% at minimum. Okay? Across the board. Your margins are too slim.
One other question. I started a school group because I also like teaching for carpenters. They're just starting out. Which is really fun, but then my focus is split. So is that okay to be doing both, or should I just do one?
No, you need to focus, man. I would say if you want to have a community, have it be for your customers. Right. And then maybe they'll buy more stuff because you're in touch with them. It's a long-term lead nurture.
Yeah, push the customers.
Keep them hot, baby. Keep them hot. Okay. 20% price raise. Switch your community to your customers, focus all your marketing on commercial because that's recurring, and to make sure that it's recurring, actually put them into a sequence to get them to come back.
Amazing.
Cool?
Thanks, Alex.
Rock and roll.
Yeah.
Appreciate you. All right.
You too.
That's it. Wasn't that fun? That was a fun one. I love simple things. Let's go. All right. Christian, you're up. If you're watching on the live stream, you're up, man.
Yeah, what's good, man? It's Christian.
What's cooking, Christian? Talk to me.
So my name's Christian Willard. I'm 23 years old. 2 years ago, I was homeless, had $0 sleeping in my truck.
Cool.
I do residential concrete. I just started my franchise. We're going to be doing $1 million this year in revenue.
Amazing, man. Congratulations.
Launch the franchise. Thank you, man.
Amazing. Okay, so talk to me. So you're doing $1 million this year is what you're saying that you're pacing?
Yeah, yes, sir.
And so the franchise, are you the franchisor or franchisee?
I'm the franchisor. We just paid the franchise company a ton of money, and they're going through all the documents right now, the FTD.
Got it. Okay, cool. All right, so but your $1 million, is that coming from the franchisor or your one location?
One location here
Got
in
it.
Mooresville, North Carolina.
Heard. Okay. What are margins on your on the concrete business?
25-30%.
Okay, got it. So 250, I'll just say 250-ish K. Is that including owner pay or no?
Yeah, that's just turnkey. It's pretty low.
No, including, is that 250 what you make plus the profit of the business, or is that?
That's turnkey.
So, okay, so with a manager. Heard. Okay, understood. Okay, got it. So how can I help you?
To be honest, man, this is kind of taking a step into franchising. So, I mean, we don't have a lot of overhead. We're pretty clean on overhead. It's just going to material and subs, but.
Why don't I just give you some
advice, man.
I'll just let me just give you advice. Okay. So here's the thing. If you pull this out on a long enough time horizon, the only thing that's going to make a franchise successful is its franchisees. Literally nothing else matters.
Yes, sir.
And the way to do that, there's a couple things. So number one is that you're going to succeed based on the quality of the franchisees. And so as much as you're going to want to sell and chase fast growth revenue or whatever, you want to keep the bar for your franchisee as high as humanly possible because how good they are is going to be how good your franchise is. And your unit economics in terms of average revenue per location is going to be one of the main things that makes this thing tradable and sellable in the long term, and the thing that's going to get better franchisees in the future to come and want to buy it. So your first 10, 20 franchisees, you have to be like, these guys can kill anything. Like you have to find studs who are going to do this. So it's absolutely a two-way thing. As much as somebody can look hopeless and you're going to want to have the franchise fee and all this stuff and take the cash up front, resist the urge because those 10 are going to be the ones who give you the averages. They're going to learn a bunch of stuff with you. You're going to want to be, you would really want to see them as partners, not customers.
Yes, sir.
All right? So that's thing one is picking high-quality franchisees. The second thing is do not get distracted by many different revenue streams with the franchise. Don't try and complicate it. If you have a model right now that works, just make the thing better. And by being better, usually it means how can I remove complexity? How can I automate things that don't require extra people? Like it's those things that can improve the model rather than like we're going to start adding this service and this service and this service in, because then people just die from 1,000 paper cuts of lack of focus.
Yes, sir. 100%. Yeah, we'll keep it pretty simple. I appreciate your advice, man. It's awesome.
You bet. And then from a long-term perspective, how are you planning on getting the franchisees?
It's actually going to be probably through my Instagram brand.
Okay.
And then I was going to go and vacation to other cities and like go to Angie's List and hire fake estimates and just kind of like pitch them there on the spot, to be honest. That's kind of my idea how I was going to get them.
I mean, I don't think it's a terrible idea. Yeah, I think it's a good place to start. Again, it's like you want winners.
Yeah.
So that's what you're going to have to look for. The tough part is that if you're finding somebody who's like struggling and then wants to convert over to your thing, it's like they might just not be winners. So something to be mindful of is like maybe you take 10 of these pitches, maybe 5 of them want to buy, maybe you just say yes to one.
Okay. I mean, I'm not opposed. Like it's not to me. Like from being homeless to
you're winning.
I'm at now. It's like I'm not money hungry. I'm about building a brand.
Yeah.
And, I turn money away all the time. When it comes on to like people wanting to join in and do these things, like you said, being picky, man. And I'm 100% with you on it, man.
Well, I appreciate that, and I think that your customers and franchisees will appreciate that too. Keep the bar super high. Don't overcomplicate the model. Don't be in a rush to scale. And at the end of the day, I said the only thing that might be beneficial for you is, well, I don't want to get ahead. Just do those 2 things. That's the main thing. Just do those 2 things first. Get to, call it 20 to 30 locations open. And then I think at that point, you'll have enough cash flow to sustain bringing on a more experienced exec who's done, ideally you want someone who's had one big success. He or she is hungry and wants to do it big with another one. So it's like they get one set of reps from somebody else. They were in charge of it, but they didn't get as much skin in the game. Give a few points of equity that they have to earn with a 1-year cliff so that like you don't give it away too soon or anything like that, so that they can drive the sales and then you can run the overall org.
Yes, sir, dude. I greatly appreciate this. This is one day you'll see it, man, and it'll be awesome.
Well, I look forward to it. Congratulations, man. It's a great story.
Thank you, man. Shout out to Jesus, my hot wife, and my awesome son.
Well, I love it, man. All right, see ya. This is great. All right, let's go Meland. That was fun. I'm going to do another one. That was funny. Okay, let's do one more. All right. By the way, as soon as I hang up this call, or I think we've been going, how long have we been going? Since 9. Oh, 9 to 5. Okay. Well, 8-hour shift. Hello, Meland.
Salam, Alex. How are you?
What's up, man? Talk to me. What's the business? What's the problem?
So I do email marketing for e-commerce companies. Main business model and the main issue at the moment was just I was miscalculating my CAC to LTV mainly.
Yeah.
So our business model was we would do a one-time like email automation setup for e-commerce companies and then try and upsell them on the recurring.
Okay.
But I was doing that model wrong in the beginning where I would sell them on the one time, but I would get so hungry on trying to sign more clients where I wasn't focused on the recurring.
Uh-huh.
So now, basically, like, so far this year, we've done, I believe, $450,000, and only the profit's around 10%.
Okay.
So,
okay, how are you getting customers right now? Yeah, how are you?
Ads.
Yeah. It's not going to work unless you keep customers. This model doesn't work. I'm just telling you right now. So what's the recurring thing that you're selling?
So we're selling recurring like email campaigns. So we do,
the
email blast, all that sort of stuff.
Oh, email blast? Or you mean like you're nurturing leads, like, you set up Klaviyo and all that stuff?
Yeah, we set up Klaviyo to Shopify, and we do like segmentation, all that.
Yeah, heard. Okay, got it. And you do turnkey, like you write all the emails and you send it for their, for their stuff?
Yeah, I had my team do it. So we have like a team of copywriters and designers.
No, I get you.
And then,
But that's what you do as a business.
Exactly.
All right, what's the price point?
So our typical price point right now, like average across all of we have like 13 active clients.
Okay.
Average is around $2K per month, and
Okay.
it ranges between 15 to like 2,500.
Okay, so $2K a month, so you're doing $26K-ish a month, and then you have your front-end sales, let's get you to 40-ish, right?
Exactly, yeah.
All right, what are you charging on the front end?
Front end for our flow setup, we're doing $29.50.
Okay, so $3K on the front, and then how many of these are you selling a month?
So I was doing this offer for around like a few months, or probably around like 8 months, and we were selling on average anywhere between 12 to 16. I had to
month?
stop it. Yeah.
Interesting. What's the cost of acquiring a customer? What's CAC?
My CAC for this entire offer I'm pulling up the numbers right now, from October all the way up until when I stopped it was around average 2,400.
Yes, you break even on the front.
Exactly.
But then you're not doing anything, but you're not really converting people in the back. So what percentage of people from offer one? All right, why don't we just do this, man? So why don't you just say, hey, I can do this thing for $10,000 up front, this whole automation, right? You hearing me?
Yeah.
Or I'll include the $10,000 for free if you become a customer, which you can do today for $3,000 a month.
So
And
you're saying the upfront offer is $10K and then lead them into the recurring?
Well, it's an anchor. So this is called bonus continuity. By the way, everyone who's watching, one of the money models. So they come in and you say, hey, I've got this thing that I do, which is whatever the initial automation setup, right? You say, so it costs 10 grand to do that, but if you want us to set it up so that we can do the recurring on the back end, we can do that as well. And I'll waive the 10K, I'll include it, and I'll build it for free as long as you commit to 6 months.
Interesting. So, okay. So have that as like gotcha. So you position that as like, okay, we're just going to do that for you anyway. You have to commit to 6 months on like a $3K a month because that's what I'm trying to increase the price to.
Yeah. What if I want to cancel at month 4? What do you do?
Typically we just don't do any long-term contracts or anything like that. We just typically just do month to month.
Right. So hear me out. Now that you have this offer, what do you think you're going to do?
Probably if they have to stick to it if they're trying to leave after 4 months, then probably not sure. I mean, let them, I guess. I don't know.
So when you say the 10K, this is what you do. You say, hey, it's $10,000. I'm willing to stomach the $10,000 if you'll commit to 6 months. If you want to cancel between now and the 6 months, you just pay me the $10,000 that you would have paid if you wanted to be month to month.
Gotcha.
So it's either
canceling have to go to the full, like just 10K.
So think about it like this: it's $10,000 and then $3,000 a month to month, or it's $0 and then $3,000 for 6 months. And the $0 is the $10,000 thing. But if you cancel in the 6 months, then you got to pay me what you would have paid for the flexibility of being month to month. That's the trade. So if I have to front the risk, fine. I'll front the risk if you make the commitment. But if you renege on the commitment, then you got to pay me what you were going to pay me originally to have the flexibility.
Okay, that makes sense. And then, okay, no, that makes total sense. So then rather than just selling 3K packages, doing that, trying to get a result for them and then upselling them.
Your cash flow is going to be the same, though. Your cash flow is going to be the same, though, because you're charging 3K right now. You're charging 3K with the other thing. Same.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay, no, that makes total sense.
Right. Except this way, every once in a while, somebody is just going to say yes to the 10K, and those will be nice pops when you get them. And the 3K per month on the back end is still 50% higher than you're currently making, and you're currently making 10% margins, which would take your margins from like 10 to, if you just did the exact same number of customers you currently are, that would add 200,000. It would take your margins to 35%.
Yeah, that'd be amazing.
Right. Let's do that then.
That's very,
Let's do that.
Totally. Sorry, I have one more question. Just because the way that I'm positioning it right now is like, okay, we'll build this, 22 email setup for, one-time payment.
Well, I wouldn't say a 22 email setup. That sounds very commoditized. But yeah, go ahead.
For the actual offer side, when I'm trying to actually write in front of the ads, all that sort of stuff, would it just be like we'll build this crazy automation setup for free, and then, or is that like a bait and switch? Like,
No,
how
I mean,
would
if
you,
you-
basically, I'm saying, how would you position it on the front end?
Well, what are you saying now?
Well, right now, this is the ad that we basically is working the best. Is like, we'll do this 22 email flow setup for a one-time payment.
That's fine. Run the exact same thing. Just pitch this instead of what you're pitching right now.
Gotcha. So just pitch the bigger setup for basically one time. Oh, okay. Gotcha. And then
10K.
just hold them over. Okay.
Right.
Gotcha. Okay, that makes total sense. Appreciate it.
Bingo, bango. Money mango. All right, rock and roll. Appreciate
you
you.
so much.
You bet. All right, see ya. Donate a book. All right. Donate some goddamn books. All right. Peter Insurance. All right, Peter Insurance.
All circuits are busy. Please try to call again later.
Oh, Peter's busy.
All circuits are...
Peter's busy. Peter Insurance, you missed it, man. All right. Danny Dance Studio. That is kind of funny. Danny Dance Studio. I hope it's called Danny Dance. Danny Dances.
Good afternoon, this is Danny.
Danny, what is the name of your dance studio?
Movers and Shakers.
It's not Danny Dances?
No.
I thought it'd be funny.
Alex?
Okay, this is Alex. All right, talk to me.
My goodness.
What's the
All right,
business?
Alex,
What's revenue? What's revenue? Where do you want to be? What's the problem?
All right, $650K.
Great.
I believe the constraint is myself with sales. We need a good salesperson, and I don't know how to pay a great salesperson enough to stick with us. We only have a couple leads come in a day, and this has been the constraint, I think, for a long time.
Okay, so yeah, Peter's trying to call back now. Too late. Sorry, there's a call busy signal, but you're the priority, Danny. All right. So 650,000. You said you're the constraint, being sales. Now, tell me more about that. Does that mean that you can't grow the business because you're in sales all day, or because no one else can sell like you?
I think they can sell like me. I just don't know how to afford them. So the cost of a program is about $500. LTV is maybe $800.
Yeah, that's the problem, dude. That's the problem. Like, you got to fix the business right now. Like, we don't want to scale this. The business doesn't. Like, what are your margins right now?
About 50%.
Interesting. I still feel like you could make even more. Because if you're charging $500 up front and $800's LTV, it's like you're not really converting anyone. It's like you're one-time popping people. How are you getting customers? Ads?
We don't run any ads. It's all inbound.
It's all inbound, but people just buy one set of dance sessions and then that's it?
About 50% renewing.
And then after that, what happens?
Some will renew longer. Some will leave and come back. Some are gone forever. I'd love to bring it up to 70%. I'm definitely not sure how to do that yet.
Why don't you get them into a membership?
We recently experimented with selling more programs up front with very limited success so far, but I'm open to it.
No, sell your front end thing because you're obviously closing on that. But I'm saying, why don't you just take the 500 and then just roll it into a membership?
Yeah, they go through levels. So they start beginner, then intermediate, then
That's
advanced,
fine. Just roll it in. Yeah, roll into the next level.
So, like when they purchase the first level.
Before they finish the first level, offer them the next level, and then credit their first level towards their second level, and price the second level such that when you roll in the first level to the second level, you still make a good profit.
We do. I mean, we sell it about halfway through the first level, and
Okay.
we're at about 50% recurring.
And then what percentage of people from the second ling buy the third thing?
About 50%.
Yeah, so you got to keep. It's just, and these are what, 6-week things?
10 weeks.
10 weeks.
Yeah.
Are you the dancer?
I used to teach everything. Now we have a couple other instructors. I came to your scaling workshop last summer, by the
Yeah,
way.
yeah,
Best
heard.
program I've done in my entire life, by the way.
Oh, I'm glad. I appreciate that. You donate some books?
I already purchased the 200 books, yeah.
Rock and roll. Appreciate you. Okay, so the margins are good. Actually, did you ask me a question at the workshop? Because I feel like I remember a dancer.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have really good margins. I remember this. Okay, so you had really good margins. Okay, so
just subtracting direct expenses, I mean, it's about 80% margins. But when you take away the overhead, we're at about 50.
Yeah, I mean, well, yeah. I mean, without overhead, I have 100% margins. Okay, so why can't you? I want this to be more recurring. That's the thing. Like, this is the thing that bothers me about the business. I'm glad you're making money. I'm glad it's 50% margins. All this stuff's great. It's just like I mean, obviously, I understand the space really well, right? The reason, did you see Rick on here earlier?
I did not.
Okay, so Rick owns a franchise that does small group training for gyms. It's one of the best franchises right now in the fitness space. And the key that makes his model work is that they have a 38-month stick rate. And the way that happens is because they do semi-private. So 1-on-4, 1-on-6. And then people get to know each other. They have a regular calendar that they're used to. They take this as their main workout. And so the key is we have to figure out, like, how do we get, basically, the thing to solve for this business, if you really want to solve, like, really actually want to do this business for real, all of your effort has to go to, how do I get people to stay for more than a year?
Okay.
If you solve that, you crack the whole business open, LTV is going to expand. The problem that you have is, like, yeah, you can't pay salespeople because, like, there's not really a ton left. That being said, you're running 50% margins. So, like, if you had $325,000 a year in profit, which is what you're making right now, could you pay a $100,000 a year salesperson to sell for you? Yeah, for sure. So I don't know why. Like, I mean, yeah, for sure. It's a 6-figure sales job. You'd still have 250 left, and then with all the extra time, you could go make more money.
What kind of commission would I be able to offer them on a
Back into it. So how many deals per year or whatever? Just do per month. How many deals per month would a sales guy be expected to close?
I mean, we only have a couple leads coming in a day, so 20, 30.
Okay, so a deal a day, call it. That is what they can close. Okay, so if he's got to make $2,000 a week, right? So he's working 5 days a week, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's got to make $400 a day, 5 days a week. Okay, so something doesn't make sense with your math, though. Yeah, because if you're closing 30 deals a month and you said LTV was 800, then that would mean that you'd be doing $24,000 a month, which would put you at $300,000 a year, not $650.
I know what it is. A lot of people purchase without reaching out first. They just purchase online.
You mean they just buy online? Yeah. I got it.
These are people who reach out.
Got it. Okay. So you're doing a deal a day, but the average ticket is 800. Or LTV is 800. Yeah.
Maybe we need to just start advertising and suffer and take the loss for a while to get more lead volume, and then we could actually pay them
Well, I mean, if you advertise well, you'll make more money. you won't be like, I have to suffer and advertise. It's like, if you do it right, you'll make a bunch of money. Okay, so if I really wanted to fix this business, you have option one is you can just run ads, right? That's an easy option. But I would not want you to do that if we really want to do this right. You want to fix LTV. Like, if you want this business to really scale, if you want to get to, like, millions of dollars a year, not just a few $100,000. And I want to be clear, what's your goal? Like, do you just want to make this?
Yeah, I mean, if we expanded to, $2-3 million a year, that'd be great. All good.
Okay. Well, if you fix the model, it'll just keep growing. That's the thing. So we have to, basically, I would look at how you're doing your delivery and think, how can I do it in such a way that people can get enough, and like, maybe you have a $500 front end, but maybe there's a $1,500 front end. And that has a better client ratio. So, and then they're stickier too. I don't know. But right now, the thing to solve is, how do you get people to stay for 3 years? 1 year to start, but ideally 3 years.
With personal training, how long would be realistic for a person to stay?
38 months, that's what I'm saying.
38 months, okay.
Yeah, so you want, get churn, churn under 3%. That's what you want.
Just 3%, wow.
Monthly.
Teaching a skill, the thing is, once they have the skill, I believe it becomes a lot tougher to keep them around,
Yeah, heard. Well, they learn new songs, and then I'm sure they dance with one another, right? And they have, and I'm sure, like everything, it's like, if somebody said, hey, Alex taught me how to sell, right? It's how well, you know what I mean? Like, there's depth to skill. It's not like, okay, he can do the cha-cha, but it's like, how well can he do it? Is he cha-cha champ? Or is he just decent at the cha-cha? I'm just making this up. I have no idea. But like I imagine that maybe part of it is just like your own belief of like, well, they already learned it. It's like, but how good are they?
Okay. My experience is that at the higher levels, it becomes much more competitive and even harder to keep them around.
Yeah.
I understand that would crack the code, though. I mean, that would make a huge difference.
Yeah. Well, maybe, okay, hear me out. Is there a way that you go from teaching to like a group, some sort of larger group setup that's like more scalable? So that becomes like the recurring bucket that's like fun and maybe lower priced, but people like never want to cancel because it's almost like a dance club?
Yeah, people do run dance clubs. It feels like a whole other animal and not necessarily desirable. But,
Well then, dude, if you don't want it, man, then that's not the thing. Like the thing is if I say, hey, if you start advertising, the business can double or triple. But the thing is like that lever only gets pulled once, right? Mm. And so I'd rather fix the bucket before we pour a bunch of water. Pouring the water is almost like a commoditized thing. Like we run ads, people come in, we sell them, but then it's like, okay, then the whole game is just, I buy customers at 200, I make 800 with, 90% gross margins or whatever it is. And it's like, so you're just buying, $400 bills or $500 bills for $200. Not a bad thing to do. Don't get me wrong with it. But like, if you want to build the asset, the business, it's like, how can we keep those dollars continuing to come and really expand LTV? Because that's what's going to give you the stability for the business, which is what you ultimately want.
We got to nail it first.
Yeah, and then scale it.
Yeah.
No, but that's so I think when you go through the lifetime value playbook and you go through the retention playbook, that'll give you a bunch of different frameworks to think through in terms of how to apply it. And obviously you can ask the HCQ AI. It'll give you a bunch of different frameworks to apply to your specific dance business. And then that might be the thing that will unlock the LTV for the model such that you can then fix it, churn goes down, renewals go from 50% to say 80 or 90% from cohort to cohort. Now you're singing and dancing.
Start with
right?
Start with the LTV playbook. Start with the retention playbook. The constraint is not the sales. The constraint you're saying is the LTV.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I guess that's my homework.
Bingo bango. Rock and roll.
Really
appreciate you.
Appreciate you, man. Thank you.
All right. You bet. See ya. All right. Okay, who do you guys want? I'm gonna say a name. You guys can tell me in here. All right. Would you guys rather have? Do you want to call Peter back from insurance? Option 1, he did call back. Option 2 is you can go with Rayhan, telehealth, $6 million a year. Or option 3, we can go Caden. All right, Caden it is. All right, I'll hit Peter next. I see some Peters in there. All right.
This is Caden.
What's up, Caden?
Is this Alex?
It is indeed. Hit me. What's you're doing? What? 48 million in revenue? That's what I saw in the message.
Yes, sir. So we're pacing for 48 million this year.
Badass, man.
Yes, sir. We're up 60% year over year.
Congrats. What do you sell?
Hit creative home engineering. So Murphy doors, Murphy beds, hideaway safes.
Oh, cool. Yeah, money printing.
Yes, sir.
Average ticket?
Average ticket. So we just added a sales team about 15 months ago. We were doing about $2,200 as our average. We're now doing 28 with the sales team. So average between the two, we're looking at about 2,600.
Really? So you're doing a ton of volume.
Yeah, about 21,000 orders per year.
Badass. Okay, so is this what's acquisition system? Door to door, or is it phone sales?
So, ironically, for the first 12 years, we didn't have a sales team. It was customer service, but it was direct e-commerce. So we've been very lucky.
Wow. Okay. So you'd sell these. So wait, hold on. So you were selling these units and then just shipping them straight out?
Correct. Yep.
Got it. Okay. Okay. What percentage is e-commerce versus sales team?
So sales team's done 12 million this year. We're at 22 million as of right now.
Right.
And then we've got other channels. So we're just about 48% from the sales team, direct to consumer.
And when you say direct to consumer, are they just smiling and dialing, or are you doing lead gen, or like are you like what's
just through our marketing channels. They're checking out direct through our website, so they're landing on our landing page. They're following us on Instagram, and over time they're checking out on their own. So 48%, 52% is doing that. We've got about 4% through Home Depot, Amazon, Wayfair, a few other channels.
Yeah.
So my question, my problem, my burning problem that I need solved is, you know, we've partnered with Grant Cardone. We're trying to get in with you as well, and
Did you buy some books?
Scale this thing. We bought 215 books. So yes, sir.
Well, I appreciate that. All right.
Absolutely.
Well, and I thank you for the other 200 entrepreneurs who are going to get books. So thank you from them too. All right. So so you have a burning question. You said you wanted to partner. What's holding you back right now?
Honestly, nothing. Nothing's holding us back right now. So we haven't been out to see you. We've been with the Cardone team for about a year now.
Awesome.
They've done an awesome job for us.
I mean,
we love them.
Obviously, things are doing great.
We think that what we're doing organically is working great.
Okay.
And we want to see it through.
Okay.
So by 2027, we've got a plan to reach 100 million.
Awesome.
And so my question is, you know, with your expertise, what channel do you see? You know, I think we've got so much fire burning under us and so much ability. You know, we haven't tapped into door to door. I just started a channel where we're actually meeting with the developers, the designers, the contractors. You know, so I think that channel, the lifetime value of a contractor is so much greater than just a direct to consumer.
Yeah.
So I don't know if we just need to blast that channel. You know, currently the majority of our builder leads are coming from, we do one event per year. It's called the International Builder Show.
Yeah.
We got to Vegas. We spent about $1 million on our booth.
Yeah.
We always get, you know, show the booth of the year, so on and so forth. We're able to acquire about 6,000 leads, builders, designers, contractors.
Amazing.
And so within the past 2 months, I'm really trying to build that team out. So far, it's working great. It's 1/3 of our sales team's revenue. So I'm you know, without a proof of concept, I'm just trying to understand if this is the route that I need to put all resources in, or if, you know, you're seeing something with your...
No. So let me just cut you off. So right now, the thing that I would be most afraid of if I were you is splitting my attention.
Okay.
Because I like to ask the question, like, what stops you from doing 10 times more of the thing that's already working? What are your margins right now?
48%.
Dude, come on. Okay, so you got great margins, growing fast. You've got the e-commerce channel, self-serve, that's working. That's 52% or 48%. Which one was it? 52, right?
The e-commerce is 52.
Right, you got 52, and then you got 4% from other, and then you got, I guess the rest is sales team, right?
Correct.
Okay, and then sales team are working what channel?
Sales team, they're mainly working all the leads that are coming through all of our
from e-commerce. So they're just working. Yeah, they're just working the leads from all abandoned carts and all that stuff.
Abandoned carts. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so this was basically the sales team add-on is kind of a CRO thing. So it's basically like. So the easiest way to think about it is, all right, I'm gonna draw, and maybe you'll see this video. I don't know if you're watching this live or not, but for my people, can you give me an overhead cam? So. If we have a triangle, and let's say that this represents the marketplace, if you are currently monetizing the top of that triangle, okay, that's, let's say, this is your normal e-commerce, whatever, right? When you add a sales team, what happens is you take this line of monetization, and then you just pull it down, and then you convert a higher percentage of the people that are in this triangle, right? Okay. Now, the way to grow this is like you're like if you keep adding more salespeople, eventually you will run out of leads to call. Correct?
Absolutely.
Right. Yep. And so that was a one-time lever, a good lever. Yep. Don't get me wrong, and one that will increase AOV. Well, really more EPCs than AOV, but like increase earnings per click so that you can spend more in advertising, etc. Mm-hmm. Okay, rock and roll. And what we want to do is. We want to expand this triangle as the primary thing.
That's what I'd be thinking of. So your current way of getting the customers in, are you running any ads at all?
Yes.
Okay.
Plenty.
Yeah, so my thought process would be, okay, now that we have enhanced our earnings per click, we can now reach significantly more, we can buy way more media, and I already have the infrastructure to do that, and I already have the sales team. And so then the business just becomes, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Yeah. So the business just becomes, I'm going to spend more money on the advertising, and by doing that, that will then feed the sales team, which I can then bolster up. And so it just becomes this back and forth ping pong between get more leads for e-commerce, hire more salespeople, get more leads for e-commerce, get more salespeople. And that to me is a simpler setup. For me to say, hey, let's also do this other thing, unless you have a star who can actually run it without you doing it, then I would rather you stick with the thing and double down on what is working most. Because like, I'll say this differently. If you can double the business, right, with doing one thing, I think I would rather do that than double it doing 4.
Got it.
So then let's just try and find the one thing and then put all of our emphasis on that. And right now you have a machine that's doing 48% margins, growing 60% a year. I'm not like, let's just add distraction, because most businesses die from indigestion, not starvation. They die from doing too much, not too little.
Absolutely.
And rather, I'll say too many rather than too much. Too much, you can pretty much never do. Too many, you absolutely can do.
Got it.
All right, that would be without knowing anything about the team, with zero context from a 8.5-minute call. That's how I would see it. Obviously, you're a bigger business. You know this. You will know your business better than I can right now. But that is the framework that I'd be using to approach it. The sales team was a one-time pull, made more money, probably dramatically increased margins. All that's good stuff. But in order to really expand the business, because to me, the business didn't really expand, you just better monetize, which is nothing wrong with that.
Absolutely.
Right. But now it's like you have top of funnel issues. So we either have to, either you need to spend more on the existing channel and see how can I get to $250 million a year just by 5xing my front end, or like if I really feel like I'd cap that, which I don't think you're even close, then I would say, okay, let's see if I can start another channel. But I'm going to always try and do more before I try and do new.
Got it.
Rock and roll?
Yes, sir. I appreciate you, Alex.
Appreciate you. Thank you for buying books.
Absolutely.
All right. See you, bud. All right, Peter. We're going to Peter. I got a lot of Peters. We're going to Peter. Okay. Now I got to remember this thing. Hold on. Hold on. What was this? Is this it? I got it. Still got it. Okay, Peter. You got to answer on this one. All right, Pete.
Hey.
Hey, Peter.
Oh my, Alex, I almost cried, man. I've been going to the workshop. Man, I'm from Baltimore.
No, I saw your area code. All right,
let's go.
That's why I did it. That's why I called you back. Dude. All right, so you're doing 7 top line, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, you got 2 in profit. It's insurance. What kind of insurance?
Yeah, so we sell final expense. So I need your help here. We sell to poor people. So burial insurance, which is a really interesting model.
Burial
insurance.
Oh, burial.
So
Yeah, got it.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, got it. Okay, got it. All right, so what's the issue? What's holding you back?
Yeah, so we're kind of like at a crossroads right now. So I have built a large brand. I have about 60,000 insurance agents on my YouTube channel.
16?
60,000.
Oh, got it. Great.
So I get naturally about 20 to 30 people that want to work with us to grow our team. Basically, we want to scale our team. So our biggest problem is increasing our LTV and our profitability. Right now, our options to expand or increase our LTV are to increase and go into a new product like Medicare, which is really highly compliant.
Yeah.
Or to off our insurance products. Like, we're an LOA call center, so we generate the leads, we pay salaries, and it's a small margin for our agents. But opening up the broker model basically is a licensing model where we can take them, they pay the fee, and then we can ultimately have them a high contract, but they take on all the risk. So we don't know if we should just open that up to go from LOA, our call center model, to now a brokerage model, or add an additional product like Medicare.
So you said your margins are bad, but you're running 30% margins. So like,
how would I say? Churn is tough. It's a battle. We pay for all of our agents' chargebacks.
Yeah.
So they have no risk. So it's like you have to keep selling new products to keep up with the chargebacks, because when you're selling to poor people, as you know, it's a lot of returns. They can't afford $60.
We're bootstrapping this business. We have, a healthy savings.
Yeah.
We're at a tough spot right now.
Well, I think selling a better product to a more affluent customer is a good idea. I don't really love, I'm not going to make you feel bad. But if you're getting a ton of chargebacks, that kind of sucks. You know what I mean? It's not a good way to live. You know what I mean? You can make a buck, but make enough to go legit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
All right.
So would you? Mm-hmm.
So I do like a superior product. And you obviously know how to market and sell, right? It seems like you have that skill set. So you just got to sell better stuff, man. Better stuff to better people. You have a good base skill set. You know how to recruit. You know how to hire. You know how to train. You know how to market. You know how to sell. You got a lot of the right tools. I think you just got to build a better business with those tools that you got.
Okay, build a better business. So would you just find a different product to sell
Yeah.
in insurance? We know how to market.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And would you still build into keeping the LOA? Because there is that, we get the long-term value, which is the residual play a little bit, but it just made the product things showing us up.
Yeah, but the residuals aren't worth much because the people cancel so quick.
Yeah. So
Right.
if you started for 2 years, would you just say, hey guys, prepare the team to change the product?
No, you're in a tough spot, but it takes. Listen, I want to be upfront. You're making money, all right. So I don't want you I don't want you to burn your building down. But the main thing is it really depends on your goals. Either you have to if you can figure out a way to improve the service or improve the expectations such that people stop charging back, this could be a business that's better. And so if we think about which problem would you rather solve, right? So problem one is I can try and improve the way that my people sell, how they're being pre-framed on the call via the nurture, the marketing, all the messaging that they're seeing prior to the phone call, right? And then whatever their experience is post-call, there's some automation, some AI I can put in so that I can retain these people and increase their LTV. If I can do that, that's one solution set to fix the business. The other solution set is to enter another business, which fundamentally, even though it's insurance, you already know this, it's a completely different ballgame, right? Yeah. Different avatar, different acquisition process, different sales process, all of these pieces, right? Mm-hmm. So I hesitate a little bit to say go change everything. I'd rather you see if you could fix the existing thing because you already have it down. It's just can we just fill the 2 holes that are breaking this rather than really overhauling the whole thing. But I do think if we're looking at a 10-year time horizon rather than a 2-year time horizon, you'll probably be better served with the better customers, higher ticket.
Okay, gotcha. So expand that way. It's almost like Sharon, he had that brokerage model we didn't take into. We have the people, but our model doesn't attract A players because it's like a call center, LOA.
Well, yeah, of course. Yeah, you're selling to broke people. It sucks. You're like a collections company, 50%. It's brutal.
Well, yeah, it's tough. A lot of problems. So you think by changing the product, you also can change, ultimately who you recruit? Because there's obviously...
Dude, 1,000%. Because no one wants to sell this. No one wants to buy it. No one wants to sell it. Right?
And we can't control the product cost.
Yes.
Because it's $60, and
I get
we
it.
have a lot of agent retention problems too.
Of course. Yes, of course it is. Think about it. You deal with absolutely terrible people, and so everything sucks. Everything stems from there. It's terrible people, terrible products, terrible employee. A whole thing sucks. Yeah. So we just have to fix that.
Well, yeah, I appreciate it. We're trying to think about adding the product, but it's the people, and it's painful these last 2.5 years.
But dude, you learned a ton of skills, and now you just get to apply them to a better opportunity. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. Dude, you learn. How old are you?
26.
Dude, you're fine. You're fine, dude.
26 from Baltimore.
That's right, man. That's right.
Yeah.
No, so I think I would go with the higher ticket, better insurance. The skill that you're going to need to learn, you really only have to learn one right now. The skill that you're going to need to learn is you're going to have to learn how to advertise to hire socioeconomic people. And to be fair, just not bottom feeders. You don't have to advertise ballers. You have to advertise normal people.
Right, middle class.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, it's all one call close. So it's all we're doing is chasing that next sale.
Of course, I know.
It's hard on the guys.
Yeah.
Man.
You just need to take this monster front end. Maybe you expect that it's going to be a 2-call close or a 3-call close. Okay. But if LTV is 10x, you can attract way better closers. They'll stay longer. And there's also more models that are available to you, like a brokerage, et cetera, which is legit. It's a big boy shit.
Yeah.
And those things exit for 15, 15x, 12x, sometimes 20x multiples on premiums.
Yeah,
Super big, real enterprise value.
absolutely.
All right.
That's the plan. Thank you, man. From the bottom of my heart, thanks for calling back. I won't be able to sleep at night. We'll see you. See you in 2 weeks at the workshop.
Oh, rock and roll, man. I appreciate you.
All right, buddy.
All right, that's it.
Thank you. Bye.
All right, let's go. Let's go. Go, Peter. All right, let's see what else we got. Kristen Plumbing. All right, Kristen Plumbing. Let's go. Kristen Plumbing, if you're watching this.
Hello?
Kristen Plumbing.
Yes, this is Kristen Plumbing.
This is Alex Hormozy Holline.
Hello, how are you?
Good. Tell me about Kristen Plumbing. What's revenue? What's the problem?
Okay, so the revenue is 1.2.
Okay.
Profit is 350.
Okay.
So about 30% profit.
Okay.
My husband and I own the plumbing business.
Okay.
And our Achilles heel right now is employee retention.
Okay.
So he's the master plumber.
Yep.
And right now we have him and one other plumber. And so they're generating the 1.2. And so let me just give you a very quick backstory is I run all the office part of the business. He handles everything in the field. And so the problem, like I said, is employee retention, but I'm a little bit, neither of us are good in that area.
Okay.
I'm a little bit better, but my husband obviously should be the one actually doing all of that. So my question is, how do we fix this problem? Do we hire someone to fill this role?
When you say this role, what do you mean?
I guess I'm
you're doing
thinking
1.2. Headcount's what, 5, 6?
Yes.
Right. So it's you and your husband, and then how many guys you got in the field, technicians, whatever?
Two plumbers, including my husband, and 1 to 3 helpers, depending on the project.
Okay, so like just vendors, contractors?
Yeah, and we have 1 full-time apprentice as a W-2.
Heard. So then what's the retention issue? Are you actually having issues retaining people, or are you having issues finding people?
We're having issues retaining people. We're averaging about less than 6 months. We've gone through, and this has been for the last 18 months.
Okay, why are they leaving?
Because they don't like. I think it's they don't like how my husband manages them.
Okay.
He's very military, straightforward. Do your job.
Yeah.
And we offer good benefits and all the good things, but he's not.
He's tough.
He's tough, and he's not the guy who's going to build the camaraderie. So we keep thinking, can we bring in a service manager who maybe can also do some plumbing and fill that role and be the barrier between him and the guys, my husband and the guys.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So, what's your husband's name?
His name is John.
Is John with you?
No, but I could.
No, you're
get him.
Well, you can walk that way and to keep me on speaker. So.
Okay.
So, I mean, basically, I'll say it to you this way: John not having the skill of being able to manage and lead people is going to cost you $150, $185 a year. So, the options are that he can learn to change his behavior in such a way that allows people that they don't hate working for you, and you can save that money at the bottom line. Alternatively, you can say we're going to cut our pay in half, and we're going to get somebody else who has that skill.
Okay.
I mean, those are fundamentally said differently. The environment in which people are working needs to change. Either he will change or he needs to leave and then somebody else does the thing the right way. It will cost you more to bring somebody else in than for him to learn the skill. But that's a you call. Business-wise, either choice works. One is obviously higher risk because you're increasing liability and fixed costs.
Right, so what are my 2 main options?
Hire somebody, the service manager that we were just referencing. Hire a service manager. Or option 2, your husband learns to change his behavior in a way that doesn't make people feel icky.
Okay, so how did you come up with that number? How much it's costing us?
That's just my guess. No, you said 350 is your total net
Yes.
right now.
Yes.
So
Yes.
if we had to hire a service manager, I would imagine they're going to make 150-ish.
Yeah, that's what I would assume.
Okay, so 350 becomes 200. So 40% of what you make would go to the service manager. But they're only going to be managing an apprentice and one other guy.
Well, then we would then actually be able to. We already have 2 additional trucks, so we don't have bodies in.
Oh,
because
heard,
of the-
because you can't staff them. Got it. But do you
Yes,
have jobs?
Yes, we have lead.
Oh, well
It's
then
not
done.
lead, it's
Done. This isn't even a question. Done even a question. Service guy for sure, because done. That sealed the deal. Done. Not even a question. So then the question is, how do you find a service manager who can deal with your husband? It's still gonna ladder up to this. But I'll say something that maybe Layla, are you there? What? All right, you wanna hop in real quick? How do we deal with people not being able to deal with me?
So John's here. He's hearing all of it.
All right, John. So here's the deal. So Kristen and John own a plumbing company. John's out in the field. They've got 1 additional plumber and an apprentice. They've got more deals than they can handle. They've got 2 empty trucks, and they can't have bodies because they can't keep anyone because John's a hard ass. Yeah. So they either have to, my goal was like, okay, well, hire the service manager, maybe take some of that off of John. Yeah. But then the service manager is still going to report to John, or is going to report to you, Kristen. So I was going to say, how would you? This is a pure people and AI masterclass from Layla.
Yeah. So I look at it like this. What's your husband's name again, ma'am?
John.
John.
John. Yeah.
So there's the business. Can you see what I'm drawing?
Oh, jeez, no.
If you're not, go on YouTube.
All right. So like, you're
You're good.
there's your business, and then there's John. And then the bubble of your business, John doesn't come into that bubble. John stays in this bubble.
This is how Layla manages Alex.
And then John gets to be Santa Claus. And you get to be the Grinch. And I found that works incredibly well. And I had one of my first mentors who said she took the whole business and basically circled all the departments except marketing and said, Alex, you do the marketing, and then Layla, you take the rest of it. And by the way, the people still report to you, Layla. And that worked out well for us.
Greatest moment of my life. So I'll tell you the story. So we paid, I think, $50,000 for a day of consulting from like an operations person. And so he said, hey, I want you guys to write on this whiteboard everything that occurs in this business. Like what are all the jobs and tasks that have to get done? So we write down this whole whiteboard covered with stuff that Layla and I are both doing. And so then he takes this marker and he circles everything, like every single thing on the board minus marketing. And he's like, this is all Layla's. And I was like, I love this guy. We should pay him double.
And you know why this is good for you is think of all the skills you're going to acquire.
Yeah, absolutely. And this kind of aligns with our personalities.
Oh, good.
Yeah, so like just lean into your strengths. Like if you're more of a people person and him being on the field makes problems, then you just do that. I mean, we talk about it openly with our team, and it's always like, okay, and we even talk openly, like, Alex, you always have a project to work on. Because if you don't have a project, then you're going to want to come in.
And break shit.
And then people are going to get mad and quit.
As one does.
I mean, like, there's no shame in the game.
Yeah. No, for sure. I'll, John, just to make you feel a little better, I'm 0 for 11 on EAs. And the common thread between
report to me now.
And the common thread between me and the 11 of them is obviously them. So no, but now the EAs all report to Layla because I am too difficult to deal with.
Yeah, so I guess the question then, like, isn't that going to be confusing for the guys on the field?
Not really. It depends if it's a technical thing or it's management. I think that's probably a key difference. Like, you want to explain the difference between like...
Well, just because you get information from somebody doesn't mean you need to report to them. So, you know, if you look at like a RACI matrix, for example, it's like who's responsible, who's accountable, who's consulted, and who's informed. It's like they're going to consult with John and learn from him, but that doesn't mean that they're accountable to him and that he's responsible for them. You're responsible for them and they're accountable to you, but they make it consulted by John and then he gets informed about how they're doing. It doesn't mean that they're going to report to him. So,
but the service manager is reporting to me.
Yeah. So, for example, in our business, so, Alex has a media team. Like, technically, they report to me, but they talk to him all the time. But they're not talking about how to grow the team, how to manage results, KPIs, infrastructure. They're talking to him about the media, the art. So that's the differentiator that you have to have.
The art.
Okay.
An artist.
Okay.
I think it'll work way better, and you guys will be way happier if you have that. Because also, you want to have your own swim lanes and, know where you got to, fit in and swim. And just keep swimming.
Yeah, John, wouldn't it be great if you didn't have anybody report to you and you could just, train them on how to do the stuff, and then somebody else can manage their emotions and things?
Yeah, to manage the emotions thing, I think that hit it right on the nail on the head for sure. It's a difficult thing for me to do, to manage men's emotions on a daily basis.
Yeah. I get it. Preaching to the choir. All right, so that help you guys out?
Yes, very much. Thank you
Yeah,
so much.
so the action item is hire the service manager. That guy reports to you, Kristen. And then, John, you're just basically you're a lead technician, right? Like, when they have the most complex issues, they don't know how to do something, they call you, right?
For sure.
If the guys are like, hey, what do we think about this brand idea? Or what are we doing? What about this, this copy or this hook or this angle or this video or this whatever? They're going to come to me to ask me about that. But if they're like, hey, I'm having a problem with Tommy, I'm like, I don't know. Not me, not my problem. Well, they know not to talk to me about that, so they just don't. But, that's the idea.
And if you just remain scary, they just won't come to you eventually.
That's the key. And another good one is that whenever they message you, just don't respond, and eventually they stop.
If you ghost them, they'll stop talking to you.
That's the key.
Oh, yes. That's awesome.
I got you.
You guys have clearly been where we are.
It's like we know.
Well, I appreciate you guys. Donate some books, and I can't wait to hear how the business goes.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate you. All right. Let's go John Smith. That sounds like a fake name. What are we thinking? Adrian, 22-year-old girl?
Yeah, I don't know.
No. Thomas Cairo? Or John Thomas Cairo? Okay. Yeah. Thomas Cairo.
How many more should we do?
However you want.
Hello, this is Tom Palick.
Thomas Cairo?
Yeah.
What's up? It's Alex Hotline.
Hey, how's it going, man?
Rocking and rolling. I'm here with Layla.
Hi.
Hey, Layla.
Are you watching the live stream, or are you just on the phone?
I have the live stream on an iPad, and I got my phone.
Rock and roll, baby. Perfect. All right. So, business is what, doing $1 million a year?
Well, last year we did $750, but I worked with Alex's books, and some ChatGPT, and got it to the last 2 months, 100,000 revenue.
Well, I'll be amazing. Can't wait till you use the playbooks. You'll love them. Okay. So good return on the books then. So,
yeah.
Fantastic.
I'm excited today because of all it.
Oh, awesome, man. For everyone at home, I did not validate these earnings. This is just him self-reporting it. Your results will vary. That being said, not bad for a book, regardless. Imagine 12 more that you get for free. You donate 200 books and have an AI trained on all the other notes. I'm messing with you. Not really. You should go buy the book.
No,
Anyways.
No, I'm trying to build my own Alex bot,
This will be much better. Okay, what's the limit? What's the constraint right now? What are you trying to do? You grew from 750 to $1 million. Do you want to build new locations? Do you want to scale the existing? What do you want to do?
Scale the existing
Okay.
to then potentially more locations and step back. It's just keeping me and an assistant and my front desk.
Okay.
And I got an intern, and she's about to go getting paid, and we're trying to decide what is a fair split. So I spoke with people in my industry, and they're doing between 25, 75, and 30, 70. So I stuck with that, and then I was going to give her a 50-50 on product sales, and then 10% on growth of net in the future.
For the front desk girl?
No, for my new associate.
Oh, but it's a Cairo, right?
Yeah, Cairo, but we do I don't know if you've heard of Softwave. It's we got 2 of these $100,000 stem cell machines that could regenerate meniscus.
Okay, cool.
Functional meds, so we do a lot of concussion work.
Okay.
and then I'm interviewing some nurse practitioners to do therapeutic peptides. We're trying to make like a regenerative kind of program because I have a lot of high net worth people up in Vail, Colorado that.
Okay, you're in Vail.
Yeah.
Got it. Heard. Okay, what's the margin on your million?
Well, this month would be probably 70, 75.
Amazing. That's great. Okay, 75% margins, and you increased it. I'm guessing all the stuff you got from my stuff just added straight to the bottom line.
Yep. Just more, like my social. I'm learning and growing. My wife's a photographer and does graphic design, so she's been doing that. We got 4 kids, so she tries to help when she can.
Heard. How many more people can you sell right now before you hit capacity in your facility?
So within the last 3 months with the intern, I booked her to 45% booked.
Okay.
So I'm 100%, and I've been that way for years. And I'm trying to get her to 75, and then bring on another person and another assistant.
Well, if you're actually, how far out are you booked?
I'm only booked I'm booked 2 weeks out 70%, but I can always take on 30.
Okay.
So the question is how much to compensate her?
To compensate her, to kind of get her to stick long term, because she's like all freaking out that I originally started 50-50, but then I realized after running the numbers, if she grosses 20K, it leaves me with nothing, just with Facebook ads
Of course.
and equipment spend. Yeah.
So you have to do everything off gross profit, not off revenue. So number one.
Okay.
So all your calculations in terms of compensation have to operate from gross profit.
Is she a full-time employee or is she a contractor?
She's going to be a W-2 full-time.
Okay.
Okay, so the issue is just, literally is just compensation. That's all we need to answer here?
Well, compensation, I didn't want to bog you down, but I also got, I have my own supplement line that I'm going to expand with. I'm talking to some guys who used to work for Eli Lilly with kind of making affordable peptides that aren't on the gray market, and then trying to go take that more regional and then nationally.
Why?
And then, what's that?
No.
No, just don't do it. Dude,
No.
I can't even tell you,
Different game, man. I mean, if you want to do it and get rid of the office.
Well, no, I wanted the office to kind of run itself and give this girl kind of like the power to kind of take over that location. It was just
It's going to run itself.
idea.
It's going to run itself. Yeah, it'll run itself, for sure.
You guys run this shit on your own.
Yeah, it'll autopilot, dude. It'll just it's while you sleep, just cash flow, or passive income.
No,
Well, with 4 kids, I get up at 4 o'clock every day to work out, do all this stuff I have to do, 10 hours with patients, be with the kids, and then work 2 more hours. And I'm like, how can I get more time? My father-in-law's in the self-storage business, and I'm like, dude, he just flies around and collects checks. That's awesome.
Yeah.
I think the question is...
He's also probably 25 years ahead of you, but there's that.
More than that.
Yeah.
He's 84. Yeah.
Right. And you know what? When you're 84, I'll bet you this, you will also be able to drive around and cash checks and not have to wait till you're 84. I really mean that. You're comparing your first chapter to chapter, 17. Anyways, so let's get down to there's two decisions we need to make. One is I'll just say, and Layla and I both kind of jumped on this, trying to start the peptide thing. I do think there's an opportunity in peptides right now, so I don't want to say that there's not. There is. But it's a business, and it's a totally different business, and it's going to take 110% of your attention. And so if you're like, hey, I want to get time back, you're just going to be working just as much in that, just to be clear. So it's what problem are we solving? If it's I just generically want to make more money and work less, neither of your solutions are going to do that. If you
figure it out.
Well, yeah, right. So I think that if you want to bring this gal in and whatnot, eventually the way to make the Cairo system work is that you have an owner-operator, which is the right way to think about it. Typically, we just back out at, our percentages, we never have strict percentages that we stick to. It's purely based on OT, so on-target earnings. So we look at what's the market price for somebody who's, a way above average person, call it 85th percentile. This is, to be fair, how we do business. Not everyone does it this way. We do it this way because we prefer to pay above market and get way better people. And that almost always pays for, not almost, it just pays for itself. So we look at 85%, 85% above market, OTE, and then reverse that into the actual expected level of delivery that she's going to do. So let's say that I'm just using simple math. The math is going to be completely wrong, but just understand the concept. So let's say that she does 10 back cracks a month. I know that's not what it is, but just, again, simple math. 10 back cracks a month. If we want her to make $200,000 a year, right, then we're going to say you're going to make $80K base, and you're going to get $1,000 per back crack, and so that gets you to 200. So 80K plus 10 a month equals 120. 80 plus 120, you're at 200. So we just take the OTE of 200 or whatever that number is, and then back it in to what level of activity she needs to do.
What's she doing now?
No, but I'm saying like that is the thinking process to reverse engineer it. Now, if she's going to run the whole thing, then you don't even need to be nearly as granular. You can just say you're going to get 10% of the profit.
The more complicated an incentive plan, the harder it is because you have to consistently update it, and it's going to be a lot of back office work. Plus, if you look at the psychology behind incentive plans as well as pricing, the more simple it is, the less variables, the more people want to buy it or people want to take the offer to work for you because it's easy to understand and predict how much money you're going to make. People just want to know how to predict how much money they're going to make. If they have more than like 2 variables, it gets messy and then it's not easy to predict. So I've just seen the simpler, the better. I've even seen sometimes with positions like this that it works better to just give them a base
plus profit share.
Plus profit share, and they come on with the understanding that you have to hit X targets to maintain your job. Yeah. Rather than like, okay, you have to hit these targets to get this money. It's like, okay, well, what I'm actually saying is that if you don't hit these targets, I don't want to pay you. So like, we could also just do that.
Yeah, so I think base plus, call it 10 or 20%, that should equal out to whatever the on-target earnings for this role is in terms of market rate. And then that's it. Okay. Keeps it simple. And her job, and I would say this, I'll just give you a little speech that I've given more times than I care to share. I call it the cell phone speech. All right. So the way it works is this: you say, "Hey, what's her name? The girl."
Paige.
Okay. So it's like, "Hey, Paige, we're going to put Paige's picture on the wall, and it says this location. This is Paige's location. That way, she has some actual ownership over it. When she walks in, she feels some pride of ownership of the 4 walls. Okay. Beyond that, you say, "Okay, Paige. So I'm going to give you your base plus this profit share. But let me tell you what I'm giving this profit share for. When something happens, this phone, which I hold in my hand, doesn't ring. So let's role play it. Someone falls and breaks their back. What do? If any answer is call me, it's the wrong answer. That's what I'm paying. That's what I'm trading for. And so that I just walk and you role play a couple, and it's ridiculous and it's absurd. But then it's like, okay, they get it. It's like, I'm giving you this so you don't bother me. And then under these 2 conditions is when you can call me. If there's something that's over $10,000 or over $1,000, whatever the number is that's relevant for you, that's a financial decision, you call me. Otherwise, this place is yours, and I fronted all the capital, and I'm going to make sure it's full, and you work it, and you get your base that's guaranteed, plus you get 20% or whatever the number is of the profit.
And do you think I should avoid profit sharing at different numbers versus product or services? Because I was thinking.
No, just do profit on the whole location. Just do profit on the whole location.
Yeah.
Yeah, because she's going to be pushing all of it, right?
If you think about it, you want to have the incentives of an operator to be as close to the incentives of you. So the broader and more general the profit share plan, the more they're aligned with your incentives versus just pushing specific things. It's like you want it to be more holistically aligned with the entire P&L rather than any one thing.
Because otherwise people start gaming it. So the really, really, if you had a business that people sold tickets, then it's simple to have like, okay, at 100 tickets you get this, at 200 tickets you get Y, because they literally only do one thing every day. If you have a more generalized set of directions that's, okay, we got to answer the phone, I got to clean the desk, I got to sell stuff, I got to deliver, then just having a more overarching incentive structure makes more sense.
Yeah.
Cool?
No, that makes sense. Yeah, appreciate it.
Rock and roll. Appreciate you, man.
Cool. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Donate some books. All right, bye.
I will.
All right, thank you. Bye. Okay.
Take one last one.
Okay.
Samantha?
Who's it? You want to Samantha?
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Samantha.
Samantha.
Lucky winner.
You're last up.
Samantha. Better answer. Samantha, better answer.
Hello.
Hi, Samantha. It's Layla and Alex Formosi.
Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you? Are you still watching the live, or are you just verbal?
Yes, I am still watching the live.
Amazing.
Yes.
So how can we be of service?
Yeah, so I guess, well, first off, like, we run a tutoring company, so we're Prep for Success Tutors, and we run basically for LSAT tutoring.
Nice.
Our biggest problem is retention. So in terms of retention of tutors, as well as retention of clients, because we do a pay-as-you-go model, and we totally understand that that is probably not the best thing, but it does help with the sale initially.
Yeah.
And then in terms of tutoring, our tutors having like a gig before law school is a lot of what our tutors do, but getting like full-time tutors is definitely challenging. So that's our two biggest problems. So
I almost started a tutoring business. And so I really, because I like standardized testing, which is weird, but anyways, let's separate the problems here. All right, so you've got the tutor issue in terms of retention, and then you've got the client issue, right?
Yes.
Now, what you didn't say, but I saw in the text that I got, you're doing 7 million top line, 4 million bottom line, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Girl, you're smoking it.
We're the broke version of you and Layla. Me and my wife.
No, you guys are the rich version. You guys are awesome. You guys are killing it.
What the heck?
My husband's here with me. We basically are.
Started the company together.
Oh, that's
we
cute.
Met in college.
I do like the HR marketing side, and he mainly does the sales side. So he helps me out with that side, and I kind of do a lot of the brains behind the scenes.
So you haven't split it the way we do it. So I have it so Layla does everything, and I take the credit. That's the
It's amazing.
that's the split.
It's so good.
You'll get there, man. You'll get there. You just got to keep slowly giving things to her and not responding to
I'm
people.
not tired at all.
Yeah. So
I could keep going
I give her
forever.
a small salary that she doesn't spend, so she feels like we're broke and invests the rest.
Well, great. Okay. So I just want to say you're doing 7 top, 4 million bottom. Like, I don't think there might be anything necessarily wrong with the business.
I think, one thing.
This might be a feature, not a bug.
Yes. So it's kind of a pick your problem, which is like the current problem you have is the one with the tutoring and the clients. But it's like, okay, in order to fix that problem, you change the business model, which allows you to make this money. And there is literally no business in existence that doesn't have a downside.
Yeah.
Every business has the problem that you have to continuously tackle for years and years because it is the downside. We call it, like, I like to say the downside of the upside. Like, what makes your business so good is also what creates this problem for
Yeah.
you.
This is the hard. Yep.
Like, you have a really healthy business. We looked at a lot of tutoring.
Oh, yeah. You guys are great.
You guys are doing great.
Awesome. Awesome.
Is there anything that you would say that could tweak it to
Yeah.
maybe even make it better, though?
Yeah. So I'll say this. You guys have really good margins right now, right? So you could absolutely pay a couple people to take a lot of stuff off your plate and probably not impact your margin that much. So if you said, I'm going to allocate $500,000 to bring some real talent in, two people at $250 who are fucking monsters, like you guys, your standard of living would go up so dramatically, and I'll bet you'd still fill your time up to go grow the business, and then you'd end up still making more absolute.
I'm happy to pay that. Can you help me find those 2 people?
Just gotta do dude. Like, it's just you gotta kiss a lot of frogs.
Yeah,
you gotta kiss a lot
of frogs.
A lot of toads. Is it toads or frogs?
Am I a toad?
Is there any way that you would suggest to hiring those? Is like Indeed, ZipRecruiter, LinkedIn recruiting? Like, is there talent?
Do you guys have social media presence?
We're starting with it.
Okay.
We haven't, but within the last probably 6 months or so, we've been producing probably about 2 to 3 videos a day and just trying to get stuff out.
That's
Okay.
great.
That's great.
Honestly.
Making reputation and
Yeah.
and just paid ads and we got over 300 5-star Google reviews.
Amazing.
It's really good. Okay, so first off, I think posting it on your social medias, like, you would be shocked. That's the first thing. The second thing is, I always think when I have like a very specific role I'm looking for that's hard, especially in any business, it sounds, and it's not scalable, but you do the unscalable, which is like your network. Like, who do I know that knows this person? Where does this person exist? And I think we still do that to this day, which is like, who do I know that knows a person with this skill?
100%.
Call them, text them.
I think the problem is like our network is all broke people. Like, we
Yeah.
come from nothing.
No, I hear you.
That's
I
fair.
hear you.
That's fair.
No, so you you go in the places they're at. That's like joining the communities, join the forums, during the Slack threads, during the Discord groups, during the school communities. Go ahead.
The next piece that I would suggest for you guys is basically make a list of 10 places, 20 places where these people already work, and then you reach out to them yourself.
Gotcha.
Because and that's what a lot of people won't do, but I will tell you, there are people in this building right now that are because I did that.
Oh.
With these two people, what are their roles? What would you say? What are the name of the roles? Director of marketing, director of what do you think those two roles are for this company?
Mind if I take this one?
Yeah.
I'm going to give you a Layla answer. So the first thing we would do is you do a time study on your calendars, because right now the business is small. So you guys are probably each wearing 3 hats each.
Yeah.
So when you do that, yeah, I'm sure. And so what we basically have to do is you guys are both junk drawers right now. You're doing a little bit of everything. You've done some delineation, but I'll bet you there's a ton of crossover and there's a ton of other stuff, right? And so we have to look at all the things you're currently spending your time on and then think, okay, does any of these bucket together into a role that actually makes sense that we could attract someone who might have a relevant skill set?
Okay.
That's how I think Layla would answer it.
No, I mean, it's the truth. And listen, you're going to have to guess, and in the beginning, it's kind of just...
And it'll change.
You have to be okay with the fact that there's going to be uncertainty. Even we can't give you the certainty, because I post jobs all the time, and then I'm like, oh, I get feedback from the market when I'm talking to people, and I'm like, oh, it's actually probably not a director, it's a manager. Or, you know what, I actually think that that's a specialist, and it's not a lead. You're going to have to adjust as you go. And even now, I would take that time study, put it into AI, and be like, tell me what job descriptions fit these responsibilities out of all the ones on LinkedIn, ZipRecruiter, all the places.
Now write me a job description. Now write me a great opening message.
Tell me what title you think is appropriate.
Exactly.
And I'd love to get to about 20 million, top line.
You can do it.
11, 12 bottom line. It's about, a 2.5x, let's call it.
Yeah.
I think if I just take right now, our average client does about 20 hours of tutoring with us. Our prep program is normally around 50 to feel fully prepared for the LSAT.
Yeah.
I know we can take it from 2 to 50, but I mean from 20 to 50 hours. But I guess how do I better focus on that client retention and having them stick around to do a full 50-hour program?
I'm going to bet you right now that this is actually a money model thing. Is how can we reposition the offer such that we can get a way higher percentage of people to choose on their own to just buy the 50? And then are there financing partners that we can set up as well to make this a little bit easier for some people? Those would be that's my first inclination.
When we give people the pay-as-you-go option, they just kind of do 20 hours and not as many build up to the 50. Which
right. And so then the question is how can I incentivize someone to not want to do that? And so you have pay-as-you-go. Pay-as-you-go can be one of two options. So it's listen, everybody feels prepared at 50 or 80, collect the stats. 89% of people feel prepared at 50 hours. Okay. So this is what we want most people to do. We also understand that it's not necessarily, some people are poor because you guys are students or whatever it is. And so it's we have this financing partner. Also, because it's education and because it's an established field for legal, there probably are pretty decent lending partners for things that are related to that. That would be my bet. And so I would say we do this, and then in the instance that does not work, then we have the pay-as-you-go model as a downsell. Yeah,
Gotcha.
And I think that... yeah, go ahead.
Go. I was going to say, my other question was, why didn't you start the test prep business? I know you were close to it. You did well on the GMAT. You're good at test taking like myself.
Yeah.
I got a perfect score on the SAT math. My parents made me do math competitions when I was a young kid.
Yeah.
So I kind of can connect on that. But I guess why didn't you jump into that space?
Because I was emotional. So I did this whole curriculum. I put all this stuff together, and I was supposed to partner with one of my college professors. And I gave him all the stuff, and then he ended up just going and doing it because I didn't understand how business worked. And you know what? It might have been not a big deal or whatever, but to me at the time, I felt so, what do you call it?
Betrayed?
Yeah, betrayed's a little strong. But yeah, I snuffed that I was like, nope, I'll do something else. And so then I just decided not to do it. Is that a logical decision-making process? Absolutely not. I just chose not to do it after that.
It worked out decently well for you.
Yeah, it worked out okay. So,
I mean, you're doing fine now.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
What I
So,
feel like about the business is if we do a good job, people don't need us anymore.
that's okay. It's every business.
That's a feature.
Let me give you the other side of it. Every year there's more.
Yeah.
That's true.
Right? They make new ones every year.
Yeah.
Okay. So I appreciate you guys. Rock and roll. Donate some books. Feed some entrepreneurs. Thank you guys. I appreciate it.
Guys.
Seriously, thank you. And thank you on behalf of the 200 entrepreneurs that you give books to.
Thank you. Keep
Thank you.
All right. Bye, toodaloo. All right. So, do you want to do this one?
What?
We're going to close this down.
We're going to close it down.
Are we closing it down?
For real.
We are?
We're closing
You're
it
done?
down.
You're like, I'm done?
What?
You're done?
Me?
Yeah, are you?
If I...
You got to pee now? All right. Okay, fine. Then I will do this one last run. Okay.
10 minutes? I can stand up here.
What?
I can stand here for 10 minutes. I can hold it.
You can hold it? Free with 200 books. You look great, by the way. All right. So, for those of you who just recently hopped on in the last 7 hours, let me tell you. So, we started today, and for those of you who are newer, which probably is like at least half of you or more, I did something that was pretty crazy. All right. So, I wrote this book. It's been 4 years that I had $100 million offers, $100 million leads, and $100 million money models. And so I wrote all those books at once, and then I've released them 2 years apart. And the plan was to show literally demonstrate the concepts of each of the books when I released the book. So Offers was just supposed to be an unbelievable offer. So good you feel stupid saying no that it would grow on its own with word of mouth. And that's exactly what it did. And so today, 4 years later, it's still number one in every category that it's in. It's got 26,000 five-star reviews. And it was because it was a Grand Slam offer. It had a course that came with it for free, no opt-in. The book started at, I think, at 99 cents or $1.99, whatever it was, on Amazon. And many people consumed it. Leads was a book all about advertising. So then I took the same concept of the offer and wrapped in the second layer of, okay, if you have an amazing offer, then you also advertise the hell out of it. And we had the first mega launch, which was 2 years ago. Then this one, 2 years later, this is about monetization. And so it's about the 15 mechanisms that allow you to monetize a customer relationship, and ideally the ways that are most mutually beneficial to the business and to the customer. And said simply, it allows you to get customers to spend more money in less time over and over again. It accelerates the cash conversion cycle. And so we advertised this event. So we took the offer concept, wrapped in the advertising concept, and then also wrapped on top of the money model concept so that we could run an event like this and have it effectively be free. So we spent $4 million in advertising, and then as of this morning, I think we had something like $7 million in book sales before we started today. So we basically broke even on running an event of this size. And the only way we're able to do that is because of the money model mechanism inside the book. All right? And so for everybody who was here at the very beginning of the day, number one, there's a whole system that I recorded, I think it's 8 or 9 hours, that breaks down the book in a course format that you will get for free just for being here, okay? So it's an 8-hour course. It's amazing. It shows how you do attraction offers, upsell offers, downsell offers, continuity offers. Everyone gets that for free, number one. Number two, I recorded the audiobook for this. Instead of it being for sale, it's also free. So you get the course for free, you get the audiobook for free, right off the bat. Number three, over this period of time, I also chugged a beer, but besides that, I also wrote a secret fourth book called The Lost Chapters. This book is the same level of quality and depth as the other 3 books. It's just stuff that was either too advanced or too niche or too siloed for a specific industry for me to be able to put it in the main canon of the books. But this thing slays. All right, and this is also free. It's a digital copy for everyone who's here live. Just to be clear, anybody who's not here live is not going to get this. This will be for sale for $29.99 after this event, as soon as this live stream's over. All right, so you guys came here live, and so you will get a copy of this for free. So you get the Money Models course for free. You get the Money Models audiobook for free. You get this digital version for free, which will be for sale after the event. So that's the third thing you get. The fourth thing you get is that some of you guys know that I'm an investor in school, right? Well, really, co-owner. And when I invested the money 2 years ago into school, one of the big stipulations was 3 things. Number one, I wanted to have a way for it to be cheaper for people who wanted to get started. Because one of the biggest things that people have who follow my stuff, I have, like, for this event, 65% of people who came here were business owners. But 35% of people were not business owners. And so it's like, what do you do for all of y'all, right? And I want to make sure that I took care of you guys, because you guys have always been awesome. And so the first thing we did was we put all of the money models mechanisms inside of school so you can actually do it in the platform. So School now can facilitate the 15 mechanisms that exist inside of the Money Models training and book. You can actually execute them. So rather than just reading about them, you can turn them into reality. Okay? That's number one. Number two, School has been 14 days free since its inception. It's never changed 14 days free. 4.5, 5, whatever it is now. Except for right now, just for the launch, until next Saturday. And instead of 14 days free, you're not going to get 14 days free. You probably won't even get 30 days free. Well, I mean, you could if you wanted to, but I'm going to give you more than that. And you won't get 45 days free or even 60 days free. But I wanted to give you 90 days free, 3 months to be able to actually get going, start your business, use Money Models, using the platform. It's free. And the third stipulation for the deal 2 years ago was that when the time was right, which now feels like the time, we were able to drive down the price from $99 a month, which is what School has been for 4+ years, to $9 a month. So that after the 90 days, and you will be able to keep that price for life if you sign up in the next week. Okay? And so inside of the School, it has all that stuff in there. You also don't have to do that. I have it on my website as well. All right, so it's not like a mandatory thing, but it's my gift to you so you guys can actually get going. And I do this because I get it. I've been broke, and I wanted to make something so that if you have nothing, you can make something of yourself. So there's no more excuse. You have every single tool. You can process payments. You can host everything. You literally need no more technology. And all the information you need to get started is there. It's all yours for free. That's my gift to you. Everybody who's a beginner. Now, my mission, the reason that we did this whole launch, this was a 5-6 year plan for me for the trilogy of the $100 million series, was that I thought it would be really elegant if the $100 million series could finish with a meta concept of every single book demonstrating the concept of the book, and it would be also really elegant if we could do $100 million in sales in a day with a $100 million series. That's why I called it that. And so this has been not a 12-week thing, not even a 12-month thing. This has been many years in the making. And a lot of pieces went together to put this together. And so the mission was for this, was I wanted to be able to put these books in the hands of every entrepreneur in America. That's 32.5 million business owners. So we're not even close. We're about 1/10 of the way there. But at least hopefully you will believe me when I'm taking it seriously that we really want to do that. And so in service of that mission, the idea was, okay, what can I do to incentivize business owners, the other 65% of the room who are business owners, to help me make that happen? And so that's what came the idea of donating 200 books to help other entrepreneurs get these things into their hands. And so I'm not going to expect you to just donate 200 books. So I wanted to make it worth your while, and I wanted to make it the best business decision of the year easily. And so when you donate 200 books, this is what I'll give you on top for free just for helping us support this cause and helping other entrepreneurs. So the first thing that you're going to get when you donate 200 books is the lead system. So we found out there's 4 systems that businesses needed to get unstuck. So either they have a lack of quality leads, they can't convert the prospects they got, they can't deliver, or they have a pricing issue around profit. And if you saw some of the calls that I just took, I probably should have bucketed them better for you. But it fell usually in one of these 4 categories. And so I spent the last 2 years with the team. We had 1,026 plus business owners who came to our in-person, our headquarters, so that we could figure out and actually codify all the problems. And by codifying them, we were able to create checklists and literal scripts to follow for them to actually solve their specific constraint. But if you imagine if you have a leads issue, I can't just solve it with one thing. There's usually going to be 2, 3, maybe 4 things that have to get solved depending on what type of way you get customers. If you're more ads driven, if you're more content or organic driven, if you just need more operational flow, so you just need to increase volume. These are all the checklists that we use, the playbooks, the things that we literally gave people that paid $35,000. They would get a portion of one of these. I'm giving you all 12 for free when you donate 200 bucks. All right, so you'll get the lead system, which includes GoDaddy ads, which shows you how to scale. We got up to 500,000 a day in ads using this system, this per day. All right, using GoDaddy ads playbook. We also get the hooks playbook, which if you think about the hooks is really the tip of the spear for every kind of marketing you have. If you do nothing but make your hooks twice as effective, you can double the business. Again, that's an illustration. I'm not promising that for you. I'm just saying that's what happens if you double the front end of a business.
Branding. Many of you have already realized that on a long enough time horizon, you need to develop a brand. You need to build a brand. And so there's a way to do that. And I was somebody who was very slow to learn, extremely slow to learn this. And so I had to figure out how to actually do it, because brand is a big amorphous thing. It was like, how do you actually build a brand, right? This shows you how to do it. And then the marketing machine will help you pull your face away and actually put operational flows in place so that you don't have to be the one who's marketing, okay? You can actually have your customers and other flows be the things that drive the marketing for you. So that's the lead system. You get all 4 of those playbooks free. That's number 1 when you donate $200. The second system, the sales system. All right, so lead nurture playbook, this helps you get 2 things. More schedules, more shows. If you do nothing else in the business grows. If you get more schedules you are and more of those schedules show, it's a double bump on sales. All right? This comes from all of the findings I had from Alan. Basically, everything that I learned from owning one company that all it did was lead nurture, I put into this book. And this is how we have routinely 89% so far this year show rates for this whole year. At Acquisition Doc, 89% show rates. And it's not because it's one thing. It's like 28 tiny things. And we learned it because I hired this data scientist from Russia to look at hundreds of thousands of appointments and figure out what is every single thing that increases throughput. And we put them all in here. That's the first thing that you'll get for free in the sales system. The second is the closing handbook. So when I was broke and $100,000 in debt, I had to fly out to train my salespeople so that I wasn't going to lose everything. All right, and so inside of here, I have the best closes that I know that I drilled people on that actually close deals. And I would say the highlight of this is something that I figured out, which is the 7 universal closes. Now, this is something that I've never talked about publicly in all the sales content, and I've yet to hear anybody else who talks about sales talk about them. But what are the closes that if you knew nothing else, you have to know these 7, and you can teach it to any new sales rep, because fundamentally what it allows you to do is ask again and again and again without being pushy or offensive. And I'll show you how to the reframe framework so that you can continue to get shots on goal, because fundamentally the people who ask the most get the most. But they're also the people who offend the most. So how do you balance that? How do you balance those 2 things? That playbook shows you how. That's also free. On top of that, you have the proof checklist. Right now, if you're not closing sales fast enough, it's because you don't have enough. The right kind of proof displayed at the right time, the right kind of way. And so with the proof checklist, you can implement this throughout your entire sales process to accelerate cash conversion. And so that's the sales system. You get the nurture playbook, the closing playbook, and the proof checklist free. So you get all 4 of the lead system free, all 3 of the sales system free when you donate $200, which you can do at go.acq.com. The next one is the delivery system. So it's like, okay, you got your leads, you're selling, but what about delivery? And so one of the big issues sometimes, you heard some of the calls, is lifetime value. People aren't worth enough to me. And so sometimes people think it's a leads issue, but really you're just not making enough per customer. You make too little. And so there's 8 different ways you can transact with the customer, and this is a value mapping exercise that we run internally in order to generate more sales. And inside of here, if you do nothing else, I think I told one of the people in there, this is the thing that can generate more LTV. So that's the first. The second is churn, is retention. So school, obviously we have millions of memberships, and so we have access to so much data on what actually drives retention for any kind of subscriptions. And so we took all the learnings and put it into here. And this is the reason that school went from 1 million to 15+ million users in 18 months, right? Is the learnings that I put inside of here. We spent $6.5 million, right, on just learning this little thing. How do we do this, right? On how do we convert from point A to point B? Inside of here, it's yours for free when you donate books to other entrepreneurs, okay? And then the 4th system is the profit system. This is the fastest, lowest operational drag that you can change in your business today, all right? And so this is the fast cash playbook. Every business needs to have ways to generate cash quickly, whether it's taxes, emergencies, funding expansion, or, like I said, personal favorite, just giving yourself a raise, all right? And so I learned this the hard way, but you should be able to run these 2 to 4 times a year that you can run to your existing list. And if you're B2B, you can show these plays and run them for your clients. And if you are B2C, you just run these yourself. And it'll give you a calendar system so that you can actually promote on a calendar, and all of the extra revenue that comes from existing customers drops disproportionately to the bottom line. Not a promise that's going to happen. I'm just saying that's how it works. Now, the second of the profit system is pricing. I could write multiple books on pricing. These are my top 10 instant pricing optimizations. I told a story earlier about a guy named Toussaint. He might be on here still. He has a marketing agency for stem cell clinics. just by following this, which he read on his plane flight home. All right, these are all engineered to be one sitting. The goal is not to overwhelm you. The goal is to give you the fewest things that you can use to grow your business the most. And so he read it on the plane flight home, and then all he did was he just repositioned the offer using the pricing variables inside of here, and he was able to triple the amount of customers who bought and triple his LTV. I'm not saying it's going to happen for you. His results are different. But I'm saying that is the power of pricing. It's the strongest lever in profitability for a business. And so you get all 10 instant pricing optimizations in here, plus 17 rules for pricing, my pricing algorithms that are all here for free. And the third and last one is that if you are going to change your prices, you're going to want to do it with a system. All right, I've led a lot, like many hundreds, I guess probably 1,000 now, of businesses through price raises or price changes. Learning how to communicate that in a way that minimizes the risk to the business so you can sell as many customers on your new way of doing business as possible is one of the most profitable things you can do. And so inside of here, it has the most battle-tested letter that shows you every single part, how to fill in the blanks, how to send it, how to pick your pricing sweet spot, how to have a trapdoor for customers so you don't lose them even if you change the price. All of the little tricks and tips that took me a very long time to learn, and you can just do it right on the first shot. So that's the price raise letter. So you're going to get all 12 of these playbooks, which people pay $35,000 for just one of them. And that's not marketer math. That's what people actually pay. That's what they got one day, and they got a portion of one of these. If you help me, donate $200, which is why I'm trying to do this, which is why this is absurd. That's why these numbers are so insane. Because the people who have come here and paid $35,000 are like, this is insane. And that's why I'm doing this. It is insane. I'm also trying to put a book in the hands of every entrepreneur in America. That's insane. So I have to do insane stuff too. So you'll get the lead system, including go-to ads, hooks, branding, and marketing machine, free. You're going to get the sales system, which includes lead nurture, closing, and proof checklist, free. You're going to get the lifetime value and the retention playbook, free. And you're going to get fast cash pricing and price raise playbook in the profit system, free. All 4 system, all 12 playbooks, absolutely free when you donate $200 to entrepreneurs. You can go to go.acq.com right now to do it. All right, because the moment this thing ends, one of these bonuses is disappearing, and I'm going to show you which one it is. Now, over that same period of time, I did 226 one-on-one consultations with business owners. They paid $135,000 for that consultation. And I did it over 2 years, which is insane, which is all of these are my actual notes from every one of those consultations. And I did it for one reason, despite the fact that it was an entirely unscalable model. I wanted to build something that could scale. And that's why we built ACQ AI. And so we trained it on all 3 of the books, all the notes that are not published from the books, all 12 of the implementation playbooks, and all 226 of my one-on-one consultations so that every single type of business could be like, well, what do you do for this? What do you do for that? I did it probably once or more than once of a business like that. And so you can ask the questions to help it personalize which playbook for you and how to make it specific for your industry. This $31 million of consulting work went into this. It's yours for free when you donate $200. And if you're like, well, which playbook is going to be right for me right now? How do I use the tool? That's why we have a full-day virtual implementation workshop. So Layla's going to be there. I'm going to be there. We're going to show you how to wield these tools with skill so you can actually apply them to your business. Right? We train our people on how to use our own AI so that we can provide better advisory work. We're going to show you how to use our internal tools. Probably one of the most valuable things I can do. And so you can bring whoever you want to that because it is virtual, so that's one of the advantages. So if you have a team who you want to bring with you, you can bring them. All right? These tickets are also free and included when you donate $200 to other entrepreneurs. And the last one is this. So we just broke the nonfiction the fastest selling nonfiction book in history. We just surpassed George Bush, Bill Clinton, Michelle Obama, Barack Obama, and Prince Harry for the last 5 spots to have the fastest selling nonfiction book in history. And the reason that I was so passionate about that was because when I looked at the list, the other ones below that, the top 10, all politicians. And listen, I got no beef with politicians. I prefer to stay alive. All right? But the thing is this. It felt weird to me that people who have all this media that was state-sponsored, all of them were the leaders for the nonfiction book sales. I was like, and most of them have ghostwriters. They don't even write their own books. And I was like, one of us should do it, right? An entrepreneur should do it. We're the ones paying all the taxes. We're the ones footing all the bills. We're the ones taking all the risk. We're the ones getting sued every day. We should be the ones doing this. And so we broke the record earlier today, and the record's still going until 10 a.m. tomorrow, I think. And so inside of here is the Launch Black Book. So it contains every single email, every single text, the affiliate recruitment black book, the entire campaign spaced out, the blueprint day by day of what we did to plan for this, the internal memos explaining the different offers that we had created, a 200 book and an 800 book bundle. The 800 book bundles for the Super Ballers. If you're a big business owner, it's on the thank you page after you donate 200. And inside of here, like I spent $4 million on ads. And that's just on the ads. What I spent on creating this cost me even more. And you're going to get this, the entire thing, for free when you donate 200 bucks. All right? So you're going to get the lead system free. You're going to get the sales system free. You're going to get the delivery system free. You're going to get the profit system free. You're going to get the ACQ AI free. $31 million of consulting work. ACQ Virtual Implementation Workshop, and the Launch Black Book free when you donate 200 books at go.acq.com. And this Launch Black Book will disappear the moment this live stream ends. And this is the Launch Black Book that just broke the world record. So I feel like it's pretty cool. All right? So this ends. Do we do a timer? Is that how we're going to do this? So if you're on the fence, now's the time to do it. Now's the time to do it.
Let's do a countdown.
All right. Can we do a countdown? Can we do that?
Give us a 60 seconds.
60 seconds? Give him 5 minutes. Jeez. Like 60 seconds. I saw some people in the chat just diving heart attacks.
All right, 5 minutes. We got till 6:30.
3 minutes? You give him 3 minutes? All right, if you want to go, go. Go.acq.com. That disappears. Do we have a timer somewhere?
Someone said 3-minute timer.
All right, I'll set it on a phone.
I got a phone.
You got a phone?
Don't worry, I got a real phone.
All right. Can we show the official? Oh, no, we got time. We got time clock there. There we go.
Yeah.
You want to show? We got to show it. All right. All right. The official timer has started. There's 3 minutes, and then this thing ends. All right. So go to go.acq.com. Everything that's here behind us, all of this you get for free when you donate 200 bucks to other entrepreneurs. You'll get an email code that you can redeem. So if you're like, well, I don't want to distribute them, don't worry. It was the #1 request from last year. We will distribute the books for you. And if you're like, hey, I want 10 books, it's like, that's fine. Just redeem the code for 10 and then pay for shipping and handling. And then the other 190 or whatever you don't use, we'll distribute on your behalf. The code is good for a year. All right? So give as many as you want away. They're good for a year. On top of that, just to be clear, it's a 100% dollar for dollar tax deduction for businesses. All right? So if you donate books, it's a tax deduction. On top of that, like worst case scenario, you get the tax deduction. You can sell the darn books if you want to. At the end of the day, as long as you put it in entrepreneurs' hands, I'm good with it. All right? So these books, you can sell them and then just keep all the bonuses.
2 minutes.
All right. On top of that, you can give these away as a lead magnet if you wanted to get new customers to join a community, to show up for sales calls, to leave reviews for the business. You can give it as a gift. All of these things you can do. And also you can just feel good about helping 200 entrepreneurs out. All right? So lead system, sales system, delivery system, profit system, ACQ AI, ACQ for Implementation Workshop, and tickets for as many people as you want on your team. And the Launch Black Book now disappears in how much time?
90 seconds.
You got 90 seconds. So if you want to do it, now's the time. Now's the time to do it. And, oh, yeah, there's a firm for anybody who's in the U.S. and qualifies. It's $249 a month interest-free if you qualify.
And
so, yeah, go ahead.
And if they don't buy any of that, when do they get all their free stuff?
Free stuff for all the stuff I talked about earlier. The free stuff is Tuesday. All right, so you get all the free stuff on Tuesday. If you choose to grab books as a small little perk, my way of saying thank you, you get access to free stuff now. All right, so go grab them. Go donate some books. Go help another entrepreneur out. And let's expand this record so that no politician can crack it.
Make it undeniable.
Undeniable, baby.
It's not about beating the record anymore. It's about making it surpassing it so much that
Leave no doubt. Leave no doubt. All right, so go.acq.com. We got 42 seconds. Honestly, you guys are awesome. Thank you guys so much for spending the day with us. Yeah. We're gonna keep the party going, so we're still gonna be here. But you guys are amazing, and yeah, I just want to say that again. You guys are amazing.
Appreciate you guys.
Yeah, appreciate you. 15 seconds. Last shot. Go.acq.com. All this free. The launch bonus disappears in 15 seconds. All right. Launch just disappears in 15 seconds. Go grab it. 10. What is it? 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Appreciate you guys. Thank you so much.